Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself all the way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
I think I'm getting used to it. They are my team. Some of them I play with college or played in college with, so I know most of them. So it's getting easier to get used to the environment and just overall the competitive scene. I think the stakes feel a bit different, but the competition, honestly, I'm not too nervous really. I think I've always expected myself to play at this level, so I'm not that nervous at all. Key factor for us to keep winning, honestly, just keep improving. I think we've only been together for a week or two now, so every day matters. Every day we put in work, and as long as we keep improving, I know we'll definitely be one of the top teams in Challengers for sure.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm up. So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk, just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
I think bringing back Brock from last season made a lot of sense. He's one of those players that fits the initiator role pretty well. And so when we were looking to build past him, the coaches kind of looked at, you know, who kind of fits the same mold of like, does their job, really good comms, really good shots, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what we were looking for in the offseason. And so when we found all those players, you know, they meshed really well with the coaches. I've meshed really well with both my coaches. I'd say some of the players have, you know, either worked with some of the coaches or, you know, talked with them before. So we're all pretty friendly people to each other, and we're all like, you know, likable. So when we go into this thing, we knew like we were going to be committed from the get-go. Like, unless something seriously goes wrong and some player just stops caring, which I don't really see with this group, we should be fine and we should be just full steam ahead. So I think for us from the get-go, it's always been just improve as this 5, really focus on like this 5 and being like the best 5 you can and go all the way to Ascension. I think the biggest improvement has been on the fundamentals of the game. I think a lot of us came from different teams that kind of were taught different fundamentals. Some not taught at all. You know, that's just how it is. You know, you come straight from ranked, play on a few teams, that's just how it is. So for this team, it's really just about combining all that experience together to kind of get on the same page. And that leads into our struggle. I think that was our struggle in the beginning, is just trying to get on the same page at all times. I think the view that each of us have on the game had been slightly different because we came from so many different teams. So now, you know, we've had a few months to, you know, get on the same page, probably like a month, almost 2 months now. Practice has been going really well. We were consistently beating like all the franchise teams. So I think we're getting back into that, you know, all of us on one aligned goal mentality. I think you can expect a lot of firepower and a lot of like highlight reel plays. I think we're one of those teams that likes to do crazy shit all the time. But we're gonna have some crazy plays this year, especially with some of the coaches on board. They love cooking up these crazy plays. So we got a lot of like star power on this team, and I'm hoping to see a lot of clutches. Don't see us in the clutch, let me tell you. Holy, we got a lot of clutches in the team. Got a lot of like star players, a lot of 3Ks coming your way. So hoping that you'll get to see some of that this season.
I played on a lot of teams at this point, the majority of which I had to compete on instead of being a practice roster. And it's like, something that's really beneficial about this roster, about Derek and Steven especially, is that everybody's just really happy. Like everybody like has a lot of trust for each other and a lot of love for each other. And obviously right now we're not like, you know, we don't have the formula making it work consistently, but I truly believe that when we win our first match together and we like experience that feeling of winning together and we like get to have that belief, you know, I think this team can be an ascension contender. Like Steven has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Pulls rounds out that I've never seen ever, especially with like the Guardian single shotguns. And I think like generally speaking, when he's like playing loose and playing with like fun in mind, you know, like he's able to unlock the best version of himself, and like that's something that he's also consistently looking to do more often. And I think same with Derek. I've had messages like from them talking about how like they love the environment, they love practicing together, they love playing together with me, like, and as a team. And like for me, like that's what like playing Valorant competitively is all about. If I don't enjoy my practice every single day, I don't enjoy coming in and like talking and laughing with my teammates, with my boys. Like I came from sports, right? Like I was never meant to be a professional esport player. Like I was meant to go through college and get a job and then like fuck off, you know what I mean, into corporate America. And like during COVID, I got the opportunity to do this, and like I obviously love it, right? And don't get me wrong, I've been trying to do it forever. I'm still trying to do it forever, right? But it's so huge to have like the personal relationships outside of the game and to be able to like truly enjoy practice and like laugh with your teammates. Because like we'll talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Valorant, you know? And like that's cool. I'm a big fan of that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another day of Valorant Challengers North America. 2 more days to find out our final teams that are going to be competing in the playoffs, and the action is more intense than ever, and I cannot wait to get started. I'm Sierra Dawn. Joining me on the desk, we have Roy and Dan. Dan, welcome back. I know you're on the grind lately, barely any sleep, but I'm glad you're here.
No, I got some good sleep. I think I slept 10 hours in the plane, and then I think 8 hours tonight. So I can't say that I'm feeling awake. I feel like I need a little more, but I'm good. I'm excited.
Like I would say barely any sleep, and you're like, yeah, just kidding. I've actually just slept 1.5 million years. Can't relate, but the Valorant you'll see today, I'm sure will wake you up. Roy, yesterday we had definitely a super fun day, and definitely in store for more, because only 2 more days until we get our playoff teams.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I think yesterday's matches were a testament. Of course, these teams have had a week to kind of drill they've had practice time. They've had opportunities to kind of drill it out. So the level of competition, Sierra, has been getting so much higher, and I'm here for it. I love it, and I think today will be another day of pretty awesome Valorant as well.
Looking over at the bracket, what we got to see yesterday, because we're in the process of finding out what the playoff teams are, but also, of course, we have to talk about those elimination matches. So yesterday, we did have to say goodbye to SAD Esports being taken down 1-2 by Nightblood Gaming, but we also got a little bit of that yippee hooray at Shopify Rebellion Black. We got to see this revealed. It looked so good, Roy, and they're now qualified.
Yes. I'm actually really excited. Congratulations to them again. It was an amazing match between them and M80. But of course, today we're going to have another set of matches, a qualification match for YFP, and of course, an elimination match for TIP, which we're going to be going over here shortly. But guys, I'm super excited. I think today's matches are going to be amazing.
100%. This has been like the nitty gritty. Like we've gotten a whole split now of the teams really being able to come together. You know, no more of those growing pains, minus a couple of the teams that did have those super late changes. One of them, which we'll touch on in a little bit, of course, with Plug. But I think this has been so exciting. So it'll be a lot of great action today. And with only one team that's actually on the line for elimination here with the Trust and Plug, having that up pair there, we could just have like a fun day ahead with just only qualifying conversations. But before we get into that, we have a little game. Anyone who tuned in yesterday, Roy, we crushed it with this game yesterday. We're going to play some Valorant guessers. So Dan, we're going to get shown a spot on the map. We got to figure out where it is. Easy peasy, right?
No, I'm really bad at these. I can't lie. I'm not feeling good. Not feeling confident. You guys got that, though.
I carried for like the one, and then Roy and Ash tried to derail, and then I derailed super after that, even when Roy was going to be right. So that's okay, but we're a team. We can do this. Teamwork makes the dream work, but let's get the first one. We started off super easy yesterday, so maybe production gods will be nice to us today.
Pearl.
Oh. What'd you say?
Oh, it's a specific... No, wait, it's not just the map?
You also got to figure out where on the map.
Oh.
That's the hard part.
Art
I actually have...
in Pearl? Like it's
Wait. I mess with that.
Genius.
No, you actually might be a genius. Dan, you should find comfort in the fact that Sierra and I are both terrible at this game as well. So don't feel bad, okay?
That's good to know.
You're amongst your people here. It's okay.
Yes, I'm down for that. I'm down for Pearl Art.
Yeah, let's send it. Let's send it. That's our final answer.
Way off. It's gonna be way off.
No. I believe in you. I believe in this vision.
Yeah.
Yo, you're a
genius. You're a genius.
All right, I'm never believing Dan again when she says she's not good at something. That's crazy.
I just really like this part of the map. Like I'm just very aware of it.
Wait, I think she's aura farming us, like low key.
All right. Okay. Oh, this is okay. This is
wine on a main ascent.
Yeah. All right. Well, why do we start with like the more difficult one and then like go to an easier one? Is what all I'm asking. I feel like this is like we see this in every observer shot, right? Like that is the shot.
Awesome. Yeah.
I know my sense.
Easy peasy. I mean, the amount of times we've seen someone hiding here, this corner, you know, we get the fight. We've seen this before. That's you? That's you? Okay.
No, I actually don't like this corner. I like a lot of corners, but this is not the one that I like.
Not this corner. Tragic.
All right, I'll clear it, so it doesn't work.
No, it gets absolutely destroyed. Oh, I know where this is. This is Haven B site, like the back of the B site where you can hide in the little woods. I forget what it's called, but like gong. It's called gong. Yes. Are we down?
Easy. Yeah, I believe you. That was some confidence.
Yes, I'm saying yes. I don't know.
Me and oh my god, and before I'm completely wrong and now
no.
Oh my god.
We believe in you, Roy. We're a team. All right, send it. Back of B site. Easy peasy.
Yes.
Jeez,
okay.
Yep.
Okay, now, yeah, you're right.
Okay. We're on fire today, guys. I have not contributed, but we're on fire.
We're a team, okay? We're nothing without
I said I was gonna get
three.
my one at the beginning, so you guys got the rest.
The infamous Valorant philosophy. As long as I get my one, we're good to go. Did you guys get yours?
I got mine.
I always say that I got my one, even when I don't. Just showers.
Yes. Wait, this is easy day. Yesterday was so much
This is my
more.
corner. This is my.
one?
I love showers. Every round, attack, defense, I'm showers. That's why I know it so well.
I love the ego peak. The ego peak on attacker side showers every time. I don't really normally win that fight, but Gotta take it every time. But
Sometimes I do.
The reason why I always know where this is because once you see the face, you can't unsee the face.
Okay,
oh,
you
why
just
do you have to
ruined
say
it.
that?
You just ruined
No.
You know,
There's
you
no
just,
way.
It just look at the showers. They just look so shocked. They've seen some things.
Oh no. Dan's never gonna play showers again.
No, I will keep doing that. I've been doing that for what, 5 years? I will keep doing it.
Has it been 5 years? Oh my god. I don't even want to think about
Yeah,
that.
it's like someone's messing with the time machine.
Oh,
Wait.
it's Beachy. I'm like
What?
mad like
Wait, where?
the beach map. I'm like totally like blanking on the name of the map right
No
now, and I
way,
feel
this
super
is something else. I've seen this, but I don't know where.
the one with this
Breeze?
No.
Yeah, when this is not breeze. Look at the sand. Like
No, I think
too
we're getting
dark.
debated. We're getting debated, I think.
Maybe Pearl?
Wait, could we? I guess we should have asked for production and whether it's like maps in the pool or just like any map. That might have been helpful
I don't
hints.
think
But
I don't think it's breeze because it's too dark.
oh, is
could
it?
be.
oh, we need a final answer.
No,
We
no,
need a
no.
final
If
answer.
there's no shot that this is Lotus attacker side spawn, is it? No.
I'm down for that.
Yes, no?
I'm down for that. We don't have any better answer. Lotus,
Okay,
attacker,
visualize.
spawn.
Send it. Why not? I don't know, but
Oh, this is embarrassing. This is live on air.
I don't know.
Oh,
Wow, we're just
production.
doing, okay.
Oh,
Oh, it's
wait.
defender side. What, we
No,
didn't
that's
forget that
where it's
part.
We get half points for
forget
that.
that.
Surely,
Half points,
surely
half
we
points.
get half points for that.
I was thinking the other side. It's fine.
Hey, that was such a good guess. Oh my god.
I
you're-
thought it
it
was
was.
like on the other side. Man, so close. I think worth half points.
Let's go.
I think okay. We don't know. We're not waiting for production. We've decided we're getting half points for that. But I think overall we did a really good job at that one, guys. I think
I'm down.
great stuff. All right, get the teamwork, get the synergy. Now
Mhm.
let's have that hard-hitting conversation. We got some big matches for today. Production making sure this is better than yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
Words of
you.
encouragement. Love it.
Let's talk about the first match for the day. It is YFP going up against Trust in Plug. Reminder of the stakes for this match if you're just tuning in now. For YFP and for our teams later on, we're looking at playoffs. For Trust in Plug, of course, playoffs is the ultimate goal as well, but they're sitting at a 2-3 record instead of that 3-2. So a win here doesn't guarantee them playoffs. It just means that they're alive for another day. So very different stakes, at least going into this. Talking about YFP first, Roy, this is a team that going into the season, a lot of conversation about having seen them play in stage 3, and they have this opportunity to clinch their spot for playoffs now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that's been heating up throughout the season, right? It's almost like they're running back last year where they kind of started off slow and they've been slowly kind of getting their stuff together. But I mean, we have to consider, okay, yeah, this team has 2 losses, but their 2 losses have been to 1 M80 and 2 TSM.
Yeah.
Who's also been on a bit of a heater. So I think overall this team's definitely headed in the right trajectory. And I think in terms of strategy, they're absolutely on point. Sometimes it does feel like they're having a bit of a firepower shortage, but I mean, I think that's mostly because some players just are still getting integrated into a new calling system, and there's still some things ready to kind of be unleashed, specifically with players like JQ, who have historically been such pop-off players, but are not really having as a pop-off moment. But I think overall, this is a very well-constructed team.
Yeah, it's a team that when you're looking at the construction, there was a reason that there was conversations going about this team. And it's not just the construction of the team, but a couple of these individual players that we need to talk about a little bit more. And we're going to open up with Penny, which is coincidentally here, Roy, what he gets to do with a lot of these rounds. Huge impact for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Penny is undeniably the best opener in the league. He has the most, he does not have the most first kills, but in terms of success percent, he is that guy.
Has been really, really good. And that's one of the things that is, it's great for the team, but it's also, I feel like, a point of concern coming into today because the team is so heavily reliant on Penny's openings. And that is something that we've seen throughout the past couple of weeks. That is going to be a problem when you're facing Trust in Plug, who are running this double duelist composition for at least half of the maps. And it is not only that one guy opening up the kills for you, is going to be pretty much everybody else as we've seen. But I think Penny has been the piece that is almost the difference maker to set YFP right now in that 3-2 instead of 2-3 that we're seeing for the other side. It's just a question of can they make it past that mid-table where they are right now? And I mean, it's kind of all the pressure on him, it feels like.
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of pressure, but I mean, this is the person you want the pressure to be on. He's undeniably the most experienced duelist in the league. That's probably contributing to the fact that he's such a great opener. And I think another part of Penny's kind of repertoire and sort of his like pros list is the fact that he's a very flexible duelist. He can play all of the duelists, including Yoru, with seemingly no loss of performance. And he's just able to fit it into any sort of dynamic, and it kind of works.
And he's just been such a big part of this team, and it's been really nice to be able to see what he's brought to it. But we got to then start pivoting the conversation elsewhere on the team too, and look at someone who, you know, gonna steal the conversation right now. Definitely could steal some rounds. Dan, let's talk about Thief.
Yeah, let's talk about Thief because we just talked about Penny and the impact that he has having those openings, having the impact. But what about the guy that's staying behind and also being able to do exactly the same? I think this is a team that has found a composition or a meta that is working around them. As you were mentioning, Roy, with the Yoru, sometimes how they're running this Yoru with nothing else, and then you have a Vice. They figure out the meta that we just saw for the past couple of months work out so well. But again, I want to say that, yeah, Thief has been looking really good. We've seen what he's able to do playing back, holding back the sites. But what are you going to do with double Sentinel, or this double duelist rather, that you see from Trusting Plug? I think this is when we see the disruption. And I'm bringing this up because we just saw a double duelist team lift the Masters Trophy. And so I'm thinking Trusting Plug may be upset. I feel like that's coming.
Oh, okay, wait. You're calling the upset already?
Do you
That's
see the vision? Do you see the vision?
Okay, I can see it. They're getting inspiration from the VCT finals. I can see it, but we have to let's dial it back just a little bit here. Let's go back on Thief, because there's some points that we need to talk about, right? Is the fact that he's able to play almost every single Sentinel, right? He's able to play the Viper as well, and he's able to flex into the Raze whenever they want to run their own version of the double duelist, or whenever they want to run Penny on the Chamber, excuse me. But overall, I still feel like they're the team. They're very experienced, and I think you're absolutely right, Dan. I think this is going to be a sort of a kind of a difference between experience, right? Because YFP is the most experienced team in the league, I would say. And then you have a team like TIP who's coming in with such a high firepower role. And I think overall it's going to be sort of this like same narrative that we saw in VCT finals. I think that's a really good parallel.
I mean, let's talk about this firepower that we see on the other side and talk about Trust and Plug, especially since a lot more pressure on today because they're the ones fighting for their lives. And they're also one of these teams that later on in the split did have to go and make big changes here. Monty getting all up to Shopify Rebellion, Black Chaotic stepping in, and then now it's Teague that's been calling for this team. So a lot of changes that have been really happening. This is a team that, Dan, earlier on in the season, we got to see a lot of great things from. It's how this rebuild has been working for them, and if everything clicks now in time when it's the most important.
I think they have what it takes for things to click right when they need to. With this double duelist competition, they've been running it for the past last series. We saw them running it in Haven, Split, and Lotus as well. So it's been looking pretty good, especially because they're having this variety, right? So they're running with this Fnatic composition that we saw with the ISO and the Yoru, but they're also implementing their own additions to this double duelist with the ISO and Race, for example, on Lotus. So bringing these little things that are working out for them, and I feel like if you're making these late roster changes, the best thing that you can do is adapt into, okay, we have two very insane duelists. How can we make them succeed? How can we set them up for success? And then, I mean, you're able to create these compositions and possibly, maybe win today. Am I hyping them up too much? I don't know.
Yeah.
I have a vision.
No, I see it. I honestly do see it. I think you're onto something. Because we have to consider one thing, right? Is the fact that Teague is his first time IGLing. So realistically, he probably is not going to be able to match players like Stellar on the IGL role, right? Where like, okay, this guy has so many years of experience at such a high level, maybe you won't match it with brain. But if you double down on the aim part of it, if they're sacrificing a little bit of brain for a little bit more aim, and if they double down on the firepower, I see where you're going with it, Dan. I think you're cooking.
And another thing too for Teague is the IGLing, like the calls should only get better after time. So even after their close series up against Hubert, Teague seemed to be decently happy with the IGLing. So only come ups in there. So that's something we can touch on again later. Let's talk about that change to the team in terms of the players on it and talk a little bit about Chaotic, because this is going to be the third game now that Chaotic has played with the team here in Challengers. And I mean, going back, Dan, you're talking about this firepower and like building into strength. You're hyping them up. Let this be the moment that you hype Chaotic up.
Yeah, so this addition has been pretty good because it's allowed them to run those double duelers that they were not running before. We still see the flexibility for Chaotic, and this is something that we saw before he joined this team. I mean, even when they were playing against Colbert, he was running this Brimstone on Fracture, which, depending on where they were going to be seeing or not, we might be looking at 2 or 3 maps where Trust and Pluck is just running this double duelist, and he's been amazing, has had a lot of impact, and it just seems like the energy or like the synergy with how they want to work with this double duelist together is really nice. I mean, that's why you want to implement the ISO in so many of these maps, and Haven, that's why it became a meta that we continue to see. And maybe again, Trust and Pluck were just ahead of its time on knowing in past 2 weeks, okay, this is more depending on us individually and how we can perform individually, and this is the call that we had to make. And I mean, it could work for today. This is their match to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should absolutely double down on your team's strength instead of like trying to conform to some like arbitrary created meta, right? I completely agree with that. But another thing for us to keep in mind, specifically with Chaotic, before we move on to like different talking points, is the fact that he has a long history in tier 2 and tier 3. It's not like this player is coming out of ranked or like just some like unknown place. He is a very experienced player in that. It kind of in the jungle of Valorant, right? So he's coming in with like this very good firepower, very consistent level of performance, and he flexes into the duelist and controller role, so they can kind of just play whatever meta suits them and just fit into pretty much anything they want to run.
So that being one half of this firepower duo on the team is fantastic. And let's talk about the other half as well, because Jerwin has been somebody here, Roy, that we've gotten to see a lot on this duelist row, and someone who's always been able to step up.
Yeah, this player's come out of absolutely nowhere and just taken all of us by storm. He's a super solid duelist. He has massive pop-off potential. He is, sometimes struggling a little bit on the Yoru, but his other duelists are just so strong that I don't think he even matters. And for being such a young and sort of inexperienced player, he has really solid opening percents, which is going to be a really interesting dynamic coming in with a player like Penny, for example, who you're going up against one of the most experienced sort of players in the league and in the openers, and now you have this kind of like this young star. He's on the come up, and it's going to be a sort of nice battle between both of them.
And that's what I mean too. I think Jerwin was pretty good. He surprised us in a lot of the rounds that he was single-handedly winning, but it seems like something was missing because playing the Yoru by itself, it's already pretty difficult, and now that you're able to mix it up and you add another piece to this puzzle that Trust and Plug wants to bring, I think it's just a perfect idea for them, and it's something that it takes time to figure out. It's just not any team is willing to run this double duelist. Not every single team is willing to run this Yoru in more maps rather than not, and so the fact that they are finding themselves even with these IGLing, are all good signs for me because they need to win this match today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, like the sort of double duelist versus like kind of like the structured meta, that's going on with Tejo and Breach, I think it kind of raises questions in terms of like, if you want this double duelist meta to work, you need to pop off. There's really no question about it. If you want to make it work, you have to hit the shots. You have to come in really hot. So we're looking for Jerwin to kind of combat Penny. We're looking for Chaotic as well. And we're looking for these players to sort of pop off to lead that firepower meta that, Dryad is really rooting for.
And I'm curious to see how YFP adapts to this new Trust and Plug and all of this firepower that they're bringing out with this double duelist. So that'll be a big thing heading into today's series. And I love the fact that we've talked about Penny so much, but being able to kind of compare this 1v1 to see exactly how this goes down. So Jerwin as well, when they play their matchup against QOR, even if this was not a victory for the team, Jerwin had a fantastic series on a couple of these maps. So I'm definitely excited to see that face off just a little bit more for today. But let's start talking about this showdown. Again, YFP, playoffs, Trust and Plug, trying not to get eliminated as we head over to our map picks and bans. And this first map that we have in the series, I'm so excited for. Split picked up by YFP, but Dan, I mean, Trust and Plug's recent performance here was definitely really strong, so this could be a close one.
Well, these are the maps that I just talked about where they're running the double duelists, and every single one of them. The first one in Split, they were running the Jet Rays that we've seen since last year. On the map of Haven, they're running the ISO Yoru from Fnatic last year, and then on Lotus, they're running this ISO Race, which is a little bit different compared to what everybody else is doing. They're implementing this double duelist that we're going to be seeing throughout, and as you mentioned, Split is a good one to start us off, to see how they're going to be playing around this composition that we've seen a lot more, and also to see how much is YFP going to be keep relying on Penny. I mean, when you see the first kills that this guy is getting, it's all him. It's every single time. He's the only one that's going in and fragging out and opening up the round for the rest of the team. So are they going to even it out a little bit more? Are they going to keep relying on the same composition that we've seen before? I think, again, my predictions might tell you something else, but I think Trust and Plug, they have what it takes.
Have you had a change of heart in the last?
I had a vision. I woke up and I saw something else. So
okay,
yeah.
I respect it. I respect it.
Let's pull up those predictions because, like, bro, you're saying you're respected, but I don't know. All I'm seeing here is on paper when Dan had to make a decision, truly bet on these predictions, which way she thought this was gonna go. She didn't stay true. She didn't stay true, you know? The change of heart last minute. But all I'm seeing here, Dan, is when we're counting at the end, who was right the most. Like, this is where you put your money.
Production, please change my prediction. I decided. Actually, I don't know. Probably it's too late for that. But no, I actually think they're going to win. I mean, they have so much pressure. They just made a few changes, but I think the changes are just right what they needed to do to win the match today. And YFP, they're a little more chilled. They're a little more relaxed. They're 3-2 instead of the 2-3 that we mentioned Trust and Plug has. So yeah, I'm confident on the vision that I had right when I woke up at 8 a.m. this morning because I'm jet lagged.
Now the only on a bit of a more serious note though, the only thing that kind of concerns me for Trust and Plug is the fact that they have an IGL that just got integrated recently, right? But now they're going into an elimination match, and I don't think Teague has been in an environment where he's had to sort of like IGL on. Oh yeah, it changed it. Yes. W production. But you guys know what I'm saying though, right? It's like Teague's gonna be struggling a lot right now. I mean, maybe he won't. I don't know, but I feel like there is a lot of pressure, and he's in an elimination environment, and I feel like you have to be a special type of leader just under such short time constraints, pick up that role, combat one of the best IGLs in the league, and you're trying to save your team from elimination.
Yeah, I'm excited for this Trust and Plug's core, but I think up against this YFP with just a little bit more experience with this entire roster and just that experience in general, I feel like when push comes to shove, that YFP is going to be able to get that upper hand. But let's stop just debating about it and instead go over to our agent select so we can start getting this series underway. Of course, recent performances coming out from this team. Dan, we highlighted this double duelist a lot. And yeah, for YFP, I don't know if they're exactly going to switch up too much coming out. Okay, just wait a second.
Hold up.
Dan?
Change the prediction again.
Dan,
you cannot go back.
Again.
No going back.
Nah,
That's your
I'll let her. Let's go, Dan.
No. Absolutely not.
Where's my double duelist? I don't see it, guys.
No, see, Dan, the real lesson in Valorant is that every agent is a duelist if you're in the right mindset. That's the true lesson in all of this. Anyone can shoot their gun. No, yeah.
Okay, to be fair, I was panicked for Trust and Plug, but then I'm thinking of like this duelist Descenti and like these pop-offs and Jerwin performing here on the Vice. Like I could see the vision. Even if Dan has lost faith seeing this composition, I don't know. I'm kind of excited for it. So let's hop into our very first game here, see how this is going to fare up against YFP. As it's time to head over to our split and head over to our casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, gang. Yes, Uber here and Wyatt in the commentary booth. And this is a curious one for Trust and Plug, Wyatt, at their third different split composition from what we've seen in Challengers. And this one, you'd think it would feature a Yoru, but it'll be chaotic on the Raze instead.
Yeah, the Raze that he was playing prior alongside Jerwin on the Jet, which is what the desk were touching on, and why it's surprising that they've gone away from that after just picking up a dominant win against QOR recently, right? That was only a couple weeks ago, but within those couple weeks, they wanted to mix things up, and that is often the case in Challengers. Some of these teams are the most experimental that you'll see across the world. I mean, YFP, the players on that one certainly being a team known for that, all the stellar Turtle Troop cores of the past. Like they leaned super hard into different agents last year. We're really quick to pick up Tejo this year.
Let's get into it, Wyatt. Let's see what's on the table here. YFP, again, only 5 games played, so qualification for playoffs still very much on the table. There are a bunch of 3-2 and 3-3 teams, so a win here, very, very important for them. Even a loss doesn't necessarily scupper their stage 1. Of course, the Viper will set over the A side, but it's going to be YFP all grouped here for a B hit. Then Ateo Util is already flying in It's a pretty quick rotation called here by Trust in Plug, and with the Nebulae blooming over towards Heaven, is going to be fighting on the ground as Penny and Thief break through, drop down. Thief finds yet another one here. Trust in Plug down to Teague and Chaotic, who had to try and fight in from CT.
Well done, just swarming at the very end there. Was harboring some serious concern for a YFP on account of Trust in Plug getting that rotate over to the B side pretty swift, but it just didn't end up mattering. The YFP, they kind of were able to pause for a second and then regroup, fight towards Hell together. That was nicely done to pick up that first pistol.
The win here, I think through Heaven's side, with Thief being able to drop down and fight so well. Again, you're going to see this a fair bit from this attack side, right? A lot of util they can just throw into the site, and if you can take that Heaven position over as attackers, you're in very good shape. Similar looks here. It's just a creep, though, in towards B main, but that same sort of setup over towards A with a very passive Thief.
Yeah, almost an entire save just aside from the two sheriffs right now for Chaotic and Mike, and one of them goes down straight away.
Yeah, again, there's no ability to gain that info. It's Trust in Plug that have their single sentinel over on the A side of the map here, so kind of have to go looking. It's going to be Teague at least able to spray through the Nebula in Heaven. But really not much for Trust in Plug to work. And then we're going to have a late wrap here by Thief, who might have made some noise.
One enemy remaining.
It's not going to be an issue for them, though. They'll overcome the singular Chaotic. And Joan gives the game away.
All good. Jake has worked really close towards the Cosmic Divide already. Actually, maybe want to get that off in this bonus round to try and get a free easy plant on B. And they have invested into some rifles so they could play one of the long-range spam angles from main if they wanted. So they have some options to maybe work around that ultimate if they intend to do so. They have a pretty solid buy, all things considered, for a bonus here.
I want to see just how the Vice gets tested. We might be just about to find that out here as YFP nose up against the barrier like a kid in a candy store over on this A side of the map. It's going to be a double face over towards Ramp here, and Penny actually opts to follow the fault line in by TPing.
Yeah, it's a cool way to take that space there when you're running the Yoru with the breach. Contaminate with the flash. Jerwin, great swing, however, but traded out quick.
Handled. Stinger, at least, able to claim Jerwin, so that'll be a rifle at least recovered. Teague has to pull out, of course. That Teho util is going to force him straight down rope and allow Thief to fill the space that was vacated. And the timing here is less than amazing for Chaotic as they opt to pull out, and Thief will, in theory, be watching this line as Teague starts to advance, but the site is locked down. Thief goes looking. Is able to find that Teho. Sacred here makes their way in towards Heaven. Thief sort of been able to extract themselves here, but caught behind this blast of util. There won't be any backup. And at least Plug will have a way now to wrap over towards main side, but that, of course, passively going to be held here. Stella sat in the back of side to try and play a fault line in towards Elbow, is able to win the fight out. Spectre claims the raise. And Mike now hasn't really been able to activate on a timing that would have heads turned away from them. So YFP able to win this one out here. Again, with a couple Stinger Spectre in the mix, a very solid bonus win.
Thief does great work there over in Heaven, just ratting around the Viper wall when it cycles back up, when he has enough charge for it, winning that second engagement against Teague, just finding a nice timing there to peek over towards Vent, and then he runs away as well, plays for a safer position while the spike was planted for him, Heaven. Like, he just offered up so much delay that when the Trust and Plug retake actually had to come in, they really couldn't effectively work around the pieces of utility that YFP had left, like that fault line from Stellar where he gets a free one. This is a great start for them. That bonus round again, where they had good weaponry coming into it, really paid off.
So much as well around. Penny talked up on the desk, right, as a great entry play, a great opener. Following up that, blast of early util just by crashing into position, going to take advantage of the vacated space. Aftershock, he's going to buy plenty of time, but Thief is already getting exploratory over on the A side of the map and has managed to crack that open. Mike's going to have to throw down now with that Sheriff, and YFP are not fully committed. In fact, it's an orb, and they're pulling on out, especially as the way is being paved by Thief over at A. It is a Phantom for Chaotic, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's all that space being created, and then additionally YFP just realizing how much of a rotation they actually pulled. They are going to gamble, read into this a little bit, and trust it, because why not? They're in the 3v4. Let's try to stack towards A in time is what they're thinking.
So honestly, room to pivot back if you're crazy enough, but YFP want to walk up on the site now. And as passive holds, trying to contain any sort of push out from the defenders here on ramp, and down they're going to come. Penny just not quick enough on the trigger figure apparently, but the game is given away. YFP now are aware that there's 2 players that are going to try and work that main angle, and a Viper wall can still be used as Thief is alive. Opts not to toggle it though before Chaotic starts to move up here on the site, but YFP are entrenched. Chaotic's able to step though left of that fault line and make serious progress into the side. Thief goes down. The Teho Util is about to hit here, but Stella has enough of a pocket to take an easy kill. Plug have to go for it here. Teague has a rifle, but no real help. And of course, a grab well on the spike location would have made that a difficult task anyway. Tiny little 4K for Stella.
You could see the trust in Plug halfway through that retake, knew that there was going to be an additional player somewhere around A main, given that the spike was planted for Heaven again. But Jake just played so slowly that it actually caused Trust and Plug to essentially do nothing. They were just waiting for him. And again, when it comes down to actually getting in for the retake, too much time has been wasted. They can't even get through elbow because they've used the guided salvos of their own to clear it. But they really need to try and hit the gas in these situations. They have to pick up the pace to win these retakes out in the future.
He wants to at least telegraph a lot of movement here towards ramps, following the clone up. And again, Teo YouTube, but this is really just trying to sell some action in A. I think like adding the guided salvo there, definitely, you'd think it would sell it to Plug, but they've just kept their vice over there and making a lot of sound through mid. There is a player tucked close here. This could get ugly in a couple seconds. All right, Rolling Thunder, Chaotic, they're not hit by it. They're ahead of the game, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. Now you expect some push over towards that mailroom area. But the smoke in mid slows YFP down.
Well, 1-for-1, Rolling Thunder expelled. Plug won't be too dissatisfied with that result as it's the YFP pivot coming through Heaven towards A. Jerwin passively on the vice. Maybe an opportunity to get 1 kill.
Oh, you think so, but Penny, again, masterful opener. Physics sees all he needs to here. Teague pinged out, suppressed. Location revealed to the entirety of YFP. And what is looking like a potential 5th attacking round about to be put on the board here against the Trust in Plug, who, I'm sorry, they don't have the economy to continue to throw good money after bad. Can they make this happen now at a player disadvantage? Double stack here over towards elbow. A lot of util to clear them out and put them into the open though, and that's where Teague is going to be able to capitalize. Stella falls to a salvo bolt, but Physics still has that Heaven position. Spike is planted for that spot as well. Mikey's in deep trouble. Surrounded on 3 sides, Penny finds a multi-kill of his own, and this is grim indeed for Trust in Plug.
Move in after I strike.
Once again, the key for YFP on these A-side post plants is having this one late player that if things get close, they will be the nail in the coffin. That time it was Physic. You could see on the minimap, he was biding his time in vents for maybe 10, 15 seconds while the spike was planted, then wins that crucial duel, is going to have that recycled utility late if things got close. YFP have set up these post plants so perfectly. Plug really don't have the answer at the moment. You could tell how weary they are about all of the potential positions, like the ones I'm talking about, but it's almost in their head too much. They're thinking about it too hard.
And this team is so scrappy. I think the only series that they've played in Challengers so far that wasn't a 3-mapper was a 2-0 against SR Gold. So these guys really know how to hang, but we're seeing a different comp from them. They've obviously taken a different approach at Split. And they're being a little undone here by YFP. Multiple players emerging with these multi-kills. And this round here, right, the util's pretty good to try and clear elbow. There's a fault line, you know, guided salvo combo. It actually nets them a free kill, but they just fizzle out in terms of momentum after the fact.
And the thing is, that util you're talking about that got the kill, forced them out of elbow into the open, would have been much better if Physic wasn't waiting in Heaven to pick up the kill on Sacred. If he had that open line to fight from Heaven, he probably would have gotten another free kill. It's just these YP flankers. Here's the Dimensional Drift really early, selling all the presence towards A. 3 Plug players located there.
And he should see the Heaven play now. They're going to make a decision. Oh, buddy! Okay, play off the fault line. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Set up there by Stella. Mikey, pretty good with the Sheriff. It was a concussion there on Jake, though. Made it hard for him to win that fight out. Inside a Nebula, though, is a Bucky. That's right. Physic clears Chaotic as they try and make some space over towards Heaven, and that's a big blow here for Trust in Plug. Obviously, they've sort of bought down to be able to buy properly in the next round, but can't put these big abilities getting used, and Physic is so patient. Another round where he's just waiting to take his pound of flesh as a player. Wanders past him in a crucial part of the map. This time, it's the B Heaven side. And Sacred has to take this Bucky. Stick where the sun don't shine, and by that I mean inside the Viper's pit. Instead, Thief makes the sun shine through his ears.
And why not use the pit in that situation, to be honest? Sure, they have the advantage, but just keep locking up these rounds on what's typically the more difficult side on Split, the attack side. Make things as easy as possible when they get onto defense, close this game out. It's YFP's map pick, and you can clearly see why. Their play has been really solid so far. They're getting a lot of value out of the Yoru at the moment. Really can't say enough about Penny's 2025 so far. I know low-key been having, maybe even not low-key, he's just been having a great year. And take it back to the One Americas match they had, how well he's been playing in Challengers. He's been a standout in NA Tier 2.
God, that was such a good game. An America's match, God. Never forget Fury NA, folks. Chaotic here. Obviously not playing duels, they can get off this line for free, so they cannot take as audacious an angle. And it's a shot that ultimately doesn't connect.
All the while.
Out by God knows what there in mid.
Oh, that was a great drone. Spotted out the multiple players from YFP that had been contacting to take that position over towards B Heaven. But are Plug overreacting? They're rotating all around the map right now. The positions aren't great.
You want to fight it?
Okay, well, Chaotic must see the flash bloom there. Cosmic Divide. Penny challenges it. Once again, there's a fault line to facilitate for the Aura play in Heaven. No kill off the back of it, though. Cosmic Divide, though, a little bit of an issue. We have Joe on the other side of it. Able to at least be played off of here in screens, but this is going to allow for a plant. And Thief is going to do him dirty here. Sat there in elbow, Chaotic with an op, and now having to try and retake with it. It's a little bit awkward. It's about the util, right? Teague still has the util. Mike's also got initiated util to make use of. Chaotic's able to take one and jump across the corner. Here it comes. Armageddon thrown up on the side, but it's Chaotic to fall here. They were low, in fairness, with the operator. Teague finds his once again. Guided salvo connects, and it's down to 2 on the side of YFP. They pulled out for the most part. Physic here is on ramp. With a Cosmic Divide in play that's now dissipating. Not really planted to this Heaven position, and Physic walks into the line of fire. Plug had to work hard for the round, including the Cosmic Divide investment along with the Rolling Thunder, but hey, they'll take what they can get at this point.
That was really the first time for YFP that they weren't able to plant the spike in an open position to set up for one of those late players to win the round out. And that allows Trust and Plug to finally get the win alongside a lot of the crucial ultimates that came through. Getting that Rolling Thunder off from Mike. And Chaotic getting a really important trade here. After Penny plays that nice off angle, 46 HP, he feels like I have to take some kind of risk to actually get my one in this round. Succeeds at that. But it's not enough. Not enough. Plug it the first on the board.
Now on Matt,
Cutting through.
we are walking A main side. Util here over towards Rams to make it hard to follow up on him. Penny is going to gate crash into A properly. So Plug here, they know it. They're set up for a full retake. And once again, YFP are completely played outside of the purview of Chaotic with this operator.
Crucially, YFP this time with the site totally vacant. They get the plant for Heaven again. Multiple players playing towards a ramp. They want to get into Heaven late into this post plant to win out the round.
Util to do that, but first, Steel Garden going to be thrown down. Things get a little bit more awkward now as Plug trying to follow up on that. It's going to be Thief forced out into the open with a classic. It's awkward for them, but the spray down through the Nebula claims Chaotic. Now, you still got to get into the side. Trust and Plug have given up that Heaven position, but they have pushed pretty far forward. There's some post-plant util to make use of now for YFP, but that's it. They can't actually interact with these players on the spike.
All missiles away.
And if you can hear, there's still time for this defuse, and Jake was supposed to have some of their post-plant utility. They've been taken down. Physic has to go check in person, but there is no time left. Enough stall for YFP, and Physic takes 3.
That was the first time with the spike planted for Heaven the Trust and Plug. We're almost able to make it happen in time, but they're still going up against the Tejo Astra comp, and you're just cooked when there's no time left. It makes the game so incredibly difficult, man. even with all that advantage, neither of these YFP players anywhere close to being able to take a fight with a player on the spike. Just doesn't matter. Just simply doesn't matter. And because of winning the prior round, the loss bonus is eviscerated for Trust and Plug. The economy is back in the bin.
Not a terrible use of Steel Guard and all things considered for Trust and Plug, but
No, not at all. I mean, they know that multiple players should be playing towards that A ramp side because they want to get into heaven with the spike planted for them. It was a good ult, but it just didn't make enough of a difference.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be a bit of a freebie here for YFP. They even have an outlaw in play. Just how serious they are about trying to steamroll this kind of round and make it cost efficient. Surely, some of those footsteps over towards the defense side spawn have been heard. So we'll see the players here for YFP start to tuck into the site. They were allowed now for this heaven control to be maintained by Trust in Plug, and a flashpoint will send them forward. Physic has to move here, but nice fancy footwork allows them to collect up Chaotic and Jerwin, and Petty gets involved as well. Swinging for a flawless round for YFP, and that economy is continuing to build.
I like that micro decision there made by a couple of the YFP players. You could see it from the point of view we were on with Physic, that they knew when the Nebula was going to drop heaven, they wanted to just have a couple people open facing that angle, take the duels with the superior rifles. They wait for the breach flash to come through. They know it's going to arrive at some point right there. Dodge it. And they have a couple players looking up here. Got a little awkward with the grenade, but
clean though.
I like the plan. Yeah, it's just the clean, simple things are looking good right now for YFP.
Okay, once more we're going to the A site. Potato here up, yeah, it's going to be forced off of Raft. There's no way that Plug can play from that spot. And smoke in Jerwin's face as well. Not full A control just yet. It looks like Team's been trying to repost there up towards Raft. Jerwin might actually push the smoke here. Petty's here in it though. Big damage on Jerwin. Armageddon. Designed to, again, deny Rafters. Clear that position. That's a clone. Jerwin knows it. Spike planted. Places brawling with YFP players now. What do Trust and Plug have to work with? Jerwin gets one, but Penny's able to trade it out and then gate crash towards the site, even though stunned. Thief had a line there. Some damage a little bit on Chaotic now, who's going to be able to clear elbow with this showstopper. And we'll be able to catch Penny unaware. Now, though, it gets a little bit dicey. Jake trying to control things here from main, and now Chaotic's operator can watch that line. Shoulder peek from Thief now gets over the left-hand side, and he knows he has to push this. He had to try and stop the defuse. But Chaotic is able to claim him with a paint shell. Now Trust in Plug, fighting hard for some of these rounds, but they've already given 8 to YFP.
Yeah, if they continue to put on enough pressure that are forcing some of these more awkward plant positions, they're getting in quicker as well. That's been a real difference. The pace is increased when they're getting back in. Chaotic kind of spearheading that after the Rolling Thunder came out, starting to get some kills on the board. I mean, despite joining this Trust and Plug team a bit later into this season, out of everyone in the server right now, he's got the highest average ADR. He's been playing very well on the duelist role. And now when he's on the solo duelist, their typical one Jerwin, you got to be looking at him to step it up.
I don't hate this push up into B main either. Plug really want to try and get ahead of this oppressive post-plant scenario. And Jake, of course, is not the kind of person that really wants to take too much attention. Oh, that's awkward. All right, it's a lot of information gained there by Trust in Plug, plus that early kill. All of YFP are making their way into ropes now, and with Thief pushed pretty far up here towards A main, there is a staging ground for a full A side hit.
Sacred going to try his best to at least get his with Jerwin cross up on the angle. Can't connect. Oh, that's pretty disastrous.
He needs one here. He's got to swing this. Just catches the edge of Stella, but Penny's close enough to shove on in. Spike loose, though, out in the open again. No heaven control here. Oh, man, that is a curse stop. Somebody put it away. Throw it out of the map. It's down to Physic now. Because, frankly, YFP are just taking far too many casualties in their movements across the map.
Plug can play this very safe. At this point, it doesn't even matter. You could let him get the spike, and then as soon as he taps it, immediate fault line nade. They don't have to do anything here.
As it stands, YFP have been able to buy every round on this attack side. It's definitely been conducive to building a decent round total. There is no time left, and Teague will be waiting for Physics. So, heading into the last round of the half here. There is still a chance, of course, YFP can buy up for the most part. But now we're seeing Trust in Plug fighting a bit more doggedly for parts of the map. definitely seems to be catching the attackers off guard.
Yeah, it's chaotic. Really starting to play with a lot more confidence, creating more space, getting crucial kills that are allowing the rest of his team to push up with him. That one right there, catching Thief around the corner, was nice. And a small aside, but T getting the last kill, they're not going to be too mad at that. He's one away from the Armageddon now for the last round of the half.
Play for some orbs here. Chaotic shoves up. Okay, even a concussive grenade thrown down. YFP not quite sure where Chaotic is amidst all of this, but they're down to 35 after that. I guess the purpose is if there's like maybe a minimal presence over on this A side, it's a potential kill, but hey, you've got an op in hand, 35 HP is not the worst, providing you hit that first shot.
YFP have tried to play so many of these rounds off quick executes, but they're denied that with Plug now on these last two, getting more aggro on the extremities. Here comes a cell over towards B with the Cosmic Divide.
Still a fair bit of that util to fight through, though, including the Vice setup, but over at A is where the action's happening, and Plug have realized they might have over-adjusted here. They're going to have to do 2 plays, but they're over back towards screens, and Plug have lost every gunfight across the map here. Sacred finally finds one. Thief, though, gets amidst them. T does have an Armageddon, excuse me. But again, planted for heaven. Now YFP can lean into control of that part of the map with at least the Yoru. This Armageddon just doesn't connect at all. YFP have long since vacated the side. His Teague is going to go over and have a check. Cosmic Divide hit down by the defenders. This complicates the calculus a little bit for YFP. They've got to start to push more aggressively now. Nateho util delaying a defuse. Physic picks a great timing, takes the Rafters player out. Teague is low, able to win that fight out, and it's up to Penny with Heaven control. Spray in the direction of the spike and guarantee a round win. You better believe it. 9-3 is the half total.
That was a really cool round from both teams, honestly. I love last round of the half, Stellar calling a really ambitious fake, committing a couple players over towards B, throwing his life away, but then finds the timing to even get the kill while the real hit goes in A. And then in that 2v3, Trust and Plug, their 2 ultimates that they had, they used in really cool fashion. With the spike planted for Heaven, look at that Cosmic Divide. It cuts off both angles for Span, A main and Heaven. Armageddon clears back sight. A lot of good play in that round.
Yeah, you can see like how uncomfortable immediately YFP became, because that Heaven control is so crucial. There's also a player in Heaven, right? You know, Plug were able to get an individual there to sort of play around that Cosmic Divide. So YFP didn't have the safe sort of Overwatch location to stop the defuse, but pistol time, folks. Plug with only 3 rounds on that defense side. YFP definitely took some liberties, especially in the first part of that half. And this is where you start to make those rounds back. Get off the starter's block early.
Poison's off.
Well, drop spike's going to be taken. Chaotic going down straight away to Stellar. I mean, the pressure for YFP is insurmountable.
As the spike loose, there's just no one there to gather it up. Trust and Plug now have that B side, but they've got to ascend up the rope. Try and navigate in towards the middle of the map. Sacred has a decent potential timing here, as German should give away the game that, yeah, the B site is completely taken, which means there is a threat of a backstab. German looking to be the savior, but Jake is healthy enough, and Stella picks up the slack. It's on Sacred here. Again, the spike, folks, is so far away from this action, and Sacred doesn't have the help to deal with a 3-player firing squad. Jake puts him down, and that is not a good sign for Trust in Plug here. Losing that pistol, already down 6 rounds. It's up to 7.
Okay, we just see this composition working at its best in the hands of YFP. When you get on that defensive side and you can set up a big trap play like they did in mid, off that poison orb dropping. Look at all of the util that comes through, and then just a nice triple swing. So dangerous. At any point, it feels when you're on attack against this comp, if you make noise somewhere, any kind of cue, you might just get bombarded by all that util.
Who's here? Happy to hold ground. Vastly superior weaponry, of course. If a YFP, it's Stingers for everybody. Vicky had the advantage there, but the Stingers are running YFP over. Huh? Okay. Some Heaven control now. Stella knows he needs to push up on Sacred and is able to win that fight out. Joan also down towards that orb location. Odds even a little bit more, and at least the game has slowed down somewhat, but the weapons aren't terrible for Plug. Chaotic is able to take the Bulldog away, and now it's to Jake. Okay, nice little swing. Just too many players on the Plug side to deal with. We'll take a thrifty here in round 14 and keep Plug in the game.
Yeah, I like the full force. You know, without winning it, the game would essentially be over. The comeback would have been way too crazy to have been made. They just won some duels that it really felt like, from the point of views we saw, they should not have won. I don't know how Thief, for instance, did not get that kill with the judge. Like, that looked like it should have been free, but Jerwin wins that out. There was some good util to punish Physic over towards Elbow. That's where they got that kill. He was stunned up, then hit with the missiles.
All missiles away.
That Bulldog going over is pretty huge. Okay, early Teo util here, Jake. All right, with some acrobatics, is able to take the one. Although the guy to Salva will claim a kill. B-side, they're pretty heavily stacked here. YFP, make the correct call initially, but you have to imagine Trust in Plug with the better weapons have every reason to start looking elsewhere.
And we got a couple back-to-back rounds now where Teague has gotten a free util kill. Getting relatively close to the ultimate. Maybe we can get a spike plant here, find another. Have it for the buy round, crucially.
Bulldog there thrown out of the map, so no chance for YFP to set up some sort of B main presence and take it. All right, Thief. Most of the util avoiding him here, but Sacred has the crosshair lineup. It doesn't seem to matter. The Ghost finds one. We'll be asking for too much to expect any more than that, but still, there's the Sheriff in the hands of Jake. Jerwin though has the off angle here, so even if you find a timing, you get punished. And Physic. But a Glock. Trust and Plug have been able to claw back some of these crucial rounds. YFP maybe getting ahead of themselves, obviously forced to eat humble pie and go for ghosts and pistols on this round. Still have that 5-round buffer to work with.
That was a pretty insane two-tap with the Ghost from Thief, who has displayed a really solid mechanical level to his play for years now. That's always really been a standout aspect of watching him. Could have created a dangerous situation had any more guns had been lost, but you know, crucially for Trust and Plug, they retain the actual, I think all 3 Vandals, 2 Vandals Phantom, but you know, the good rifles. Yeah, it's all 3 Vandals they've got.
So keeping the weapons that matter. YFP now, of course, end of the round, able to buy. A lot of Astra util centered around the middle of the map. Pretty standard stuff, of course, as Trust and Plug. We've got smoke options over at Ropes and Mail, respectively. And YFP, who aren't playing a true Sentinel, can't just canvas a site with that Vice util like we saw in that first half. It's going to be forced away. Knows what was following that fold line. And they're able to stay alive, but they opt to take a challenge here. At the bottom of Ropes, Chaotic more than happy. Wins that one out comfortably. Oh, info for days as well as that bombarding goes down. Ropes and gets the ping off. Only 2 left here now for YFP to work with, but Jake finds a great timing. Able to dodge away from Mikey. Physic now can pick up that angle, and he has done so. Caught out in the open is Mikey. Who pushes the smoke there? It's up to Sacred now. And it's unclear if YFP know where to expect this push from. They might lose a player just from Sacred having a timing. But he's tucked.
Playing slow. Wants to cut off one of the angles. Will he be ready for Physic? Close.
Oh, man. It's deflating to lose a round like that. Some weird time he's taking by YFP there. They just wanted to throw down.
Yeah, for sure. But also, what happened with Mike trying to jump? Did he get tagged by a bullet and slow? I couldn't tell what
I think
happened if he got tagged and slowed down, or that was just very odd that he was running around the corner and then just essentially stood still. This was a great opening. Syncing up some of that utility to get the fast play there. Just something happened. I don't know. Bro was...
I think Jake pushed out a Mail and shot him. Like, the timing was super bizarre. It worked beautifully. Another opener from Chaotic here. Instrumental in these early rounds. Penny has to know it's a race. There's a good chance they're still in that corner. And makes use of the clone to great effect. However, this is YFP a player down now, thinly spread across the map.
Chaotic has really come to life in that game. It's been the turning point for Plug kind of getting in this. I mean, come on. He can't be allowed to get the second there.
Not over yet, but a rolling thunder here from the defenders is going to buy a heck of a lot of time. Teague is disoriented. Rattled down there on that B side, and Sacred's about to be overwhelmed. Oh, trust in Plug. This is the round. They had to win to stay stable. Teague here, though, can deal with Stella. Yes, but Penny's made some noise emerging from the cocoon. Is able to deal with the Tejo and give YFP a match point opportunity.
Feels so flattening for Plug that they were able to convert that Stinger 4-spy on round 2 after losing the pistol. And then 2 rounds in a row, Chaotic gets the first kill and they lose 5v4s. Brutal way to allow YFP to get to 12 on the map. I will say, perhaps a little bit of upside though, is Chaotic. Teague getting into this really good form as we're going to Haven next, which is Plug's pick. But still, they could have gotten back into this game. They really could have. That was YFP's economy on the line on the prior rounds too. Brutal, man.
Early pings indicating maybe like an Armageddon to clear Heaven. Force a fight out on B amidst all of that util. Jake's posted up here on the line. Does, of course, have the util that can hide behind. Gets clear, but still guarded. Distracted. Almost. Crosshair placement broken as Chaotic drops in again. Yet another opener. There's 3 rounds in a row, and you've got to be winning these. Trust in Plug. Send their duelists on a collision course with YFP, and they are not ready for it. It's a gate crash out there for Penny, but not before they took a kill. Mike is low. The site, though, does belong to Trust in Plug. Physics going looky, and Mike spots him out. Penny just takes the swing. My goodness, the audacity from YFP. A much shorter map than I think we would have expected there, Wyatt.
I really thought that it was going to get close in that second half after that Stinger 4-spy was converted. Really tough to see Trust and Plug kind of get beaten down in the end like that. After getting back into things at the end of that first half too, figuring out how to start succeeding on some of the retakes, despite YFP having really excellent post-plant play. But all in all, listen, it was YFP's map pick. They clearly displayed why. Like, their play there was really solid. Their attack side, post-plant setups were great. Now we're heading over to Haven. Trust in Plug's opportunity to get back in the series on their own pick.
Yeah, far from done, of course. Trust in Plug, not without opportunities to make it into playoffs here for stage 1 yet. So keep your eyes on them. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have map number 2 on the docket for you. Let's see if there's a bounce back for your Trust in Plug crew.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like, I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like, I don't know. His family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
All right, well, it's going to be YFP to be starting off this series with not just a win, but a very strong one at that on their map pick of Split. I mean, going into this series, this isn't necessarily the first map that I expected here, Dan, when we saw it all play out. It started with the composition. Trust and Plug switched it up, and it kind of didn't really seem to fare much better for them from there.
No, yeah, the casters brought it up. It's the third time now that we see a compositional change for Trust and Plug in this map of Split. And just a lot of questions. I feel like I have a lot of questions. One, okay, it's fine to change the composition, but Jerwin on the Vice on Split just made no sense to me when the double duelist on Split is one of the most reliable ones that we've seen, and teams continue to play even if you're not opting for these double duelists for other maps. And on top of that, it was a YFP that they needed just enough rounds on the attacking side, but they got way more than they needed. I mean, completely dominant. They have so much utility to work with. They were controlling the side very early on and having such a strong post plan when we saw, I mean, because they had so much to work with, right? They have the stars, they have the snake bites, and that double controller is already annoying by itself. And on top of that, you had the Tejo and the breach. It was just nothing at all that Trust and Plug could do.
Yeah, I think YFP's Split, it just looks so good. Their attack side is honestly terrifying to play against. It allows them to have so many win conditions on so many lanes of the map simultaneously. That kind of pressure, a lot of these teams just aren't equipped to deal with. Yoru's top ramp, next thing you know, 4 people are running out B main within split seconds. Like, no pun intended, but these are the things that make YFP's Split look so terrifying to play against. Yeah, they didn't have the greatest performance against TSM last time, but this is what we expect to see from YFP. I'm not surprised to see this result, to be honest. I would say the only thing I'm surprised to see is that Jerwin's got pushed to the Sentinel role when his duelists looked so good.
Especially too when getting pushed into this Vise, I was kind of like, okay, you know, Jerwin, strong player, but I didn't really think that we got to see too much of this Visor, too much of this idea behind this compositional switch come on through, which is then another like, all right, you just lost this firepower for a concept that didn't necessarily work out here. Especially to like, they got a decent amount of first kills, but not even quite able to follow through their YFP. They were just being able to clutch up whenever they needed to. And across the board, even that final round there, Dan, was like, okay, like YFP might be a little bit down here, but they were just cool, calm, and collected the entire match. They were never phased and able to close out from there.
And we kind of saw that happening on that last round, 2v3, and you're like, yeah, YFP is winning this. They've been playing so good, and they've been able to close out those rounds more than Trust and Plug were able to. Even when they had that early advantage, we saw the first kills. There were a few opportunities there for Trust and Plug, but overall, as a YFP that just has a very clear understanding. I mean, we see even on that second pistol on defense, they had a very specific play that they wanted to do, and it's just the little things like that that put them ahead and put them in this position.
Yeah, but want to talk and follow up with a conversation we were having at the beginning of the day, talking about Penny, and then bring up someone else that we didn't necessarily get to talk about, but big impact in that last game. Talk about Penny and Physics here, because of course, when we see Penny, when we've talked him up so much, Roy, this isn't necessarily the most surprising, but Physics on the SEO, phenomenal player, and we really did get to see that come through in that last map.
Yeah, the interesting thing with, I mean, Penny, okay, I'll start with Penny first before I talk about Physique. Penny is performing to the level that we expect him. He's one of the most consistent performers. His kill to death ratios cannot be understated enough. He's not only a consistent performer, but the fact that he never gives away his life for free makes him such a unique kind of duelist within the scene when everyone seems to be overheating a lot. But moving on to Physique, I think the weird thing with Physique for me personally is that if you guys have ever seen Physique's montages on like his socials or his YouTube, he is mechanically so insane. He's so flashy. And the fact that he just hasn't been putting up the numbers that I've been personally expecting from him has been a little bit surprising, especially when he hasn't really been in the IGL role. But now he's sort of taken on this like secondary IGL role. But I think we're finally starting to see him sort of undo the IGL syndrome that he's developed from his previous rosters, and he's finally coming back to form.
That's exciting, being able to see that debuff finally start to clear just a little bit. And it was the Teo in this utility and a physic that at this point, Trust and Plug had a little bit of difficulties getting past. And I don't think it's going to get any easier looking towards the rest of the series and what's to come next, especially to when, Dan, this is a YFP that's looking so coordinated on the day. And now this is a Trust and Plug that's looking at one map away from being eliminated.
And that is a problem, because when you're changing these compositions constantly, when you're changing your duelist and playing the Sentinel on split, when you're doing these, you're taking a big risk. And you know, sometimes it works out, sometimes
Dan's
it
worst
doesn't
nightmare.
And that's how it is. But it's against a YFP that we've been seeing it for the past couple of weeks. But on this last map, it was so obvious. They are very clear on how they're gonna play. They're gonna make sure that they're playing their own game. And for a team that's still trying to adapt, trying to find out if it's gonna be Derwin on the Vice or Derwin on the Yoru or something else. You don't have the time to change, and if so, it's got to be full confidence going in. How are you going to force your game? Because I mean, right now, like you said, here, one map and they're eliminated.
And looking at that map, it is going to be Trust and Plug's map pick, which is a little bit of, you know, good to be talking about here. Where it starts to get a little bit iffy is their last appearance on this as of a couple weeks ago. QOR worked them here, Roy. They brought out this new composition for round 4 and 5. It worked great against Qbert. Against QOR, it was not so great. And if this is a team that's then been undergoing these changes, hasn't been scared to comp switch, I'm curious if they're going to be sticking to that composition even after it didn't work out, or if we're going to see another switch up today.
Yeah, I mean, if they switch it up, I'll tell you one thing that we do know for sure is Dan will become their #1 hater. So I think they should just keep. They should
Does he know?
They should just stick to the ISO Yoru. I think it's not really a meta or comp problem. I don't think their issues are related to the agents that they're choosing. I just genuinely think that they just need to find their style, and they need to just find their win conditions and just apply. I think that's overall the big takeaway for me.
Hey, I mean, Dan, we'll go back to the copium though here. So if we're looking at no switches coming out, we're looking at this double duelist hopefully coming on through, and we're looking at a Chaotic and a Jerwin that can hopefully be up to their full potential and going on to this map pick of their own. We could see this map 3, you know? Could see this bounce back.
I'm nervous.
Dan's not having it.
She's not sold.
If we change, this is okay. I have to start by saying the ISO Yoru on Haven has been my favorite composition since Fnatic was playing it last year. It's really nice. It's really hard to counter as well, because you can play it in a couple of different ways, right? Who is gonna be that duelist, kind of grabbing that space, going on the way backside? Who's gonna be the one playing with the rest of the team? And I really like that, and I like how teams in different ways they implement the style is really hard to break into. So I want to see Trust and Plug continue to play with this composition, and I do think they have a chance if they do so. Even if you're losing a few matches, I don't think you're losing a few matches because of the composition. You're losing it because the other team just has a set idea, and you're not able to kind of play your own game or adapt. Maybe individually, maybe because of the time that they've had to prepare. Because again, they made a roster change pretty recently.
I mean, we haven't even really gotten to talk too much about YFP in this map, and because we've been so focused on Trust and Plug going to change? YFP, they don't look bad on this map. The last series was decently close, and if we're coming off of a strong Euro performance from Penny, as well, looking at this Tejo that they're able to pilot so well in this last map. 2 picks that they like to bring over to Haven, by the way. Even if we do get to see Trust and Plug at this top form at a composition that Anne's a fan of, that should work really well for them, Roy, this is still going to be a really tough YFP to be taking down.
Yeah, and I feel like the YFP that we saw on the last map is closer to what we've been expecting from them, right? Extremely dominant on both a macro level and a micro level. And I think if they bring that into a map like Haven with refined utility usage, especially with the Tejo Breach and the Yoru on top of that as well, I think I'm looking slightly nervous for the Trust and Plug side.
I mean, I believe that we should be having our agent select ready. I am nervous, like, thinking about the series. Again, the stakes are Trust and Plug need to win this map to try and take to a map 3 to have any opportunity here at playoffs. For YFP, it's as simple as just one map away. They got their playoff spot. Maybe it's a little later in the season here, Roy, that they maybe would have liked, but you know, they just get those extra couple of games, extra reps to get ready. Like, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think they're in a pretty good spot. I think both these teams are in a decent spot, even if they don't. I mean, let's go worst case scenario. Trust and Plug doesn't really get their stuff together here for the remainder of their split. They'll still have time. They're not eliminated. They're not on the verge of playing relegation or anything like that. They're pretty good to go, so they'll have some time to rebuild. But again, unlike Dryad, I've not lost complete hope in Trust and Plug. I think there is some potential for them to go to a third map. What that percentage is, I'm not entirely sure. It really just comes down to how well Jerwin's playing and how well Chaotic are playing, especially when they're running the double duelist. But if Jerwin is... Oh, so they've kept
Okay.
All right, Dryad.
Oh.
You're good.
Okay?
You're good.
I was holding my breath for the past 3 minutes. I feel better now.
Yep. But this is the only concerning thing is this comp relies a lot on the firepower, right? We've spoken about this before, but Jerwin did not have a great first map. It sucks to say, but is he going to be able to heat up on the second map, or is he going to carry the level of performance that he carried from the first map into the second one?
I mean, Dan's thoughts on how the match is going, I think, was directly linked with going into this agent select. So now that we actually have the confirmation, how are you feeling now?
I just want to say really quickly there's a slight change because it was German playing the Euro and Chaotic playing the ISO, so they switched that.
Oh,
and,
nice
so yeah, the composition is the same, but the duels are swapping.
Interesting. All right. A little bit of a swappy, but still sticking with that firepower of the double duelist. Trust and Plug. This is their life on the line. Can they take down their map pick of Haven, or is it going to be YFP to close this out in 2 and send themselves into playoffs? It's time to head back over to your casters. It's Uber and Wyatt.
We're in for an interesting one, Dr. River. We've got the ISO look here, the ISO Sovo, going up against, the tried and true Tejo Breach look here from YFP. And while, Trust and Plug's last outing on this map, I think was anything but spectacular, we're going to see Jerwin move back over towards the duelist, see if he can, bounce back from a tougher game 1 here. But YFP, I can see why the Desi is a bit nervous. Just looked extremely good. Penny had a sick game, 303 ACS. I think you don't snort at that kind of showing.
No, certainly not. It definitely says, I think a lot about Trust and Plug's confidence in this Haven pick, though, that despite that 13-3 loss to QOR in their last game, a map that they have beaten strong teams like Hubert Academy on in the past, they just feel like that's a fluke. They wrote that one off. They're still picking into it. I respect the confidence that they have in themselves there, but the confidence will have to be justified or else they're going to be losing to YFP, and that's a tough start.
Look, they're playing double duelist here, so we know they're going to be looking for some of these pops, some of these trap plays, and just aggression early. And a lot of the time like this, your ISO comp does usually play very aggressively through sewers on that defense side. They're always looking for something there. This time, Chaotic is not able to gate crash out in time, though, when it does leave Plug short-handed. And they'd really love to win a pistol today, of some description. It's one thing when you're down 9-3, not being able to win a pistol. It's another when this is your map pick and you want to get off to a good start.
All right, so what is the play here? A lot of noise being made towards B from YFP, and then the gate crash. It was sat over at A. Then he teleports away. The hit is going to come onto this site. Teleport through. Plugger here to fight it, though.
Yeah, okay, Jake is pretty deep on the side already, though, but they're happy enough to take him down. He tries to push through that dark cover. And the double tap scary. Almost gives Jerwin all the advantage that he needs. It's going to be down to feet. In 1v2, we're running onto the site, getting caught out. And it will be a great recovery here, a 4v5 conversion on the round for Trust in Plug.
Yeah, unfortunately, that kind of fake B to A, not exactly a lot of distance to really draw the rotates away from A. Hoping maybe those defensive positions would be obscured a bit more was that YFP attacking side, but they end up running into a crossfire on the site. And you mentioned how nice it would feel to get a pistol round. And they got it. Lovely.
Well, I mean, this is obviously Teague is tucked here in a great spot. The dark cover doesn't fully cover that little gap. But again, Jerwin doing his thing. He ain't called Jer lose for a reason, folks. Can we make this a 3-mapper?
Wow, they've actually forced into the Stingers YFP.
see this from Trust and Plug on one of those rounds. Split, but that was when the game was in great jeopardy. And here's what you do. Play those extremities against the contacts with an Outlaw and completely gut this YFP audacious force, and ends up being a flawless round for the defenders. It's a different ball game on this map too, folks.
Okay, Plug are now seriously set up to snowball in this game. They haven't lost a single weapon on that prior round, so they get to use all of the anti-eco weaponry to win another anti-eco on round 3. Continue to build the economy, get closer to some of the crucial ultimates.
We are still buying stingers, right?
Yeah, at this point, might as well. If you force and lose, you've got enough cash to get stingers on the next round again, and then get your full buy later.
As long as they can get full armor in the next, I think is what they want to make sure they can do. Because that Outlaw's not going anywhere. Unless, of course, it's a wheel that gets run down. Force out of the site. Of course, that is what this, this Taeho breach comp is going to let you do. You are going to get that space for free. So now YFP are on the C site in what will be a post plant entrenched with stingers. Oh, it could have been pretty bad. It wasn't great either way. Sacred at least is able to get rid of Physic. Side cover, but now it's going to be retaken. Undercut thrown in, but it is Thief. What a timing to take them out of the B side. Oh, buddy. It's disastrous for Trust in Plug now at the Outlaw. They're going to go for it. Surely this goes for a Spectre. No. Chaotic hangs on. Thief shoulder pick spots him out. Now you've got 3 players who have managed to get some rifles. Trust in Plug's little bonus round, unfortunately, goes the way of the dodo.
Okay, bro, he just pure spams with the Guardian through on that angle. Nice from Thief. Love to see that. That was a lot of crucial moments where Trust and Plug players needed to hit shots and they whiffed. I was hyping up with good reason how much that round could have just gotten things out of control for Plug on their map pick, but not going to be the case whatsoever. I mean, Thief finding that, they're not able to trade him out. And then Jake is able to get a timing swing in. Chaotic a little late to go to Garage. All good, at least as far as their money. They still have the full buy, but they're going to be disappointed.
Boy, Teague felled there by that Outlaw buy up. And not quite the fullest of buys, because we have a decent amount of half armor on the side of Plug, as they've now just realized it's puts them at a little bit of risk here. Again, slow play for YFP, but they can just dump util on the C side and control it. I like the kill trip placed inside the site. Give Trust and Plug at least a way to try and take some kills from, that link area. That's, I don't know where Mikey finds the timing. That's beautiful. Physic sprayed down. Here comes that aforementioned util now. Penny's able to gate crash into the site, and Sacred wants to play around this cyber cage. Great anchoring. This is excellent from Trust and Plug. They've got to play this way against the Taeho breach, and that was spectacular.
Great quick rotates, steadfast in the site, just playing around the cages. The Cypher setup was we are going to fight them when they come in setup, having both cages on either side of that default box. Playing to the win con nicely.
And against teams that are anchoring, your Taeho breach util isn't necessarily going to be hitting. There's actually a lot of spots on C where people can reposition ever so slightly. Here's the overhead view of what that attacker util looks like. There is a fall line on the left-hand side, but that's kind of it, really. There's a walk up behind those cyber cages.
By the way, the YFP spending in this game has been very strange. They don't have a full buy this round either. They have a stinger, but might not matter. Physic finds that opening. Raw duel against Sherwin.
Thankfully, might trying to take a timing out of that garage, and it works out. Stella had his back turned as it emerges. Physic, though, waiting for that push here from Plug. Both teams trying to find these really audacious timings. Of course, we're in the post plant now, but YFP fall back with 4 players. They don't have breach, and they don't have any Taeho util available right now. So they are going to have to check this manually, but Jake was on this long lurk, which will leave Chaotic left on his own, forced to try and save this operator. The rest of his team, though, can buy up in the next round. So we see 2 economies really hanging in the balance, but YFP are not punished for this big old buy on this round.
No, both, just strange usage of their credits on these last 2 rounds. It didn't end up mattering, and Thief saves one of the rifles. Also, gotta mention, again, it's just the hallmark of YFP in their post plants on attack. having that late backstab come through. Jake there at the final moment. I mean, at that point, it was hopeless already, but just comes in to ensure the victory for YFP. Important round now for Plug as their economy is on the line. Players are very low on cash. Chaotic has the operator. They have this undercut ready to go towards A. Get the damage through off a shock dart.
He has the drop back here, smoked off that line. So A main under control and Physic stealth throning in towards sewer. No one playing close. That has been confirmed. A decent ping though. A bit of info at least to be worked off now, and that trap wire located here. A chance here even for Chaotic to try and take an orb. They don't opt for it.
It's pretty decent information from Plug now with that Cam Deep Sea. YFP, they want to explode onto the B site, however, get this free plant going. This is going to be Jake, very low on HP. Not a teleport in his hands either, so he's just stuck.
The paranoia was questionable there from Jake, but he vacates the smoke just in time. German goes down, he had the double tap on him. Mike was in the site. Here's that neural theft now. Should tell Plug what they probably already know. YFP crawling here out towards ramp. And there it is. Physic taken down in mid-window. Thief has to challenge this down. The cyber case doesn't really give him enough early warning. It's Penny desperately fighting. Stella able to get that aftershock and the follow. And now Sacred gives it a tickle. It is halved. Sacred has to go and take the fight, and he delivers.
Lovely final shot from Sacred. I don't know how the hell YFP made that so close. Stellar finding the kill with the aftershock. They were such low HP as well, those remaining players. I thought it was going to be another case of Plug losing a round in tragic fashion where they had an advantage. But Sacred comes up so huge. 10 for 2 already in this game. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, I got to call it back. Crucially, on a map where Jerwin has not gotten started yet, really hasn't been rolling. The timing hurts him here because I think Jake actually leaves the dark cover just as Jerwin enters.
Yeah,
so they never see each other.
Jake should not have gotten a kill there, but regardless, on to the next. And now it's YFP with their economy in the balance. I mean, same for Plug. This is a crucial round 7.
Online. Catches out Jerwin. He is removed, and now Penny might look to ask more questions of the defenders here at the A site. So the Hunter's Fury come down, put some damage on Stella, but outside of that, nothing really to write home about. This is a buy all the way down for YFP, though. Like you mentioned, pivotal round. Sacred gets dominated in that fight, down to 18 health. Meanwhile, over at B, Spike is down, but the defenders are close. It's just that Chaotic can't really get ahead of the game. Now has to play an awkward corner. And that information on Thief just isn't really helpful.
Oh, wow, man. Thief just wanders into the operator, does even things up as the Armageddon can't really extract too much value.
YFP want to play this post plant yet again. We had Armageddon. Now we have Rolling Thunder. This time, there's a spear behind the tip as Jake steps up and... Yep, gets done in by the recon bolt there. Chaotic already holding the line. Still no tap of the spike. It's just happening here. And of course, this Teho util will come on in. Mike gets it to half and is brought down. And there it is, a classic YFP post plant.
Man, Roy was talking about Physic dropping some crazy montages, but not seeing it enough in the game. He's had some really crucial moments so far early in this half for YFP. And in that round, the last couple kills after delaying with the guided salvos was Trust and Plug on the eco and an opportunity for them to tie things up.
I mean, God, you can't be losing this round, really. You hit B. You have Armageddon Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, you got to be winning that. And they do.
You probably almost want to extract more value from the round, I think, economically. But YFP, the gravy train is still rolling. And Penny isn't punished for that miss.
Just falls back with the gate crash to meet up with the rest of the team over at C, where they might spot out Mike, given he's jump peeking as the Cypher. But if they hit the site, they won't actually have to worry about any trips. They're just placed over towards Garage and B, but then Garage destroyed Jake Gray's hot.
I know, that's beautiful. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. There was always going to be some backup there for Thief. Even though he goes a little bit low to the Sheriff's scrutiny, Jake just whips on out there and is deadly accurate. So should even up the game here. Should be pretty straightforward. Likely no weapons lost either. All on T. Brought down for a flawless YFP and made it 4 apiece.
Yeah, and in a game so far where neither team has really been able to get ahead economically, Perhaps this is the first chance for YFP getting the clean anti-eco. Putting a lot of pressure on Trustin Plug. They've got the ults to be able to convert this important round, though. Jerwin has, you know, the Gulag ult. And if he can win a duel there, that would be good for the confidence because he really is struggling. You know, you were thinking after map 1, maybe it's just because he was on the Vice, didn't really have as many opportunities to go off like he does when he's typically playing duelists, but it's really just in this series, unfortunately, he's been quiet.
And he'll be playing from Link there just to basically throw kill contract if there's anybody that's pinged off of a recon bowl over towards lobby. So it's going to be really standard positioning in this round. Yeah, this is a dicier round. That was Sacred who took a great fight. This is the, we press ultimate and win round. Although it almost got ugly. This is just the previous round, right? Where Jake's able to make that swing out into mid. It ends up being flawless. Like you mentioned, a chance for YFP to start to, actually establish an economy. What we've got in Dimensional Drift, we've also got the kill contract here. So expect to see a lot of action for Plug off of this Yoru dart, from this Sova dart.
It's an uphill battle for them with YFP stabilizing their economy in great fashion. And here we go. It's probably going to be that undercut shock dart, get the vulnerability and try to do some damage with that Sova util. Won't end up mattering. Oh my God, yeah.
It. They know he's there though. Joen has gone hunting. There is that timing, though, a window here. Ah, yes, I see. Plucked out of heaven with the kill contract. And Joen will win a crucial duel. Now in heaven, though, having to retake, it's not the best spot to be. He might have preferred to be on the site, essentially. He gonna run down. Joen can only get that one, and now it's up to Chaotic, dropped. And ends up only being able to trade the kill. Nice by Mikey, and he would have left an extra. With that spray down, he does take Thief low.
Player standing.
And it's going to be a 6 health Thief against 2. Messy round here. Well, we've seen those ultimates sort of converted at least into a real opportunity for Trustin Plug. There's no util for Thief, no way to play a post plant here.
I must wait.
Simply on timing. Walk the smoke and hope Mike doesn't blow his face off. Or just let it get defused and lose your gun as well. That's an option too.
Will he keep it? Okay. Well, I suppose he'll keep the gun. Doesn't really matter, though, in the face of losing the round. A round where they really shouldn't have lost. But we've seen a couple times now, one Trustin Plug player coming up in the post plant to recover things. It was Sacred on the prior, Mike on this one. Unfortunately, I thought Trustin Plug were going to lose this, despite Jerwin getting this great first kill. Shuts down Jake on that Omen flank after popping the ultimate TP. But then Trustin Plug, when they try to get back in, the timings were off. But okay, regardless, we're in fast on this round.
I feel a lie that German wasn't in heaven after coming out of the kill contract. He was on the site, which is turns out even worse. Because he was run down with YFP having pushed so far forward. Another aggressive TP forward there from Jake. Gets him in position while taking a minimum of damage, and he perfectly connects that paranoia. So that locks the seaside down entirely. That garage position has been rendered absolutely irrelevant, at least for the next 10 or so seconds. Chaotic, though, has that dimensional drift now, so can go and scope out this seaside setup. But getting some established presence down C, long here now for the attackers, and, well, that is brutal. Trustin Plugger running into a wall of bullets. Chaotic at least is able to find one, but they know he's stuck in the corner, and it's just so easy. Another 4K for Stella.
Those were some nasty swings from Stellar at the end, but the initial kills just came from YFP as a team, making the decision to stay dug in on the site despite the dimensional drift. It didn't force anyone to try and go for a retreat. It didn't really scramble them in the way that Trustin Plug had hoped. They really just played together, crosshairs on the angles, took the duels together, won them out. That was really well handled. And it was all ensured too because Thief had control over at Garage. The YFP players on site, they weren't getting shot in the side from that angle. Everything working to perfection, and those kills are going to allow a Rolling Thunder to be in the hands of Stellar to come into the next round, try and take the lead.
Some hard-fought attack side rounds here for YFP. But once they lock down that C site, once they actually get into a post plant, their success rate has been extremely good. That one round we liked from Trustin Plug, right? There were kill trips for Mikey set up on that side, double cyber cage. Plug were able to inhabit the backside of C, unbothered by what you thought would be a torrent of util. and just win some great gunfights there in the anchoring position. So there's something to play off now, but we've sort of cycled through the kill contract and the dimensional drift here. Those are the ultimates that you really expect Trust in Plug to make use of. And like you mentioned, dimensional drift, rolling thunder for YFP to work with. I have to imagine it's going to be good to the tune of a round or so, especially with Trust in Plug's economy in, wow, pretty awful spot.
There's a lot on the line for this game too. A lot of pressure on Trust and Plug. For YFP, this just guarantees them a nice placement heading into the playoffs. This is must win for Plug to even have a shot at making it in the top half of the pool.
Now, am I crazy to think that some 3 and 4s will be able to make it into playoffs? So we have like a number of teams at 3 wins, right? We've got 10 teams at 3 wins or above. Don't quote me on that, but looking at the graphic we saw earlier in the show, which was a very complex graphic, it looks like some 3-4s might make it through, but
that is possible. But this will be nice for YFP to take. They'll be in guaranteed. And it would put Trust and Plug in a nice position to be able to do it. Coming in as one of the more hyped teams, I think, this year.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, both these guys had a bit of hype in their own way, right? Off-season Trust in Plug was a bit of a legendary tale, immediately inscribed into Valorant lore. YFP, of course, were just expected to be great because of this sheer quality of player. All right, Jake, bro, he's hitting the TikTok TPs this game. Will it be enough, though? Player advantage to work with for Trust in Plug, but Physic equalizes it pretty quickly. In for a penny, in for a pound? No. Sacred will handle him, and that's a Trust in Plug thrifty because why wouldn't it be?
YFP really tried to force that A hit. To be fair, the Rolling Thunder connected onto 4 or 3 players, I think. It was just too far to actually get Teague in that corner where we saw him take that initial duel. But the other 3 players from Plug on the site all got hit by the Rolling Thunder, swarm back in, win the fights. All right, cool, I guess.
I mean, you gotta respect it considering how challenging it is to do on that A side at the best of times. So, last round of the half here. Neural Theft, and, from the Shadows, been held onto for a long time here for Trust in Plug. Just didn't really find an opportunity to use it. Sacred, though, has been very clutch in these late round scenarios. Good to the tune of 2 to 3 kills. Fault line does catch, and Penny knows he can take advantage. However, Chaotix, they're gonna be there for the trade, and Sacred has been a well-oiled machine this game. That's Jake down. All of that aggressive positioning, all of that TPing forward for Omen for Naught in this round. Fizz with 40 health has to fight down 3. It's not going to happen. Only a 5-round attack side here for YFP.
I mean, I felt like only a few seconds passed and suddenly Trust and Plug, they just win 2 rounds to close out the half with the 7-5 lead. Sacred played some really fantastic rounds in the crucial moments. Came up with a 3K to win that eco on round 11. Had that crucial 1 versus 2 clutch as well. He really kept Trust and Plug in the game. The unlikely hero for this team, to be honest.
Yeah, a couple of crucial thrifties, over the course of that half, and some of them were these big clutches from Sacred. The B-side post-plant, I think, push-out was really impressive. Now, this Trust and Plug double duelist comp gets to walk on that attack side here and really kind of show us what they're made of. I do want to see Joan get into the game a bit more. Still only 3 frags to his name after a bit of a tumultuous first half.
This is the half where this comp can really display its explosivity, playing off that contingency to get in for free, scaling onto the side. Pressure on Jake.
Okay, as the TP out of the way, and Chaotic is going to descend upon him, give him no chance to breathe. This is what you kind of expect from this comp. Contingency is perfectly shaped for that C-long push. And so now YFP have to work their way back into the map and into the game. This will be 2 pistols going the way of Trust and Plug if this round does not work out for the defenders. They are low, though. Chaotic taking a beating so far. Doesn't seem to matter, though. All they need is 1 HP to shoot faces like that. Chaotic has twice that. Trust in Plug, 2nd pistol of the game, and a 3-round lead.
They keep it simple, fight as a team. And then they've got Mike over in the garage to nullify someone trying to wrap from the side. That was stellar. He went down in that 1 versus 1 duel. Trust and Plug can't ask for any more than that. They've got both pistol round wins. Nice lead here. And when you're on attack with this composition, if you can get that snowball building, get towards the kill contract ultimate, when you get into the buy round, that would really put them in position to run away with this game here.
Right, it's why that comp gets picked up on this map. I think it was a Fnatic that first started using it because it can just be so oppressive when Yoru denies you the chance. Spread thin as you are on a 3-site map to play with 5 players, to distribute them the way you want. But Yoru gets in deep, finds the lightly held sites. This comp obviously can't use Yoru to play off of a fault line like YFP can, right? They don't have nearly as much disruptive util, but God, they've got so many ways to get information.
Yeah, both of those duelist ultimates are just fantastic for cracking open sights contingency. Again, to obscure a view in the bag. Jake tries to take the duel, goes down. Jerwin happy to collect as many orbs as he can.
Right, 3 over on the C side. This is going to be pretty cut and dry, I should imagine. Mikey is the ghost player, so we'll go hunting. Can he get more value? You better believe it. Thief, making his way through that attack side. Spawn is snuffed out. And Penny, I appreciate the homage with the Furia classic skin. Looks like a good use as well, as Mikey's caught lingering outside a garage. But again, that is the ghost player, so no key weapons dropped. Jerwin, Sacred, and Chaotic have those, and they are going to be safely ensconced, I'd imagine. That'll be YFP here all on the B site. Awaiting the firing squad. And they realize someone is going hunting. Fault line here. Guardian, though, won't be dropped as Sacred is not punished for that. And the last 2 YFPs go down to the blast.
The important weapons are carried over into the next. Phantom, the Guardian, that Outlaw. And the Outlaw will have a couple opportunities for a one-shot kill. Jake and Thief. 125 respectively.
That walk up there from Jerwin, pretty clean, of course. It's just hard to tangle with these players when you're dealing with a double tap and you've only got pistols and they get to basically walk the entirety of C-Long for free every single round. This is where it starts to feel oppressive. YFP finally go with some rifles in their hands. Can they convert?
Well, really try to explore the map on both extremities. They threw that dark cover over towards C to try and take a peek down long with Jerwin, who's trying to get active in this series, trying to find his footing.
Seaside emphasis here for YFP. Really serious about it and hoping that the Tripwires can give him information about what's happening elsewhere. Chaotic just walks into that one, no other way about it. Now Teague is going to be feeling awfully exposed, playing inside sewer. With his Aldron coming out, that means the Yoru player can go looking. Oh, nicely done. I mean, he has extracted himself from what could have been a terrible situation. Also with only 8 health, but still, he lives. Can make use of his util on the next rotation through. Jake can't do too much. It's the consummate duelist device so that runs the Omen down. And now we should ping over towards the A side. I love this idea. Expecting a rotate, but Stella, so solid, so dependable. And now Teague with 8 points of health. The spike's too far away to pick up. The only upside is he's got the money just to try something.
Unfortunately, Teague has already done a lot for them in this round, and now they need even more from the man who already won a duel he really, realistically never should have taken.
Not that he had a choice. And Yoru coming at him from behind. Stella, beautifully done. I mean, sets up, kind of almost anticipating a bounce over towards the A site, and probably assumes that even if it doesn't happen, he can work his way back into B. There's a bit of util to make use of course. Late round bridge still very potent. And so YFP get one back. Now, of course, their first gun round here in the second half. Throw a little tech pause in there for good measure, but you will note, of course, YFP are forced to give away a couple of weapons in that round. It ends up coming a little close. So to see how they convert now, at least giving themselves some breathing room.
You use the word dependable to describe Stellar, and that really is the most apt description you could give him on this YFP team. IGLing comes up in situations like that where his aim is just going to look really smooth, easy couple kills, a nice adjustment to get the second with the movement, spray down to keep YFP in the game.
Looking over towards the ultimates here that Trust and Plug have amassed, we are getting pretty close to a significant power spike in that regard. Jerwin's getting busy, I would say. good for, you know, an entry per round in this second half, which is, again, I think the baseline of what you're looking for from your ISO player. We saw the contingency actually used on the B side of the map here to kind of imply that they would stay there, but like we just mentioned, it was the rock solid Stella that unraveled them as they went over towards their A side. And again, I think like it's worth pointing out that all of our matches today feature teams that are kind of at an inflection point of eligibility for playoffs. Swiss is interesting in that, you know, once you get 4 wins, like you're through. Like you don't actually have to play any more games, right? But we do get some teams that really have to run the gauntlet and play 7 of them, right, to see if they can sneak through. And if you are, you know, plugged, let's say, game loss here, it's not the end of the world, but it really can depend who your wins come against and sort of when they happen, right? You want to win against better opposition, you know, if you possibly can. And if you lose, then you want the losses to be against like higher ranked teams if possible. It makes your sort of count back look a little bit better. So, you know, like has been mentioned, they're not without opportunities to qualify for playoffs here. And, you know, like their wins have been against SAD and Ambrosia. So far, like that's not really anything you're hanging your hat on, but they've got a really good, for where they are, map differential, because this team doesn't lose in straight maps. It just doesn't really happen. Unfortunately, they don't win in them either, but they're only -9, Wyatt, in round difference coming into this game. For a team that's 2 and 3, that's really good.
Yeah,
I'd say amongst
playing
all the
everyone
2
close.
Yeah.
Playing everyone super close. I think some people may have expected, honestly, that YFP would have had a better record up until this point, just given how good these players have been over their Challenger seasons in the past. But it's also a testament to just how sick the scene has really gotten, honestly, for this year. Some of those new teams that are up at the top of the field have just been really impressive.
Yeah, YFP don't, because again, when we play Swiss, you don't just play everybody arbitrarily once, right? So you are obviously playing teams that have the same record as you. And because of YFP take a win in round 1, 3, and 4, they're tending to play against teams with like really quite good records, like Blue Water. We're straight waiting to see later today if they're going to qualify. They're on the cusp. They've had to play TSM, M80, Shopify Black, even Nightblood, right? Really quality teams. And this is, if you remember, you know, back in stage 3 of VCL last year, which is stage 3 was an interesting one because we basically just threw a tournament in and made it happen. They were the team that made it to take on Rankers in that final, where we started to realize that these Rankers guys were about to cause headaches for everybody over the next year or so. We right now are investigating a mouse issue for Chaotic. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, more of the second map of this series. It's Haven between Trust and Plug and YFP, and right now a 3-round difference. Stick around. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, folks. Yeah, longer tech pause, I know. YFP offered Trust and Plug some of their tech pause time to help them resolve an issue that appeared to look like Chaotic's mouse. So I assume Chaotic scoured his entire residence looking for a USB-C cable to plug it in.
I mean, there's a 90% chance it's always the lack of charging in the mouse.
I mean, they didn't have
time.
to sort of prove the point of their team name so belatedly to us and take so long. I don't really need convincing, but that's fine. Here's a push up C long for you though, Wyatt. Trust and Plug actually go for an undercut to try and clear some space, but Stella again. Bro, this guy won't move. He will not shift. Physics able to find two. Stella just has a bit of a bullet issue there and allows Tig a window to get in, dealt with Physic. The C side is now owned by Plug.
There's a hell of a lot of damage done as well, and it's just one body shot that puts Sacred in the dirt. Same required for Teague, sitting at 22.
Teague there, I don't know what he was flicking at, but there was a paranoia that connected with the player on the side. There should be a barrel emerging here. Enough that Penny can see him easily enough. Quick as you like, YFP have clambered back into the game, and it's a Trust and Plug that now have had to break the piggy bank for that last round.
You mentioned it, but again, it's Stellar just being a rock on the site. Even prior to actually finding that kill, he did so much spam damage when he swung that right side of default initially, and then goes back left, spams again, and gets one. I mean, the game is pretty easy when you just shoot, don't see anyone, and get a kill and do about an extra 250 in damage elsewhere. But definitely some good anchoring regardless.
I mean, we saw it effective for Trust and Plug as well. They got a lot of value out of it, but this, yeah, again, the Teo Bridge lets you do this. Look at Penny. Doesn't actually opt to sort of hold onto that space. It looked like Stella was happy to fight with him in a crossfire. He gets pretty deep in that B side of the map that now needs to be re-cleared by Trust and Plug. They're doing it via contact, in fairness, so the attackers aren't having to spend too much to get that space. Physics sees all he needs to in sewer.
As far as he knows, it's only Mike there. Didn't actually get the spot onto Sacred, and then made some footsteps, like they're maybe running away, but they're unaware that Jake is on the line right now with the Outlaw, ready to get a free first kill here.
Or not, as it turns out. He's able to TP away, but he's watching for the player coming up from sewer, not across from lobby. So that awkward correction, unfortunately, means that Jake cannot connect. Still going to be a push out here, though, by the one player. Chaotic's trying to sell this.
Got them.
And we'll see how well that works. He dies pretty early, and there's still decent presence over towards the garage area. Joe knows he's going to get in. Surely he doesn't ask for any more here, Joe, and maybe pulls back to that site. Sees Thief. Okay. Spotted out now, and YFP are aware that it's going down at C.
Oh, that is such a brutal timing for Stellar, but going to be frustrated that he took the risk of getting back into garage alone so early. Jerwin taking a risk of his own. All right.
So you've got flashes here for Penny. Physic has just made a use of those salvos. Nobody stood in them right now, and Mikey's going to have to get busy. Flash through the smoke out. We come! Sacred finds 4 in the round, and he's on deck for the ace. Thief inside the dark cover gives himself away now, and Sacred is determined to make this his. He will! What an ace from Trust in Plug Sacred, as they knock an attempt from YFP to get back into the game down.
That is just a sickening collat. He had no idea that they were going to be lined up like that. Elated to see a second player pop up on the kill feed somehow. Doesn't quite know what happened, but knows that somewhere along the way that bullet just goes through. Headshot onto Jake. What the hell, man?
Killing.
And then after that, you got the confidence to take that last duel and win it out.
May as well. Yeah, got a teammate as well. He can play off you should it be needed. So, now a chance here for Trust in Plug just to smooth out the last couple of rounds off this map. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with too.
The eco round win, by the way, that puts YFP on an eco round.
So many of these. All right, kill contract there used. I think caught Physic out. Jerwin's going to win these ones, but he's lost the double tap shield. Could have gone either way, I'll be honest with you. But he emerges victorious. And a comfortable round win here for Trust in Plug to get to 11. And they've kept that Hunter's Fury well and truly in the back pocket with a dimensional drift at their fingertips after one orb.
That is one of the very nice, reliable uses of that kill contract. Just anti-eco, get your free man advantage into the round. I mean, unless you beef horrendously, and then there's no more embarrassing feeling as an ISO than when you kill contract a guy with a goddamn ghost and lose the duel. But 99% of the time, you just get a free kill and set your team up to win a clean anti-eco.
It's so powerful on maps like this and Lotus, right? Defenders are already spread so thin. This is one of the best rounds we saw from YFP, where Stella sort of anticipates a bounce over the A side and positions himself safely back. And this was T going very low, showing that barrel just when we thought YFP were going to get back into the game. Sacred just, I'm sorry, he just poops on him. He just dominates that C side of the map, and here, of course, kill contract sends you on a collision course for success.
This is YFP getting out of their timeout. Called for two main reasons. Economy on the line, and they have all of the ultimates to convert this to stay in the game. Otherwise, this should effectively be over, right? If Plug win this, YFP will be on the eco. You have to imagine this is going to be a round worth 2. This is going to decide the game right here.
And you've got to be thinking about orb control here. I can see that's what's definitely past the minds of YFP. They take that A side of the map, though. They really have control. Gate crash, of course, has been thrown back, so Penny does not have to stay so deep towards this A side of the map, and we'll have to refresh that. Penny knows, though. Yep, Joe's going to be looking for a fight. The ISO always is. And that's not good at all for YFP. A devastating start to the round. No chance to make use of the dimensional drift. No chance to play off the aura push forward. One of the most important kills of the game, Joen just found someone who's had a quiet one.
In the meantime, Teague inserted himself here into Cubby, close up with the drone, so he'll be able to get some nice value. Actually, doesn't even need to. Bit of a better drone that they have on call. Chaotic just sprinting around, spots out 2 players. Hey guys, the C side is wide open. Trip in garage, by the way. I'm just going to get back to them after the fact.
Take hit with the paranoid is going to trade one into the back of the site. That is going to slow YFP. I think they wanted to flash out of that smoke, but that's not going to be an option. Here comes an Armageddon thrown down. And there it is. This one surely puts YFP to the sword for Haven. A very strong showing for Trusty and Plug in his attack side. And YFP have got nothing to work with. Couple ultimates, but they are going to be scrambling for cash. Get themselves some rifles, but it is indeed very awkward.
They didn't have a chance to use one ult in that round after calling the timeout for that round. That is tough. It all really spirals out of control after Jerwin gets that first kill. And in the meantime, you had Teague controlling the map towards C, making it really easy to call a pivot over there. And Jerwin's presence draws rotates from YFP defensively. It's all perfect for them.
It gets that orb. Playing for round 24, I suppose. Let's see if we even get there. Penny's dimensional drift is pretty conservative. Doesn't see anyone push out on towards grass. Plug actually just go for a bit of a default behind the explorations here of Jerwin. Also doesn't find a whole lot. This rolling thunder, it's a blind one they've thrown it out. Jerwin says, okay, I'm going to see if I can get something for free. You guys have no armor. You're all glass cannoned. And he just takes an easy kill. Look, good for a kill per round of this attack side. He's done more than his job. Wow. But Jake's going to try and step up here. God, he had to hit those. Now that there's a chance for Thief here to continue to disrupt, but Sacred appears to know. He saw the barrel of the gun, and through the woodwork, he's able to take the kill. Now YFP down to their last 2, and they're split. Penny trying to make his way to the seaside from behind it. Already spotted out. Now Stella, with no ultimate to spend, has to try and find a way in.
Player standing.
That's brutal. Vulnerable up. Penny would have died to a burst of strong wind. And it's Stella, who at least can flash himself into this site. But as YFP have guessed, he was over on that garage side. They're going to have eyes on backseat.
Yeah, they knew where the fault line had come from earlier.
This is all face up. It's all known. And Jerwin finds 3 kills to close out the map. A great recovery here for Trust in Plug after a horrendous time on splits. Again, another series which they refused to go down in straight maps.
I respected them as well for having a really good defensive half where you have to give a majority of the credit to Sacred, their Omen player, who typically is not the one that you're seeing for Trust and Plug step up in terms of the kills, but he kept them in that game with a crucial 1v2 clutch and then a 3K while they were on an eco to get the lead 6-5. Then they close it out 7-5. And once you're on attack with this ISO Yoru comp, the ball's already rolling. Like, you're going to close out the game. They looked really good there on their map pick. And now we're going to the decider. This is YFP with an opportunity to lock up their playoff spot if they can take this third map. And for the other side, it's Trust and Plug, who still tries to claw their way out of the holder and being at 2 and 3 in the standings.
That's right. Still, of course, with the ability to qualify for playoffs themselves. Lotus is around the corner, folks. We'll be back after a quick break. A desk will break down the match that we saw, and then we're going to get ready for our decider.
We all really get along like outside of the game as well. Like I think there's no like a lot of teams have like problems with chemistry long term and stuff, and yeah, some people don't mesh personality wise, and that can affect your inside a game. But we don't have that issue at all. Like, I think we all really like each other, and if we were to like qualify for Ascension, like there's probably no one else that we'd rather do it with. I always thought Penny was like a really, really talented player for a long time. Yeah, I'm super thankful that he ended up wanting to team with me and the rest of the people on YFP at the beginning. But I think he's just like he's like a really, really solid teammate. Like there's a lot of duelists who maybe just can focus on themselves and stuff like that. But he has a very team-oriented like mind for how he wants to play the game as a duelist. So that's something I really appreciate about him. He's just incredibly well-rounded, and yeah, I think that's like a big factor on like why things have worked with him for a long time. We really put a focus on having good fundamentals. I think before we maybe played a little bit individualistic, but we had a team talk and just realized, the best way for us to take down these other challengers teams is to just do the basics the best.
Plug fans can rest easy knowing there's still one more opportunity to try and close out this series, as they are going to win their map pick looking at Haven. Dan, as well, I know you swapped over predictions. You kind of regretted it to start off the first map, but there's still one more opportunity to try and be right here.
I feel like I always get called out for my predictions, and you know what? I'm usually right. So I think we're in the right path to make it to the end for Trust and Plug. I was a little concerned if they were going to change the composition in Haven. They kept it the same. They look really good. They win both pistols, and they're able to close it out with a Sacred that was going insane. Everything is going right for my prediction that I changed like 7 times.
after it went extremely wrong at first, but you know, we'll get into that later. But this is definitely a way better showing coming out from Trust and Plug. After that first map and how things had swapped up so drastically, I was a little bit worried, Roy, when I was looking at this team that we had praised for this firepower, but being able to see that light in them as we head into the second map was so needed.
And I think the crazy part is I don't even think we've seen them hit their final form with this double duelist, right? Because, I mean, the other duelist wasn't really popping off, not to put him on blast, but German was having a bit of a quiet series, right? And the fact that they're able to pull it out in such a, I mean, it's a pretty convincing win. I don't think there's any way to deny that. So the fact that they are doing that with Sacred popping off and their, you know, their double duelists haven't really fully activated kind of bodes well going into this third map.
Especially up against a YFP that was looking relatively clean in that very first map of the series, and one that definitely doesn't seem to be faring too well across the board on Haven here. But when I got to see a couple of these peaks coming out from Trust and Plug and just how they are able to execute on these site stand, I feel like it was a Trust and Plug that if they can carry this momentum forward, well, there's a lot to be said there.
I think it's still complicated, though. I know it's a 13-7 that they just got against YFP, one of the better teams that we have, but it was them getting both of the pistols, and things got really messy. The casters were mentioning it right at the beginning. The economy and the buys that both of the teams were making were a little bit questionable for a few of them. So it was a very interesting back and forth that ends up in that 7.5. And if it wasn't because Sacred was popping off, we would have seen, I feel like, a very different score. YFP were trying to come back on that second half, but it was a little too late. So yeah, for Trust and Plug, this is good. This is what we wanted. But can you do the same if Sacred is not going 22-9 on the Omen? Can you do the same if you're not winning both pistols? That is what I want to know for the last map.
The Omen diff truly coming out from Sacred. Someone that we haven't necessarily gotten to talk about at all in this series, frankly, because a lot of where our attention has been geared here, Roy, has been this double duelist. Chaotic and Jerwin, they switched going into this. I mean, okay performances, but yeah, really being able to see the supporting cast really not just support, but step up was huge.
Yeah, I think Sacred is a very underrated controller player, to be honest. I think from, you know, speaking to some of his teammates and some of his former teammates, they've all really praised the fact that he's a very vocal player. He controls a lot of the micro and kind of the late rounding that's happening within this team. So the fact that he's able to do that on a very high octane gameplay team, and the fact that he's putting up these numbers is a massive statement to his, you know, value as a teammate.
I mean, let's pull up those numbers, talk a little bit more about Sacred, make sure that we can truly give him the flowers and the props that he deserves. Because, Dan, when we're looking at such a convincing victory on that second map, I'm definitely more eyes on Sacred now going into the third one to be able to hopefully replicate even just a bit of that to try and keep this team alive.
Yeah, I mean, the 3.4 KDA already tells you the story of what he was doing. He was closing out the round. It was a 1v2. It was a 3K that he gets the round after. Then he gets an ace. He was doing everything, and it's really what kept the team alive on the second map. Because 7-5, it was so close between the two, and there were better chances, it seems like, for YFP to be able to make that comeback right when it was 9-7. So Sacred definitely saved them and puts them in the spot where they're still not eliminated. They have one more map to go.
And it wasn't even just the fact that he had a lot of stats. It's the fact that he had so many important moments, like the 1v2 clutch that he had on the B site. There's just so many rounds, the ace as well, and just so many impact kills, holding smokes, covering his teammates, trading out extremely well. He seemed to have provided value on almost all fronts. And I mean, he's 22-9, yes, but it's all very valuable kills as well.
Which is super important. That's a great call out there. So being able to see that impact that he's had within this game as Trust and Plug tries to fight to stay alive going into the third map is absolutely humongous. So let's start talking about those implications a little bit more. Because again, YFP playoffs. I know we said it 1.5 million times, but for those coming in, got to understand YFP are trying to get a playoff spot and they're not dead if they lose this series yet. Whereas Trust and Plug, very different implications on the other side there. And all comes down to one more map. Looking at Lotus. This map too, for these different teams, we get to see from the composition side, Dan, that Lotus is something that we can maybe see this double duelist coming out for Trust and Plug if they try to go that way, but they'll have to contend with a Yoru from Penny on the other side.
I don't know what to think about it because we already saw that change of the double duelist on that map of split that we talked about. So for this map of Lotus, I could also see a change if that's something that they're not willing to opt for anymore. Last time that we saw it was German on the Raze and Chaotic on the ISO. It's one that we don't really see very often, and two players that we haven't really seen completely online as we've seen for other matches today. As we talked about, has been a little bit more reliant on Sacred to close out and had such a big impact on the second map. So I want to see if they're going to keep this competition. Actually, out of all the maps where we saw this double duelist, this is the one where I would feel like, okay, if you make a change, I'm okay with it.
It gets the Dan Dryad seal of approval if we get a composition change here.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I mean, if we are seeing a switch up here from this Trust and Plug that is still within this rebuilding phase, what do we kind of think that it could be? Because we saw Jerwin on that Senti role in that very first map, and it was something that left a little to be desired there. And of course, this double duelist can work, Dan, but it was a little last map.
Actually, I know I'm playing both sides.
Whoa, she's a double agent shamelessly.
On Lotus. Like maybe the split was the practice on Vice to now play Vice and Lotus, which is good. You know, you see.
Are we tinfoil hat theories?
She's a conspiracy theorist now. That's crazy.
Oh no. Oh my. All right, let's send the agent select. Let's see if this rabbit hole that Dan is trying to go down is. She's coping about the switch predictions over here. The only one to go up against the grain here. Have to see if it pay off. I mean, hey, it would be crazy, but no, it ain't happening, Dan. Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna continue to see the double duelist. Jerwin still gonna be playing this ISO, but actually no. Once again, they're gonna swap it up. So Jerwin is playing the Raze and Chaotic was playing the ISO. So we're seeing the switch again. I wonder.
Yep.
What is the reasoning behind it? But everything else remains the same.
Actually, they've also swapped their initiator as well. Yeah, so they swapped over from the Sova to the Tejo. That actually makes complete sense, to be honest. I already feel like they have enough to challenge the A control, but now they need something that can deal with the Sentinel utility. So they're swapping over to the Sova. That kind of gives them that extra layer of breaking gadgets, as well as a little bit more information wherever they need it. And then hopefully they have enough utility among ISO and Raze to accomplish whatever they need on the map.
Going up against a deadly duo of Cellar and Physic on the other side with this Breach and the Tejo. But I'm excited to get into this third map. Again, Trust and Plug playing to not get eliminated. Let's see if these changes are enough for them as we head into our final map here of Lotus and back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much. Yes, off to Lotus here, a decider in this series. A map that we've not seen a ton of from both of these teams. They've both only played it once. And if you remember back, it wasn't too long ago that we saw that Core and Trust and Plug series. Lotus didn't fare so well for Trust and Plug. They were, in fairness, like flirting with the Tejo instead of the Sova on the map at the time. So definitely a bit more of a different look. And this is much more similar to the comp from Trust and Plug that we saw just now, right, on Haven, which Wyatt looked really good.
Yeah, it did. They were looking nice with the double duelist. That's been a narrative that the desk have been talking about since before the game even started. Yeah, with these comps, we basically have the G2 T1 Grand Finals cosplay, almost. if Thief were playing a Viper, it would be 1-to-1, but it is interesting that this Plug team, they had a similar comp to T1, and now they've leaned into it fully by bringing in the Sova instead of that Tejo.
Cover going on your pistol, folks. YFP going to be on the attacking side, and Plug have pretty heavily sacked out this B side of the map. With plenty of pings on that recon that was headed over towards Mound. That is going to spot at least Physic. This gives YSP every reason to maybe just try and go elsewhere. But crossing now, dangerous. Chaotic got to be spotted on that push out, and Jerwin taken down. So both Trust and Plug duelists try and catch YFP mid-step and are heavily punished.
The Plug players are trying to do a lot in this round, and it's all been punished. Mike, the latest on a foray to make something happen and come up with absolutely nothing.
Okay. Sacred, at least the one that stood up very tall for this team for this entire series so far, is going to have to do the unthinkable yet again.
It's becoming somewhat thinkable at this point. It's doing a lot of damage.
Physic down to 28 as a result of that encounter with Sacred. And they've seen the Omen cross. Finally, he's brought to heal. Jake's able to catch him with a headshot as he gets across to the 8 sites. And so a great start for YFP, but really it was Trust and Plug pushing up, taking some risks that did not pan out.
At all. I'm not super mad at Teague trying to then push up later at Baby Door. He feels like, well, everyone else died. I need to be the hero now, and does go down as well. But it's really just that 2 versus 2 fight being lost where the players from Plug wanted to push out a B. Stellar collects those kills. And that's why you saw him int later with the flash through door to fight Sacred, because he's already got 2 orbs. Like, Oh, I might as well try to get a third. And he does by dying. But Listen, wants to get to that rolling thunder ASAP.
And again, like this play pattern from Trust in Plug is something that we're going to see from them a fair bit on this defense side, because they are playing the double duelists that can make defending on big maps like this just a little uncomfortable. And look for the trap plays all the time. Try and set up here. I mean, there's nothing that really, you know, allows you to combine with this raise. There's no like C's paint shell combo to really work with. But fast pops here to catch players off timings can be really effective. And again, Chaotic and Gerwin are moving together. Those two seem joined at the hip these last couple of rounds.
Gerwin with an opportunity. Nope, Penny gets the info, teleports away. The C hit is on. Mike should be routed by this util.
Okay. Somehow I had to dodge so many of those bullets coming his way. Yeah, Physic spraying through. Mike down to half, and here comes that undercut. It's going to force Physic off the angle. It's dangerous against pistols to face down that ability. Stellar Flash is hoping to slow this push out of Waterfall, but no. Plug now all over the site. This is where it gets a little bit dodgy, a little bit dicey. Chaotic low, able to find that swing and get rid of Thief, but they are alone. 51 points of health to deal with the remainder of YFP, and a post plant is just a little too tall and order.
Penny happy to collect the last Stellar. With some of those kills still getting closer to that rolling thunder, does require quite a few orbs, obviously, but just over halfway there as Plug it onto the full buy. Got a couple players who are susceptible to the one shot of the Outlaw, so something to keep your eyes on.
Okay, so again, now guns in the hands of Chaotic and Gerwin. They are up against the barrier here. Paint shells can obviously put Chaotic in a position to play off of an undercut. And that's the plan. Get forward, make a trap play happen. Chaotic doesn't look to take the fight, but this early util dump has allowed for control here. And they're going for more of it. Penny just lingers a little bit too long there over towards that A side. It's on C yet again. Mike definitely is going to be forced back by this as Jake's able to TP onto the side, but he's pinged out. The Cypher's able to play deep in the site.
Good anchoring. Stellar just counter spam through with the Bulldog, trying to stabilize this round as the door is popped through.
There it is. Nice undercut follow-up yet again. I've got to say, just the play off the ISO util, limited as it can be, has been pretty gainful so far for Trust in Plug Wyatt. They push up over towards Rubble. Expect to see that happen in a few different ways this half.
I feel like the undercut can be pretty underrated at times, honestly. It's a pretty strong ability. We will see how that pans out with the changes that are coming to it soon, but I actually kind of like where it was at prior, to be honest, but we shall see. Jake getting caught there was pretty unfortunate with the ping. Plug playing very fast, flooding together. That is the win con for this comp on defense.
Okay, this time, YFP have a bit more of a foothold here, but Kenny just tries to emerge with a gate crash there, and German is ready to take them down. YFP might want to reconsider trying to find Plug in this part of the map so doggedly.
Jake is going to have a rude awakening when the star cover goes away. All right, he's going to play a little bit safer for a moment.
He's still cooked. He doesn't even have he doesn't have a
man is cooked no matter what, but
flawless here for Trust in Plug. Again, it's pretty scary. Like the paint shells that when you're vulnerable, I kind of mentioned at the start of the game, like, oh, well, there's not much to play off the paint shells with. There's no C's. I mean, frankly, hitting with the undercut before that comes in is almost as good. Definitely does just as much to control that rubble space. And of course, the Omen's TPing up on top of that. It's a pretty standard look, but how do you break this if you're YFP, if you even want to bother?
What really might take Trust and Plug over the top and allow them to win this series is Gerwin, who's usually their star player, coming to life. It has been the rare quiet series from him, but starting off 4-2 is good to see. One away from the kill contract as well as the site is breached.
Penny out of the picture here. YFP do have numbers, of course, and they've got to put these stingers to good use. Here comes that duel again. It's the Siamese twins of Gerwin and Chaotic. Get into the site. Stella knows he's extremely disadvantaged in a situation like this. I'm hoping to try and get the drop on his assailant. It's going to be up to Jake here with a recovered rifle at least. A recovered rifle. So Sorry, I had to try my JD Vance impersonation. Now only 1v3 with only 21 points of health left. Just, yeah, very, very little to work with. Chaotic is going to come calling. I'll see with Sacred.
And in addition to this, by the way, Plug have an opportunity to get 2 big ults online right now. All players are 1 away.
There's going to be a crosshair adjustment required by Jake, but he's ready for it. Jake, he doesn't have to fight this at all. Jake knows it. He knows the cavalry was arriving. So that's 3 on the trot here for Trust in Plug. Putting together some crucial rounds. And YFP are still returning to having to answer the same question. What do we do about this A side of the map? Can we afford to give it up? Maybe if they had like a Viper in this comp, right? They don't have to, they can just like throw the wall up there and toggle it every now and then, maybe imply there might be some plays there and not have to actually fight Plug for it.
Yeah, it does allow for some of that safer play, or not necessarily safer, but it allows for some more dynamic mid-round play where you're not necessarily having to always go for a big utility re-clear. You can just find a timing to work off of that wall to get space that then Stellar as the IGL could use to try and play off later in the round. Call a pivot from C side back over to A when your Vipers inserted themselves. Something along those lines, but it's a little bit more straightforward of a fight without that Viper. And the util that Plug have is honestly quite good for fighting A. You know, the undercut does hit every single player that is going to be trying to come out of main. And it is so painful to be vulnerable up in those situations. Just a side note, that was a really good round from Jerwin, by the way. He finds the first kill to get the kill contract. I think they were in a 4v3 at that point, and why not use it to just get another kill when you know you're fighting someone with a stinger?
Especially when they're all in the B site, Wyatt. I'd much rather force someone to play long range against me in the Shadow Realm than have to try and clear the B site with, limited corner clearing util. Very reasonable in a situation like that. We've seen how many thrifties have happened between these two teams over this series. Now that YFP with some, decent weight of ultimates to back up a buy round here. Chaotic, though, has opted for the operator. Well, it worked out.
That is brutal. Now you don't have smokes, and you're going to be walking into the operator, potentially. Can't obscure the angles.
Fault line there, thrown down. That was obviously from YFP.
I mean, frankly, this round should be all but done unless someone on YFP comes up with a big individual moment.
Chaotic obviously can't do a ton if that sort of push on the C is smoked off, but now YFP... Plug thought they'd sort of conditioned pretty well without, having to pressure A very heavily. But YFP got no choice. They see an operator on one side of the map. They're bound to bounce towards the other extremity. And now they're going to see that there is a backstab.
Or rather,
all YFP able to hit A.
Oh, Hunter's Fury rattled off, but no one from Plug can really fight off this. Maybe Jerwin.
Jerwin can't do much at all. Chaotic, he could barely peeking towards the site. Now, this operator feels a little awkward. Thief playing in pit, standard location, able to deal with Teague, and they're down to 33.
30 seconds left.
This will be quite the round for YFP to steal back, considering how it started.
Spike planted.
Chaotic here, I could give me a rifle, for God's sake. Will they be relying on Sacred yet again to do the unthinkable?
Last player standing.
Thief at 4, and it's not going to be enough here. YFP get back in the game with a round that was pretty crucial to them. It's a round that's worth 2 for the side of YFP.
A crucial round, and one that, like I said, after Jake went down, could only be won by some player with individual heroics, and Thief does exactly that. He finds the kill on A site that then gives him the neural theft, so they get the additional information with the ultimate popped. This duel right here was everything.
Thief at 33 health, winning that out. Oh, I see. Fault line was, ineffective. 4 kills off the round. Here come YFP charging back into the game. Now, though, they have to deal with this defense set up for Trust in Plug that has them thrust very far forward. They will check it. And they're going to Rolling Thunder to try and unravel it with Penny's going to emerge from the Dimensional Drift amidst this and go to town on them. Jerwin absolutely sprayed smithereens behind the box. And Chaotic had no choice but to stand and fight. And in Trust in Plug, you think if they're maybe tracking a Rolling Thunder, they're a little bit more cautious about trying to roll out that same defensive strategy on A.
Like the last one remaining and no option but to save. With the economy honestly in a position where this rifle means a lot going down the line.
Yeah,
this is actually important. This can get them a good buy on the, like a pretty solid buy in the next round, actually. So Mike really does want to hang on to this.
Taking Jake here wouldn't hurt either. Money, though, good for YFP, of course. Whoa, okay, that was almost bad. Mike, though, was able to recover. Now, though, position known and noted. Physics sniffing him out. Here they come. The constabulary to try and deal with his solo Teo, rather the solo Cypher, excuse me. They do get Mike. That's the rifle gone. YFP carry 2 into the next round.
And for YFP, it is very important to rack up as many rounds on their own attack as possible, because at least from what we've seen of this comp played from T1, they've had some great defense sides for sure, but the halves that they have had where they really run away from, can run away with the half, you know, some of those have come on attack where they're getting, you know, like going 6-1 on the half to close out a game, something like that. Like, it's easy to snowball with these agents that you have when you have the very proactive ultimates from the Rays and the ISO that are so good for executes. YFP, it's crucial that they have a good half here, and it looked like they weren't going to, frankly, until these last couple of rounds, until Thief came up with that 4K when they were in the 4v5.
2 rounds now in a row for YFP. Trust and Plug obviously have to turn around and go, right, do we have a decent B hit here? Can we just get up in those faces with these stingers, start to go to work? Your YFP, you're looking sort of very closely at what side is most likely to be stacked by your opponents if they're on that weaker buy. Here's how this went down. I mean, perfect. But they had the fault line, but the Rolling Thunder, of course, just to punish this pretty deep overextension by the double duelist comp on defense. Just what the doctor ordered.
Okay, they're trying to get out fast now. Actually, just a fake teleport to make those defenders unplug, think that someone could be back, Rebel, and by someone that would be Jake, but it's not the case. It's a more passive approach after making that initial sound.
Left the door open at least for perhaps a return to this side of the map later in the game, but a safe guess against Trust in Plug to assume that there are 3 players today, which means that a site has likely been left open. And they picked the right one. Jake sticks the TP. He is in C, and Plug are going to be forced to do a full retake.
Full retake with some pretty tragic weaponry, and Thief on the late backstab still biding his time in B main, and he gets the first into the round, making it all the more difficult for Plug, who already had an uphill battle.
Right, paranoia timing there, dual pulls. Now this aftershock is going to make it even harder. Armageddon denying anybody from getting to the side, and Thief has all of the options splayed out before him. 2 players asking to get hammered. Make it 4. Beautifully done by Thief. Late backstab turns into a late lurk to close things out.
This is the capabilities of Thief really on display in terms of that individual skill. He's always had it. He's been hanging around the tier 2 scene for a few years at this point, but in terms of the firepower, really always has been at the top level in Challengers. That's why there were question marks in the past from when he was removed from the Moist Shopify roster as a starter, for instance. It's because of highlight reel moments like this that raised so many question marks last year in 2024. And then just now found success rejoining with a core of his friends that he plays with a lot.
But he's headed back to C here. Again, the site you assume is more lightly held. This time, though, German and Cole are going to try and anchor in here. Jake! Oh! The paranoia playoff is just beautiful. Oh, that's devastating for Trust in Plug. These TikTok TPs have been something else this series.
Plug are really getting exposed for how hard they're trying to force flooding back into these sites. And again, I respect them playing to that as a win con with this composition, not letting their foot off the gas. But at this point, YFP, they know how to play around it. That counter utility is lovely.
It's kind of insane what Jake is getting away with at this level. Unravels a little bit, of course, but this is very much garbage time. Couple more weapons that would have liked to have been given up for YFP. They'll probably stay their hand for the time being, but you'll notice they're in a pretty good spot. Multiple of those rounds, one back-to-back. I mean, it's probably their 3rd, 4th here. third, if I'm not mistaken. It puts Trust and Plug again in a really desperate situation. It's going to be a jumbled mess of purchases for them in this next defense round.
With that additional kill, Chaotic is one away from getting the showstopper on defense. We've seen this Trust and Plug team be able to win eco rounds before. It was a crucial one on Haven, actually, that sort of propelled them into the lead late in the first half. Yeah, just not looking, but also, you know, completely obscured by that paranoia. The third player out, Teague, probably didn't even really hear the teleport from the range he was at previously when he was still back halls. That was a pretty sick play from the ex-Cloud9 VCT player.
Just playing with a lot of confidence with a lot of these sort of repositionings that we're seeing midway through the fight. That smoke here is probably not going to be enough to keep Jerwin off the site. No, he pushes it. He is not having it. He refuses to be a spectator, and yet another round that will fall. Not a lot of backup for him there as the players inside halls are closed off by this smoke. This is dirty from Thief. Oh, Chaotic's not ready for it. Oh, Showstopper goes by the wayside. Just tucking into the smoke, not seen by the Aldrin at all. Now 2 versus 2. Still no plant just yet. There's a lot of work to be done, and there's a question of with YFP, can they get out of the site? They can.
And they do just want to retreat after feeling the pressure from just the relentless desire to fight that the Plug players have.
Pump fake.
I mean, they've just cut noise. The Plug players can just stay together right now. They don't need to spread this far on the map. But of course, oh wait, actually, I didn't even know the Sacred actually does have the teleport, but he uses it for information. He's going to rotate back, so we're still into a 2v2 retake. I didn't notice that. It makes the play far safer.
They do have to give the site, whereas beforehand they were actually in there and had it cleared, right? Sacred, can he do it again? The 1v2 clutch to keep Plug's head above the surging tides. Fall line hits true. Sacred just has no choice but to go for this now. Paranoia will force Stellar away, but Physic was unaffected. The Betrayer back with a flash point. Stellar brings him down. YFP pretty effortlessly turning a 2v2 into two 2v1s.
And that, again, does feel like the dependable Stellar at the end. Coming up with the very important kills in very chill fashion. Just goes for the spam line into Waterfall to get into the 2v1. Nice. Easy. The game is so simple.
Yeah. It's awful straightforward. Again, the money here for Trust and Plug is still weird. They've got to save down here. They've got to behave themselves to at least try and get themselves a 4th round.
I'll handle this.
Chaotic knows. Okay, it's going to be cancelled. Not quite quick enough to capitalize there. Oh, that's dirty. Okay, Thief gets his and have a cage thrown up here. Now, this is definitely going to get the Hornet's Nest buzzing over at B, but A's where the action is. Teague's going to have to be ready for this. Smoke's going to clear Jake. Mid-TP! Somebody trade it. It's Thief getting there. Spike loose, picked up, but still no plant. It's bouncing now over to B for YFP.
This is a great pivot in the mid-round from YFP. They get the tap on the spike. They want to see if anyone's going to be baited out into the swing. Doesn't happen. Mike biding his time.
I've seen enough, though. That's going to be a aftershock to deny any interruption of this plant. It's Mike and Jerwin alone. One from Link, one from Upper. The site that is anchored. Stella tucked in the corner quite happily. There'll be a fight taken against Mike as Steve finds yet another multi-kill round. And YFP looking like they did on Split. 8 rounds here on this attack side already.
Yeah, they need as many as they can get. And again, YFP, they just place someone far away while the plant has gone down, and Penny just picks up an easy kill on one of the players rotating back in. That little timing from Thief was great, playing off the dimensional drift to get the initial first blood too. And they had the mid-round pivot. That was just comprehensively a very solid round from YFP.
We've seen a couple back-to-back, honestly, wide that have looked that way. We haven't really seen Plug go for this aggressive play on A side now because they know there's this C pressure.
Just the tap spam from Teague to shut down YFP's entry. Love that for them. Gonna make hitting a site much more difficult.
Mike's going to feel pretty exposed after this, though. Just the one player over at the C side, so he will be allowed to tuck back within that site. And so invariably, Old Faithful is the B side. Look, Joan only able to go 1 for 1, but there's a player to reinforce immediately an upper. Teague backs away, joined by Chaotic now as Plug are getting ready to encircle that site. Only 3 players up. I like this idea. Clear, baby door, and sneak back over towards halls.
This is a crazy rotation. They're going into the defender's spawn. They can hear the rotates. Are Plug going to be ready for this?
I mean, Teague's going to die to this timing. He's in Aldrome.
Trick shots.
You've got to take the kill, I think, if you can get it. Chaotic knows that there's no point challenging that at all, and there is no information. It is lights out right now for Plug. Doing a damn thing about where YFP are, but it's a spike going loose. And okay, talk about an illuminating exchange. Mike's going to be able to reveal the remaining player of YFP. That's Physic. He's just going to go for something here on the C side. Looks like all things told, a pretty respectable half of Lotus. Plug are able to get themselves 4 defense-sided rounds here, and now get to turn this double duelist comp on the attack.
Whatever YFP's plan there at the end was, it really dissolved as all 3 players had different intentions. No one could meet up. They were dismantled by Plug 1 by 1. Cool attempt to go for the little spawn wrap, but they just didn't stick together. Team play wasn't there. Pretty cool when your round starts like that as well. Random tap spam.
Getting rid of the Yoru, who's definitely looking threatening. I like the idea, this rotation through. Then we sort of, saw YFP split their forces a little bit. But they had to take that kill on the solo. See what the plan is here. They leave Mikey back over towards spawn side, but that gets sniffed out. Like the idea. Anyway, let's head to the second half, folks. It's going to be Plug on the attack side now, all grouped up, ready to push this A side.
Physic just jiggles, 1 shot, little bit of information. Penny can take a fight here, gets his, and teleports away just in time. It's YFP who can now play to that man advantage, set up a 5 versus 4 retake.
Hey, util as well. You can also probably make sure Pit is clear if you want to actually have some pressure on the site. Up to upper we go. Trust in Plug, trying to overload that part of the map. They're down to 2 though. End up losing it out, but Penny does take a ton of damage in the process. You've got a flashpoint here. You've got a lot of Omen util, or the paranoia at least. Do you use any to regain this upper control? Yes, fault line, Teague, caught with util out. Able to stay alive by dropping down here, but now the net starts to tighten. Saccharin, great strafing, dodging left and right, and Penny can't do it on his own. An unlikely round win here for Trust in Plug.
How the hell do they win that out? The movement from Teague somehow getting out of heaven, and then also must have gotten some pretty good shock dart damage onto Jake, who's gunned down by Sacred. I can't remember which player it was. Maybe Penny on YP was the other one that was already sitting at like 20 HP or so. It was those 2 that needed to capitalize off the fault line. Seller was just in position to give them that supporting util, and it wasn't enough. It set them up for a free kill, but they just couldn't connect.
Unfortunate timing there for Jake, I guess. Mid TP. YFP are happy to be aggressors here over towards the rubble side. Even though they don't have a double duelist, they have got a ton of util to flood and punish anyone for pushing out. Chaotic here.
Oh, great shot.
I guess that works out for them. They intended to get up on my site there, but instead they walk up waterfall. And obviously the weapons aren't here for YFP. This round feels, especially at this point, much more like a formality.
This is really where the comp for Plug gets dangerous on attack. When you start farming up the ult orbs, they put 1 on Chaotic. He got the 1 over at Mound. Then he finds 2 anti-eco freebie kills. Gets close to the showstopper. They throw him the SMG. He gives the Vandal elsewhere, so he can just go hunting. This is how the comp can thrive. When you start getting those early rounds together, it can be so potent.
Yeah, we saw that same impressive quality to the double duelist setup on Haven. YFP just couldn't really get the resources when they were needed. Pulled and pushed all over the map, and again, that seaside on Haven was locked down pretty comfortably. Again, of course, this is going to be the kind of round where they aren't going to fight actively for rubble control. So Plug might have a free or an easier way, at least, into the A side.
And I just mentioned it then, but you do have to keep your eyes on Chaotic, who's one away from the showstopper. They're going to try to prioritize getting that into his hands. Use that as a way to convert this bonus round. The contingency, nice for making space towards A. This time it's just to insert Mike, it looks like. So maybe they could try to pivot back to him late, or he can be a backstab player if they go for the B execute. He could try to wrap Baby Door, something like that.
This is going to see that contact push. Okay. The drone. Didn't get to ping. This is a pretty respectful push up here for Trust in Plug. Door being open though. Jake capitalizing. That was through smoke, undoubtedly. And this delay is KO util. You can see YFP don't quite know exactly how far onto the side Trust in Plug are at the moment. It's all speculative. Still getting the kills.
That is a round that falls incredibly flat. Plug in some pretty in meandering fashion insert themselves into the B site and slowly drip feed to their deaths. Unfortunate. And I don't think Mike is going to win this 1v4. It's going to be a little bit tough.
Cage triggered. This keeps YFP ahead. Just when things were starting to look a little bit dicey, but hey, that's the bonus. Trust in Plug, it was looking a little bit haggard at that point anyway. I'm more interested in how Chaotic now can really clear the map with the showstopper.
This is the full buy here from Plug. Economy. Pretty bad. It's on the line. In a crucial moment in the game. Where this one could be worth 2 for YFP. They'll be up to 11. Commanding lead. Opportunity to lock in that position in the playoffs.
Now we have that rebel control. Once again, YFP not fighting for it. Stairs smoked off. But in the site is Penny. With the option to get out after taking a first pick. 6 around here. I'm going to be thrown out. German affected by it. Ends up shooting. But Stella has fallen. Messy for Chaotic. They pulled the showstopper, if I'm not mistaken. That one's gone by the wayside. Still no plant. This is awkward now for Trust in Plug. They're exposed out in the open. Now being spotted as Penny gives them the soul read coming through with that dimensional drift. Teague and Sacred have to put it together and at least they get the plant down, but Penny will emerge from this drift behind a flash and be ready to fight them.
Not ready yet.
He's on the site. Just happy to wait now for that smoke to dissipate for Jake to get in, and so he does. Sacred is going to have to do it yet again. He knows where the omen is. Jake does not have a paranoia to work with. Just a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel, a 1 versus 1 for the round. Sacred low, and Jake styling on him. 3 kills in the round, and YFP get to 10.
I do love how Jake played that intentions of being the closer for YFP by just patiently biding his time in the dark cover, waiting for the other 2 teammates he had to make more proactive sound so he could swing out off that. Does so, finds the first, wins the crucial duel, locks this up. You know, at least for Plug, they get the spike down. Their economy really needed that desperately, to be honest.
Yeah, they were struggling. Even now, things have been rough for them after winning the pistol.
Yeah, it's actually even rougher than I thought it was going to be. It is a tough buy right now. You get a couple sheriffs, but that's it.
I mean, again, they lose their bonus, which is, okay, not shocking. It's after that really not being able to get any traction when they, of course, go to a buy of their own. A hero rifle round here. Once again, I mean, YFP are letting them take rubble. Their strategy does not revolve around fighting for it aggressively, just encircling them once they get to the site, making use of these initiator util to retake. Penny here, chilling inside the cyber cage, and he gets some advanced warning about the rays coming through. Stella's in pit. Dangerous spot to be. Thief also set up, and here comes YFP again. They just want to close the net. Mikey is dead.
In the meantime, every Plug player, they're just trying to make plays happen around the map. Nothing particularly synced up.
And Jake's just going to brawl. He doesn't care. He's here to make a bit of a fracas. Sacred flashed out. Jake gets his second of that round. It has been looking pretty dynamic on this map. On the attack side, these TPs out of nowhere. And on the defense side, really happy once he gets into the side itself to fight for it. Tooth and claw. And YFP now 11-6 in rounds. Trust and Plug finally, it feels like, a chance to buy up, but after such a anemic defense side, they're running out of rubber.
And it really felt, even though, listen, that was obviously an eco round, so you're more happy to maybe try and go for some sort of proactive play to get a kill. But still, it felt like Plug are now feeling the weight of the game, the situation that they're in right now, and they're trying to really make plays happen with desperation. YFP are remaining very composed.
Some moments from the match that was. So obviously this Trust in Plug attack side at times looked pretty good. They got off to a good start. Obviously a pistol that went pretty smoothly for them, but this 1v1, a lot was sort of hinging on this round, and Sacred, frankly, is being asked to do an awful lot this game. It's just such a difference in approach here for YFP. They want to play post-plant on 8. They've got double initiator, excuse me. There's no need to fight for that rubble. There's no need to fight for Mound to push off these sites at all.
Yeah, they can just let Trust and Plug expend their own util to get that space and then absolutely bombard them on the retakes. All right, economy hanging in the balance here for Plug.
And you can mess with the conditioning, and if Plug choose not to expend that util and actually start contacting the map, then you also have a mode to switch to as YFP to punish that. We've seen plenty of up play on this map, on the extremities at least.
Again, they just want to hit this A site so badly. They do pick up the Cypher.
All right, come on, Joe. Oh, buddy! Not on round 18! Not at 11-6! That really hurts. And Chaotic never stood a chance. Jake's been all over the scoreboard, or at least the right side of the kill feed on these last couple of rounds. We are at match point, folks. A best of 3 that feels like it could go the distance, but these maps themselves have not been close.
And it really does feel like Trust and Plug have ran out of steam at this point. Just slamming the A site. Listen, they do have the ultimates to do it, but unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for him, it just hasn't been Jerwin's day. It's been all about Thief. At least on Lotus. Dominant presence.
Oh my God, we're playing for Mounds now. Again, I talked about messing up the conditioning. That was fallen already. Just trying to play pretty far out in the open, and there are Guardians here for this Trust in Plug team. So Jake, justifiably, doesn't want to face that onslaught on his own. Once again, though, Plug have been able to take plenty of the map early. But what they really want is for YFP to fight them for that control. They got what they wanted, but they killed. And a player advantage. Now, though, the objective still needs to be addressed. No, T.
He's just trying his best to
sell it.
Yeah, keep some attention over there. Mike has been chilling over here on A. And he's got very good space for the team to potentially work off of. Going to pressure Baby Door.
That A site trips harder than someone looking at cave paintings in Arizona. No one's getting in there. So the B side had to end up okay through the smoke. We take those. Fair enough. Joanne finds a timing on that one. And honestly, YFP are not in good post-plant positions. Making the way in from upper. Some Baby Door presence here for Thief. That one could be pivotal. Stella might see a leg here. He does. Is able to win the fight out. Thief got to be dangerous here now. It's getting a little bit messy. We're down to 3 for Trust in Plug. Thief sprays, finds another one. Here's the neural theft to give him the info and tries to challenge without anyone there to follow up for him. Tells over to win up a time. He's definitely of the essence. Sacred again. It's got a clutch at 8 health. Stella has not tried to half it and gives himself away now. He's unlikely to have enough time left. It's a beautiful swing from Sacred to keep Plug in this.
You have to walk away from this series being very impressed by Sacred, I will say that. He's top fragging another map for the team here on Lotus. After winning them so many crucial rounds to get them their map win on Haven. Really have been so impressed by this guy walking away from the game, win or lose.
See how it goes down here. Into the site, coming from those 3 different directions as they pushed into Baby Door. And this, that aggression.
How did Sacred kill Jake, by the way? You just see him jumping around with a classic 1 HP back towards halls, but anyway.
Look at this. I mean, this is pretty standard, right? You fall back behind the Cypher util and then you strong arm one side of the map. That was C Mound overrun by YFP. So now they know exactly where they need to be looking at. The important play here is physics.
Drone going out.
See a cross back towards C early would be big, but he's not able to clear that space. They actually can't hold an angle there. So he has to go instead back over to C.
Are hoping that this noise cut will confuse YFP to the extent that, hey, maybe someone will rotate away from this A site where we would love to execute. But unfortunately for them, that's just not going to be the case. They're going to have to contend with multiple trips. Penny ready to fight. It's going to be difficult, except, oh wait, good pivot. They don't actually go for the execute there.
And
they're going to head over towards B.
If Physic isn't forced off watching that sort of B main area, he could be able to be here at the B side. Like, they would have been able to just eliminate that as a possibility. But he had to go and play at C and now has to deal with these trips. So it's going to be a really late wrap that's going to be telegraphed here to Trust in Punt. This is great setup for them. This game is far from over. Neural Theft now, of course, as Jake was the first body to hit the floor in this round, uncharacteristically. They're not Physic aren't quite at those big retake ultimates. They just don't have them. So YFP have to take a seat. Can still buy for the next round in fairness, but this one is not going to break their way.
I love how the two plug players there doubled up and played in that dark cover to punish Penny as well, off the timing where the Neural Theft gets the reveal ping on him. They say, oh, he backed up. All right, into the smoke. He tries to swing back in and immediately shut down. Little things going their way in that round as Physic tries to save, which is going to be of some serious economic consequence, at least as far as YP getting the full buy for the next, with Stellar only being at 650. They're going to be able to get a full, so they'll be happy with that at least.
Okay. We've got at least a component here of our retake util to make use of. There might be a discussion here about if there is a fight for orb, who should take it? Because last round we saw YFP, they shoved onto Mount defensively, took that orb. Physic is obviously one away from the Armageddon. You've already got a Rolling Thunder. So the question is, are we trying to get Dimensional Drift online this round to secure the map? That's obviously what YFP are looking to do. Close this game out. They're still able to buy in this round, but after that, well, after that, it gets a little bit dicey for them.
Also have to say, coming out of this timeout for YFP, they're going to have to be weary of Sacred having his ult from the shadows, because very common on this map that when you have your Omen ult, you go for a big set piece where he teleports into the spawn behind you. Most of the time, you'll see that happening over towards C with the Omen going back halls. Occasionally, I've seen it towards A, but definitely more rare.
Moments, of course, from the map that we've seen so far. This one might promise to be a little bit closer. The Showstopper can really be an unraveler, especially if Trust and Plug gets side control and then can use that to deny a retake. There's the contingency.
Right.
Is it not?
The Sacred trying to insert over towards A.
I'm going to get back as well from that drone. Just flicking the door open. So much is being implied here. With the contingency, Sacred TPing across, opening the door, confirming to YFP there's at least one player here. YFP do not know what is going on over on the A side of the map. You can only guess. In the meantime, oh, they were grouped up, but they get spotted out by this one Cypher Cam sees at least two players there, maybe more. So now, YFP realized they kind of made the right call in terms of how they set up here. But it's not guaranteed plug end here.
On the minimap, Sacred, I believe, just tapped the door again. He wants to keep trying to make his presence known, because when the C hit comes in, he can just pop from the shadows, go over and meet up with the rest of the team. But it's not drawing any rotates. YFP are here and ready.
And he caught out. Chaotic's able to get onto the site now. That Rolling Thunder we've been waiting on has been popped. Can Thief get there, though? He got caught out of it by his own teammate, Stella. Catches Thief. Chaotic here is chilling. Now throws the bomb buddy out from the smoke, and Thief is at least able to find one, but it's up to Stella. All on this one guy. Plug win the most important round of the game. They stay alive, they survive a huge retake ultimate, and they keep 3 guns.
That was a beautiful showstopper entry from Chaotic as well, off the satchel in, cracks the site open. And I have to say that Plug have definitely never lacked in confidence in this series. They're really fighting together as a team. I mean, maybe you could say that just at the very beginning of Split, but even when they've been down, they haven't lost that. Even Jerwin, not having his best day, has still been getting really active. He's still playing like he's on point.
There's that Armageddon, just in case YFP asked for a little too much.
I love this fast pivot into B. They're getting the site essentially for free. Great paranoia.
Okay, Thief does have a judge, though. Could be better positioned, though, to optimize its use, but he is here amongst it. Dimensional drift. This is going to start things off. Thief tries to just follow it up there and just dies. Again, has a judge, so that's the best he can do with it. Can Physic win this out? It feels unlikely, as Jerwin will complete the contract and trust in Plug. Looking like winning a round that might be worth 2 here, Wyatt. This is huge. It's on Jake. He deals at least with the judge player. And second. But again, Trust and Plug will be forcing every round anyway.
And that's going to put YFP on a brutal eco. Should get Plug here to 11. Potential for the overtime is so real now. And we are seeing why this comp is so dangerous on the attack side. Once you get things moving properly, you can steamroll the defensive team entering into these sites. Fighting together with a lot of confidence is just a recipe for success with this ISO raise look.
We've got some game to play, for sure. Stingers and Bulldog picked up here, YFP. I don't have either of those initiator ults anymore.
Oh, they're ready
they
to
end up having
gamble.
them in separate rounds.
Some noise towards A, but the entire team just shifted over here. They have a cam towards Mound as well, so that's making them feel more confident in being able to do this, but also eco round, they're ready to take risks.
Here they come. Okay, German's got good spacing though. Wants to fight this. Okay, double tap popped. Clone taken down as Physic, the first casualty, but German has fallen. Not able to get his in that situation. Some fevered fighting over towards Rubble. But the Stinger contingent eventually falters. Stella back on this side trying to buy a bit of time, but T gets ahead of that. Sacred. Oh, he's got a flick. Okay. The timing doesn't really work out there for Stella. He does see a rifle that can be recovered. Bomb Buddy, though, will potentially reveal again. Yep. Thing has to be blown up. Thief with no armor. Bear that in mind. Does at least have a Vandal to play with. Most of Trust in Plug. By that, I mean 2 out of 3 players grouped up towards Tree, and we'll look to take this space back up once that dark cover plumes. Thief has had an incredible game. 24 kills, I think, to his name or so. But this would be a reach even for a player of his caliber. Nothing to work with, of course. None of that util available to the double initiator comp here. There's just one lonely Cypher. And he will fall alone at the end of the round. 3 for Chaotic, and here we go. Trust in Plug are threatening it overtime.
I love there in the mid round that when YFP go for that flash play, Trust in Plug, they're happy to take a fight there. Like, really? Y'all want to fight us at Rubble right now? We have all the Stingers. Jerwin's popped his shield. I bet. And they just farm all of them. Get 3 easy kills. Everything on the line now for overtime. YFP, if they win this round, they'll have locked up that spot in the playoffs. Plug, an opportunity here to stay alive.
And we saw this earlier. YFP, when they were trying to win the game, they did really push up for that mount control. Sometimes it's just a passive camera. Sometimes it looks a little more like this. The gate crash out for the Yoru. Penny returns to the safety of that C site. And elsewhere, at least, Mike's been activated at the start of this round. Probably a little bit similar to what we saw from Sacred, albeit without the ability to TP into the intended site. We can still toggle the door or punish someone for lingering out in the open.
Plugger taking this slow towards B. Tripwire. Triggered the removed. Stellar caught.
Even before the undercut came through, Jerwin has gotten so far ahead of this as well. Physic is going to be caught with util in his head. Oh, of course he's never going to expect someone to be there. Physic's able to find one, but only one. It's Jake and Physic against 3. To try and avoid an overtime situation. And it won't be enough. Trust in Plug will take us to extra innings.
This comp on attack is just so deadly. Once things work as intended, look at that run of rounds from Trust in Plug. I love how they played so many of those post plants, that being a perfect example of it. Jerwin, maxed out confidence. They're fighting forward. They're taking the fight to YFP. In that moment, jumping up, catching this lovely timing to push through the dark cover. It's really excellent from them to like just rally all the way back. What were they, down 9-3 at the half?
Yeah, it was dire. And they've, of course, turned this game around hugely. 8 rounds won on this half. 4 rounds. I think it was an 8-4
rather. Yeah.
Still wasn't looking great for them, but they got what we would consider the bare minimum of rounds. YFP, of course, now on the attack side in this overtime. DP on the wall site, not upper. Okay, that's shield got to be popped for Jerwin, but he's able to take the kill. Only 1 for 1 though, which Jake again shows that trademark brand of bravado we've seen on this attack side for YFP. Fully controls that space. And now forces Teague to sort of re-clear it slowly, I'd imagine. Cybercage does give an audio cue that Mike has taken that upper spot. It's an easy pick-off.
Jake has really been a high-impact player for the team. What is that?
My. Ace? No, not to be. Sacred, the ultimate foil. There's a fair bit to work with. Well, yep, your salvos have just come back online. Your aftershock is there as well. And Sacred realizes I have to push for this. He's found 3. Physic does have the salvo, though. There's no reason why this should be a plug round. There we go. Sacred cleaned off, and that's what double initiator offers you, folks.
This game is so silly. I mean, yeah, you're right. There is no reason why that should be a plug round. It is a silly, silly children's game sometimes. I do really like from YFP there that they have that, you know, second little mini layer of util to fight into Baby Door then together. That paranoia connects. Jake swings in second, finds the trade, and gets the flash, that flash player gunned down as well to get the 4 versus 3 advantage. It's really nice. And this is the difficulty, honestly, sometimes of closing out in OT when you have a comp like the one that Plug do, where they're finding more success on attack. It's like, how do we just squeeze out 1 defensive round win and then close the game out on attack? How do we do it?
It's going to be such a key question. I mean, both sides. It's Lotus, folks. It's attack-sided already. Maybe even more so when you have this, you know, this terrifying double duelist set up to work with. Stretch the defenders thin, hit the side that they're not at. We start to see YFP come up with a few ideas on defense, right? Ultimately, they don't have the ability to rely on those initiator ultimates to, you know, get an easy site clear or site retake. They've got to think about how they use their util, and we'd expect them to probably give a lot of space on this map and play for that retake scenario. But they can also throw that util early, like they're looking to do here, and try and fight Plug. But this is just Mikey, and he's not going to go for anything.
YFP there set up for the full aggro A rubble take on defense in response. Plug. They want to get into the C site. They know it's going to be far weaker, given how much presence was shown on A. And that's a free spike plant.
Paranoia set up here. There's a little set play for Plug as they're going to overwhelm whoever dares to try to go towards Waterfall. But all of YFP are set up in halls. This is a bit of a misread for Trust in Plug. That's a Paranoia. There's a swing, but passively, it was just Jake holding that line. That allows YFP now to consider coming in through halls. The cyber cage, though, expires, and they're going to walk out into the firing line. Physic down. Jake's able to get his one, as he always seems to. But that doesn't look like it's going to be enough for YFP. Yeah. Bolt has to be dealt with by Jake. They know he's at Waterfall. Getting spammed down through the masonry. It's on Stella. Nah, too much to ask, and we're going to run it back here, folks, for round 27. Neither team able to find success on defense.
Round after attack round for Plug, it really is that juncture in the post plant that they excel within, which is finding a time to re-aggress, push forward. You called out that Paranoia play, which had anyone from YFP gone into Waterfall, we would have been able to really see it on display. But even then, they just pivot back, fight together at halls, off of the undercut, both duelists posted up on the angle together. The proactivity is just so nice. But yeah, like you said, now we're back to who can win on defense. Can they do it?
Shoulder pick. Chaotic now under some serious pressure. Oh, the position is falling back to, also hit by the guided salvo. So a little bit scary. But ultimately, it's actually Stellar and Physic the ones that take some damage there. And that early aggression fizzles out.
Now on the minimap, you can see towards A, Thief is taking advantage of all of that noise on A by getting some space here, and Stellar breaks the drone before it actually spots him out. So will Plug be wise to the fact that a player from YFP could be pressed up as far as he is? Well, they certainly know now with the cage being thrown and popped.
The Plug know they have no A-side control. A little bit harder for them to play retake, especially because they've invested in a glass cannon operator this round, Wyatt.
Look at the minimap. That was even Mike being drawn over towards the B side. Jerwin catches Thief, who was on the lurk. That's lovely. 5 versus 4. There won't be a better opportunity than this to close out a defensive round.
But you can still fall back behind a fault line here. Ateo Util is going to come back online. Paranoia still in hand for Jake. There's so much to work with. You could also find back hauls. Physic caught though by Teague. Now down to 3. YFP no longer have the Teho Util to deny a defuse. Good little spray through the smoke there for Jake. It's good for 1. But it gets awkward. Chaotic has made his way out now. All of the players for Trust in Plug on the side. And Jake has to go massive. He came close. So close. But there's that one defense round that Trust in Plug had to squeeze out.
That might be all they need to get over the finish line, finally on attack. I mean, what happened at the end there, by the way? Stellar was trying to put a ping down to the right, adjusted his crosshair. Very confused on whatever was going on there. And that was after there was a cool little YFP micro play towards Halls where they used the fault line and the concuss from their Teho to just stun up the entire little area back there. Right here. They had the fault line on the right side and then the concuss on the left. So whoever got out of the way of the fault line would be hit by the concuss. It was really cool, but just ultimately did not end up mattering. We've already had that man advantage.
Big round here for YFP. Knowing that Trust in Plug are on the precipice of taking away a series that, if you've seen the first map, you justifiably would have thought YFP had control of. And remember, this is their qualification for playoffs on the line, getting to the golden 4 wins to secure that spot. It's going to take a bit more effort here, including a defense round win that both sides have had trouble getting over the course of this entire map itself.
Orb recovered, given to Chaotic, who's 2 away from the showstopper. And a round to win the game, stay in the playoff hunt.
Slow and steady here, Trust in Plug, covering every ingress point. Having every contingency covered. Good damage there into upper. Thief very low. Gonna have to be a flash to try and retake his space. Thief is dead. He has to one and done this. He does get rid of Jerwin. But there goes Physic. Chaotic here, drops back down. Found his 1 in fairness. And Thief is still alive after what we thought would be curtains for him. Penny with a swing, down. Sacred finding 2. This has got to be it. Stellar and Thief trying to make their way out from drop. Do they expect Thief to be there? Stellar right behind him falls, and Trust in Plug clean up the series with a ridiculous overtime with only 4 rounds in that first half. They come back to take Lotus, and it's BO3.
What an insane win with that run on attack. It was 6 round wins in a row to get the game into OT, and it just took them finally being able to get success on 1 round on defense to actually close it out. Massive credit has to be given to Sacred, who's the easy MVP of that series. Standout on Haven, picked up really crucial clutch rounds for the team. Top frag there. Top frags again on Lotus. Even in that last round, finding that 1v1 kill on the Penny, but then immediate adjustment because he knows Jake is coming from the stairs. Was so sick. He really showed out today, where some of those other players you expect from Trust and Plug to be carrying the weight in terms of the fragging, they weren't today. And he stepped up for them to keep them in the playoff race. That was a really excellent showing.
Sick to see. I think Sacred ends that game with almost 30 kills in the end, getting obviously into that overtime. And now, both these teams go to 3-3. That makes qualification for playoffs very interesting. We might be going all the way to the wire, folks, but for now, we'll take a break. We'll consider those implications After that break, of course, as our desk looks back on the match that was.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush. I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm up. So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
It took all 3 maps. It took an overtime, but in the end, trust in Plug to take down the series and make sure to save themselves for elimination for today. And I'll throw to this right away. Dan, you are right. Congratulations. How does it feel? Like,
okay,
take
you
your
don't sound
gloves.
very excited. And also, I have to say, this, I don't know. Maybe I just need to be jet lag every time I make predictions. I'm really surprised. I had the vision. I got worried. I did not believe, but it all turns out right at the end. Overtime. It was a double, triple overtime again to close it out. My cat just opened the door, so if you see my cats, don't worry about it. Feeling good about the prediction, though.
I mean, you're talking about that not believing for a second. And I mean, yeah, Trust and Plug definitely had us a little worried that this could have been a series closed out pretty fast after that first map. But that bounce back, we got to see map 2. The cat that is gracing its presence on this stream.
Yay,
oh
kitty!
My God. Yay. It's just, it's, hello, sweet bean. All right.
Having fun.
All right. Cat is
the door, by the way.
All right, Cat is gone. We're down to business. Great stuff, Roy, coming out from Trust and Plug.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane comeback. Can we just go back and like put a little bit more emphasis on that? That was an insane comeback. They've saved themselves from being eliminated. They've given themselves another chance. And the fact that they came back from such a dominant first map by YFP to come in so strong in the second map and to, I mean, it's a crazy comeback. There's just really no other way to put it.
Yeah, once we got into later stages of Lotus here and that lead that YFP was able to get, it was a little worrisome, but Trust and Plug, they definitely did a good job with this bounce back. And as soon as they got that beginning overtime round, well, even before then, things just started looking a little bit impossible here for YFP, a team that we've praised on how cool they see in these situations.
It is really impressive to get 6 rounds in a row, but in a way, it seems like we were going back to the early Lotus, but it was so clearly attack-sided, and it was the back and forth between the two towards the end. But I mean, I feel like we kind of knew the minute the Trust and Plug won that round in defense in the overtime, it was like, okay, it's finally happened, because both of the teams struggle so much, and we talked about it too. One of the guys that was a difference maker, and that was one of my questions: is he going to be able to keep this consistency for the third map? Was Sacred on the Omen once again. Helped the team out so much, especially in that overtime. One of the rounds towards the end gets a 3K. Last one, they were able to close it out on the attack, their stronger side. But his impact is the reason why we're at this point right now, where we're going to be having another match tomorrow, and why Trust and Plug is still in contention to make it to playoffs.
And I think a very important note to kind of emphasize as well for the Plug side is the fact that on this third map, they have 17 first kills compared to YFP's 11. And we highlighted how good of an opener Penny was, right? He's one of the best opener in the league, statistically speaking. And the fact that Trust and Plug could have come out with such a dominant fashion in those openers as well, and to add that on top of the fact that Sacred was popping off, is a huge statement for this upcoming team.
Talking a little bit more about the players, if we can talk back to their stats. I mean, we had highlighted the performance that Sacred has had yet again, amazing. But we even got to see like the pressure put on by these double duelists. Chaotic was able to get 9 first bloods by himself there, Dan. I mean, across the board, this Trust and Plug squad were able to stay cool and be able to get this done. And the flat pressure that they put on, YFP just couldn't cope in the later stages.
Yeah, I think it's a team that, again, they made very recent roster changes. They're still trying to figure out what compositions they're going to keep, what are they going to be changing, and looking at what they were showing us here, it was pretty nice. I think it's a team that is finding that balance between those fraggers that we have in the duelists and the double duelists, the reason why they run it, and maybe having Sacred be also that X factor that helped out so much today might help them out eventually.
Talking more about Sacred, because I know we've talked a lot about Sacred, but with the performance like he had, Roy, we have to talk about him more. Like across the maps, like even like this was just insane. We ignore the split. You know, split was a bad one kind of across the board, but this Haven and this Lotus and that turnaround.
I mean, I don't think we should ignore Splay. I think actually we should take that into account. He's just a steam engine. He took a little bit to get started. You can see his stats getting better throughout the maps, and by the time he got to the end, he was unstoppable. I think that speaks even more confidently to his level of skill. The fact that he can have a bad first map and then bounce back in such an important fashion, contributing not only statistically, but again, reiterating the fact that he's a very vocal player for his team. So the fact that he's able to keep them in this, keep his team locked in, and give them another chance, he deserves all the flowers we're giving him.
Dan, I feel like we've done a little bit of a disservice not talking too much about Sacred in comparison to the others up until now, because this has been someone that for the team for a bit has just been kind of in the background a little and been popping off. But yeah, I mean, this performance today, like this was crazy.
Well, yeah, the reasons why we don't talk about the other or about Sacred that much, or we didn't as much as we're doing today, is because this is a team that was running a double duelist composition in a bunch of maps, and so it was a. It was pretty obvious that the highlight was going to be Jerwin, what Chaotic was doing as well, the new addition. But now it was simply Sacred's day to pop off and allow the team to still be up for contention to make it to playoffs.
And it's nice being able to see then that player pop-off performance when we do have that other talent, Roy, across the team that can be highlighted and showcasing as well, too. Even, like, this team doesn't need to rely on this double duelist. You don't need to rely on a Senti. Like, you have talented players across the board that can all get it done when they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really important to have that in this kind of meta, right? Because you don't really want to pigeonhole the way you play the game. You don't want to feel, or you don't want players on the team to feel like they need to constantly overcompensate to get things done. You don't want the duelists to have that pressure all the time. So having players that can pick up the slack, pick up the weight in any specific role is really important. And I think they're headed in the right direction. They should double down on this very aggressive kind of very dually style, very disruptive style that they're going through, and I think they should find a way to implement that on as many maps as possible because it seems to be working for them.
Especially too for Trust and Plug, they still have one more series ahead if they want to try and make it into the playoffs here of Challengers. But for now, we'll make sure to celebrate what they're able to accomplish here today and have the opportunity to talk to them with none other than Sacred on the line for our post-match interview. Congratulations, not just on the win, your own performance. I want to talk about that map 3 YFP has the lead. You guys get the comeback. You win in overtime. What did it take to get that done?
I think we all just played really good together. We didn't let the round deficit like get to us. We all were making ideas, and it started like flowing towards the end when we started picking up rounds. I thought it felt really good, and I thought I was getting it. After I lost that 1v3 against Jake, it definitely was hard, but we pulled it back. That round's gonna haunt me forever.
I can't believe you say like that round's gonna haunt you forever when you're looking back at your performance through these maps, especially map 2 and 3, and you just went crazy mode. Like, I want to talk about your performance on the day. Like different warm up. Like, what is this? This is crazy.
Nah, I try to stick to my same routine. Just QOR ranked team beforehand, and everything felt really good, except for like the first map. But after the second map, I felt like I was locked in.
Lock in to help the team for sure. And I want to talk back to not just the first map, but a couple of these changes that we saw, because we saw a big composition change coming out on the first map where there ended up being the loss. And then even just like the duelist, you're switching Chaotic and Jerwin around onto these different duelists. Like, has there been a lot of like rebuilding in the background since we did, you know, have Chaotic come in, or why so many changes in today's series?
So when we had Monty, we could play double initiator because Monty was like a real initiator player. But with Chaotic coming in, we don't really have an initiator player. So as we've been scrimming, we just found that double duelist is our comfort. And we used to play double duelist on split, but through our scrims, it didn't feel good. So we tried out this comp. So definitely like these other maps are a better pick because we can play double duelist easier.
That's fair. The double duelist is definitely something the desk was super excited about. So we really enjoyed that map 2 and 3 with that. So this was obviously a big game for Trust and Plug, of course. This was elimination if there was a loss. I want to know if you felt any pressure or if you feel any nerves or pressure heading now into tomorrow's matches.
Nah, it's not really much pressure. If we lose, but we have everything to gain if we win.
Love that mentality. Simple, straight to the point, and definitely one that proved to be successful today. Sacred, congratulations on the win. Thank you for chatting. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As for us, a whole 3-game series to start off the day. Absolutely love that. And we still have one more series of Valorant. And of course, qualification on the line. It'll be after the break, so don't go too far. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. One series on the day done. Trust and Plug to be the victors there. Much to Dan's delight over there. And we still have one more series ahead of us. We'll see how right you are after this one. But we have QOR going up against Blue Otter. This one, we don't have to talk about those scary, spooky implications of, hey, you lose, you're eliminated. For now, right now, we're talking about Roy. Whoever wins this makes it to playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like you're almost underselling it. You win this, you make it to playoffs. That is so sick.
You make it to playoffs, Roy.
You get to playoffs. I mean, that's what these teams are fighting for, right? You qualify for playoffs, you get more spotlight, more eyes are on you, more opportunities open up. You constantly prove yourself, you constantly move up the street cred, right? That's kind of how it works. So I think it is very important for both of these teams, especially considering the fact that none of them are like super clout whales. So I think the fact that they're in this position and a 3-2 especially in consideration with how good the opposition has been in the split, I think that says a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, so let's start talking about these teams that have the opportunity to make it to playoffs. Is that good for you, right? Yeah, perfect.
Amazing.
All right. Love that. Let's talk about this core roster first, because core is a team that when we've gotten to see different iterations of the past, we see this core is definitely been one that we've talked a lot about. And this is a team that I'm a big fan of. Looking at players like Darkus here, Dan, looking at Nerve, who's just able to has those nerves of steel, and then Timotino, what he's been able to do. Like, this team definitely has everything together. It's whether they can bring it into the server today.
And the team has been pretty good, like you said, both of the teams being 3-2 right now, trying to get that fourth win, but in a pretty comfortable position at the moment. So I think I'm keeping my eyes on this roster that we've talked about, as mentioned here, for quite some time. Timotino continues to be one of the youngest players that we have right now, and has been popping off on the duelist role. But I think the team has been, I remember week 1, we were talking about them and how they're going to find themselves throughout every single week, and I feel like we've come to a point where it's a team that I would favor for sure today.
And I think this is one of the few teams in the league that doesn't really over rely on a star player duelist system. Like, they're totally fine having different players pop off. There's not a lot of emphasis on this duelist having crazy numbers for them to have any sort of success. But I would like to point out the fact that since their match against Shopify Rebellion Gold, it seems like they've hit Sozin's comet. They're absolutely on fire. They're playing at a level they've never played at before, and things in the team have clicked. And it seems like they've sort of found their place in the meta and found their own identity. And it's been showing definitely in their last matches.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing that continue. But I want to go back to you talking about you don't just need the star duelist, and there's other pieces of this team, and start talking about those pieces. First off, talking about Nerve, because when we're looking at the players on this roster, I mean, there's definitely, the new player, and whatnot. But Dan, Nerve is someone that we've seen competing. We've seen this veteran player and has really been able to prove his worth here in the server.
Yeah, that's exactly what Roy was talking about, how it's a team that is not... I think it compares a lot to the first match that we just saw, right? When we were talking about Penny and kind of being the only one opening up the rounds opening. But here is it's a very even out team, and that's kind of how it's been for the team that are staying in that upper mid table. They're not maybe quite the best. You're not talking about a TSM, M80 as they find themselves. It's more of a balance between these controllers that are having a great momentum, and even the Sentinels as well, the players implementing the divides. There's a lot of cool things. I think Nerve is one of those players that are just kind of has it all.
Yeah, and I think Nerve is also, to add on to that as well, he's IGLing. We can't forget that. This player took on the IGL role. He's completely new to it, and he's putting up these sort of performances for his team. That is just wild to me.
Yeah, so not getting the IGL debuff, but instead still doing great thing. Love that. But someone else, and this is someone, Roy, that I believe that you've talked about, is Logan. Logan on this squad, someone that I highlighted earlier on that I thought had this promise, and someone who has definitely been able to showcase that.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of the most consistent fragging players on this team. Like if you go through their entire match history, you'll see this player. He's either at the top or close to the top almost every single game, and he's playing the info initiator role as well. So the fact that he's able to provide so much value to his team in terms of macro and info utility, but he's also able to put up such impressive numbers so consistently is a blessing to this team, and it also adds to that no star player system that they're kind of going for.
Especially the fact that you're highlighting the consistency. When you have teams that you're seeing these ups and downs, you're seeing all these teams play all the time. To have someone that you just know is such a strong backbone of this team, especially in this initiator role, is just so invaluable. And in that way, Logan has really been able to prove his worth here. And that is someone that I'm definitely looking forward to in this series, when we have such a closely matched series up against Blue Otter, to really yet again be that backbone that the team needs in this moment. Because on the other side here, this Blue Otter roster, Dan, going to be definitely a little scary in their own right. And by a little scary, I mean that there is some very powerful pieces on the squad.
Yeah, I was asking you guys in the green room if you felt like this was going to be a close match or not. And I think that's kind of the question that I have right now, because you look at this roster, you look at Challengers and how insane he's been. You look at Bob as well, one of the players that we've seen in Challengers since last year and even before GC. I think there's a lot of good pieces for us to think it's a close match. And I think it's going to be a little bit up to them. Challengers is one of the best duelists that we have right now in Challengers. Yep. He's ranked number 4 right now, just under Kinesera, Redux, Sim, all these names that we've known and we've seen constantly week after week. So one of the pieces to keep your eyes on, because if they win, it's because of what these players are doing today.
And we'll talk a little bit more about Zeldris in just a moment, but first, have to talk about Bob, because Bob has been somebody that throughout her time in Challengers, both this season and last season, has just like, you want to talk about consistency, but in a star role. I mean, Roy, this is Bob in a nutshell.
Yes, Bob is such an incredibly solid and underrated player. She's coming off the duelist role, still almost maintaining the level of performance that she has on the duelist, on now what is now the initiator role as well, which in my opinion suits her the best. I think the fact that she has so much control over the macro when she's so strategy minded, and the fact that she provides so much vocality to a team, especially in the mid round, especially in the late rounding, she's in the perfect role for it. Supporting a player like Zeldris is definitely a force.
And I like that you say initiator, because actually she's only played Tejo, by the way, since week 2. Every single map, Tejo only.
Do you blame her?
Else. No, I don't. I get it completely. And I really see the vision for this team and why they decided to put her on this Tejo. She's been incredibly good. And I think it's something that I want to continue to see. I feel like we're at this point right now in Valorant where we're questioning how much Tejo are we going to continue to see, what the nerfs are going to look like, what the meta is going to look like in the next couple of months. But I think for her specifically, she really nailed it on how they want to play the Tejo, how they want to play these early fights, these late fights. And yeah, I mean, it might be Tejo only, but she looks great, so I'm happy to see it.
I mean, her Tejo is a force to be reckoned with, and she performed so well on it, but being able to set up the rest of the team, bringing this conversation back to Zeldris, it's just been so nice. Because Dan, you're talking about it before, but Zeldris in this roster, Zeldris is already someone that we knew great things of in this duelist role, and we continue to see that here.
Both of these players finding themselves on the current roles that we're looking at right now, and Zeldris is just one of them. He's been incredibly consistent on this duelist role, and again, one of the best ones that we have. I mean, just knowing that you're right under Sim and under Redux, these names that we've known since last year, these names that have even played for Sim, has made it to Ascension. It's just something where we're setting expectations pretty high, and I really like seeing Zeldris play. He's played a little bit of the Raze, a little bit of the YOR, a little bit of the Jet, so you're also showing that flexibility that you need right now.
And I mean this in the best way possible, but bro is literally the default duelist archetype. Like, he is very flashy, he gets in there, he has massive pop-off potential, and he can op it very effectively. And the fact that he can balance all of these roles, play the Yoro as well, and have no loss of performance and even better performance is a great asset to his team.
And someone that whenever I see his name and then I'm like, nothing against Blue Water, I think they're great, but I'm always like, wait, why isn't Zeldris on, like, you know, a higher tier team at this point? I always get surprised because I think so highly of his gameplay here, but being able to see him flew in with this Blue Otter squad that has all of these other talented individuals, it's no wonder they're able to perform so well together. And this head-to-head with Timotino, I really like, because Zeldris is someone we get to see a little bit more of that experience from in the past here, Roy, going up against this newer player, Timotino. But Timotino, again, this is then highlighting what he's been able to do so far.
Yeah, I mean, Dan said it. Timotino, one of the youngest players, but then you compare him to Zeldris, who's a little bit more experienced, but then you remember that Zeldris is still very young himself. So it's like they're both just young crack duelists. That's just all there is to it. So I think it will be a great dynamic. And despite us highlighting some of the other players on core, I still think that Timotino is growing massively throughout every single match, and that experience that he's racking up with each individual game is really starting to pay off pretty well for him and his team.
And an opportunity to see either one of these teams make their way into playoffs or a team be able to play for the life again tomorrow. So it's not end of the road for either of these duels or teams here today. But let's start talking about this series and head over to our map picks and bans, what we get to see ahead of us. I do think with the caliber of these two teams, this is an opportunity where we get to see the third map of Haven. But for Dan, this one, we're going to be starting it off on Split, Blue Otter's pick.
And it makes sense as that Blue Otters pick because we just saw it recently for QOR and it did not look good at all. It was a 13-5. They lost against Trust and Plug. They were able to close out that series at the end, as we've just mentioned. I think Roy was talking about it. QOR has been on a win streak ever since they play SR Black. They win against SR Gold, Ambrosia, Trust and Plug. But that map was the biggest weakness there. And we've talked about it as well, the evolution that the team has had. I think this is a good test to see how they're able to figure out what Blue Otter is doing on this first map.
I like seeing the Pearl, the second one in the series here coming out from Core. But Roy, I want to get your overall opinion of this map veto that we have ahead of us when we're looking at these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, I think the map veto makes complete sense. I'm not really surprised to see any of these maps. I think Dan hit it pretty straight on. Split is a very good map for Blue Otter. They're 2-1 on the map, but they've also been playing it in leagues outside of VCL with great success as well. So it makes complete sense why they would pick it. Now, obviously, I do see why Pearl is being picked by Core as well. It's a map that they've looked really good on, despite them running a bit of a older meta per se, but they're still very fundamental on the map, and it suits their playstyle, and it gives everybody freedom to make individual plays. So the first two maps in my mind make complete sense.
Well, we've talked about this being a close series ahead, but I want to see predictions wise who we think is going to be taking the crown in the end here after a close series. So for myself, I said Blue Water here. Like I said, when I see Bob, when I see Zeldris, I'm going to vote this team. Roy, Dan, you two united on the Core train.
Dan, listen.
Yeah.
You have been an oracle. I'm glad to be on your team. Okay, I've never felt more confident in a prediction. Let's go.
I think every time, look, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. I think, Sierra, every time that we've had a different prediction, I get it right. I'm sorry.
No. But you missed yesterday where it was me against the world, a world of haters.
But I was not here,
in the
so
end,
it doesn't count.
I was right. Nah, we're going to see who is truly the strongest of us two after this series.
I'm actually nervous. Like, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you should be, because Blue Water is about to whoop your butt, all right?
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we can agree we're all winners if we get some good Valorants ahead. So let's head over to our agent select so we can see some of said good Valorants. And I can be one step closer to being better at predictions than Dan Dryad, officially in the books. I'm ready for it. But all right, first map of the series. All right, well, this is the first step. Okay, agent select. Zeldris, Yoru, I love it. Timotino, Rays, Roy, thoughts?
Yep, nothing has changed. These are the same compositions we've seen, but I do imagine they're a little bit more drilled on it. They've had a little bit more time to get their reps in, and obviously we love the Yoru. It's a very good pick. Like we said before, Zeldris has played it very, very well. I'm not surprised to see it come out here, especially with the addition of Teo, who adds that explosive damage that you need. You don't really need the Raze as much anymore, but the Raze is still a solid pick, so I'm expecting this to be a pretty close match.
Being able to see two teams that have definitely been a little bit more drilled with these compositions. We're not seeing these big changes. I'm excited to see the higher forms of being this higher Valorant, especially too with playoffs on the other side of this for the victor. So let's get started with our very first map of the series. Let's head on over to Split and send over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, to take you through.
Thank you very much, Desk. Wyatt, I'm going to keep it a whole $150 with you. I don't know why I predicted Core to win this game.
What do you mean?
I don't know, like,
what do you mean,
Blue Water have Bob and Zeldris. Like, I'm kind of.
No, I know it's kind of.
You didn't predict Core because you're a hater. You know, I don't think you've ever predicted Core in your life.
Look,
what do you have to say about that?
Spin some kind of crazy, the manipulative ways here.
Yeah, dude, I did hear that you actually just like left that kitten on your front porch and like went away for 4 days. That's honestly crazy. Also, you've never predicted Core. What else can I add to confuse people so they can't keep up? That's what we're doing these days, right?
Now, it's not. This doesn't mean I'm a hater, but whenever I've done a day casting Core, I've never predicted them, and I've always been right. I hate to say it, but that's just facts, buddy.
I mean, look, I got to say, there's a lot of good things to look forward to, I think, on this Core roster, right? I would not say that Snarly dying off the rip to a salvo would be one of them, but obviously Timotino is, someone who's growing into that role. Logan's looked really, really solid. Zostal winning that fight out, despite taking the first shot from Nerve isn't ideal. Blue Water off to a great start here. Zeldris, who I love that, by the way, Roy calls him like the classic duelist. It also helps that he's sub 20 years of age, has an anime character's name and an anime profile picture on Twitter, and posts highlights. Like, I mean, he is the quintessential duelist.
And the thing is, I know exactly, anime profile picture aside, I know exactly what Roy means when he says that. He is just the prototype of an upcoming duelist player in Valorant. And he has been so good. Like, I think, when Sierra said, why has this guy not been on a better team yet? I get it. I'm with it.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of person that like, just would brim with confidence. The kind of person that reminded me of Redux, I think, last year in Challengers. Similar style, also like really jet-oriented for quite a period. Yori's been pretty good, though. As we say this, obviously, Darkest has the unenviable task of trying to break back into this A side against 3. It was not to be. Bob, she starts the round with a kill. She ends it 2.
Yeah, but finding that initial one was crucial, and then, yeah, setting up for the 3v2 retake when you have the Taeho and the Breach still alive is pretty nice. Makes things quite easy. Bringing Zeldris into this roster as well, it's cool to be able to have Bob on another role where she's going to be able to hopefully continue the level of fragging that she was at when she was playing Duelist initially for this team, because she was going goddamn crazy. So theoretically, now if you have Zeldris as well in the mix, that should be a sick duo. What the hell is that?
Guys, you won the pistol. Man. Okay, here's John next. 2 would have been too much there, I think, from that position. And it's going to be a trade, ultimately. Dostal with a Spectre. Zeldris with the Outlaw.
Spike planted.
There is a Razorvine in the way. So playing from screens here, a little bit challenging. Slowstall not with the longest range weapon to hand either. The upsides here for Blue Water. Nerve and Timotino are low. Blinding. Nerve, they spotted out. Here comes Dostal. We'll spray around the corner would have been reasonable, but too much to ask. Again, Zeldris should be sprayed down through that smoke, and Blue have decided they didn't really want to win round 2 anyway.
Unlucky. Timotino is also pretty good. I've noticed that from watching him play. He's also good at the game. Also has pretty solid aim as well. That's a nice little 2K.
I feel like Bob pushing up out of B A main no scoping should be studied. That is a moment that I was not ready for.
No, and also the fact that that second Outlaw shot almost got a kill, kind of crazy, but the Blue Waters, they hate to see that. They hate to see that happen to them by feeding their lives away.
Well, the way I see it is that they voted for the Leopards Eating Faces party and then got their faces eaten.
And that's a fair assessment.
Don't be controlled here for Blue.
No, they've gone for the gamble. And hasn't been the best one. It's like me going the over on PJ Washington when he dropped 0 points last week. That's the kind of gamble we're on right now.
Young Parlay King, like half the people in this chat I've noticed. Someone in chat before was like, what is this game? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, I just needed to fill the parlay out. Okay, it's wild out here, man. On to the B site we go. Obviously, Blue do gamble on the A setup, so then they have no way to really funnel core to their site. So now they get to walk through into the wood chipper, basically, which is trying to come out here from B-Link and all just dying. This will be a plant. Darkest is pretty unperturbed about the util coming in from this double initiator setup, which of course is going to be relevant later on in this game. We see what the Breach Taeho can offer, even if it wasn't enough for YFP to get the win ultimately.
What the hell? That TP unlucky.
Okay, Guardian to hand here for Bob. She eventually is brought down. Dostal now is able to clutch it. Oh, buddy, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, that was a full gamble stack at A. The rawest of raw retakes with basically pistols there for Blue Water.
4 pistols and a Guardian. Yeah, we are. So far, we're in the silly zone for sure. We're definitely in the silly zone.
I wasn't ready for this straight off the bat. Okay.
Well, but that's fine. I like it.
We've been getting some decent orbage there for Zeldris, or maxing as you put it. He does have that dimensional drift available.
I mean, it's like
close to an Armageddon.
Where do things go oh so wrong here? Probably the part where they missed shots. I think that'll do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't have good heaven control, or it looks like their crossfires that are supposed to be set up for a heaven push just don't eventuate at all. Bob getting a Guardian there, making use of that Guardian, I think was big.
That's a nice little stun into the double satchel. Snarly spam through. The site.
Great timing.
So free.
Snarly is able to, that was the play that would have killed Timotino, or at least like had the angle on the raise. So once again, Blue Water forced into retake, this time with 2 less players. Slightly better guns, yes. A pretty awkward back and forth so far. There's Zeldris, good for 1, make it 2. Okay, now this round got a little bit more interesting. That Zeke able to find one Armageddon going to be used over towards that left side of the site here. It's on Nerve and Darkest. Big Bob. Oh, and she's caught one. The Armageddon claims one. And Darkest with a sliver of health is able to hold on. Okay, this is going to be an electrifying matchup.
And Darkest just disrespecting their ex-sad esports compatriot. You hate to see that. What happened to the friendship they once had, Mitch? There's a lot of ex-sad players in this server right now.
Zeldris is the next core player as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Played alongside Nerve and Snarly, right?
Yeah. And then last year, it was Bob, Darkest, Zosol, all on the initial sad roster, when they were kind of looking like a little bit of a dark horse team.
And honestly, they were in decent shape. They managed to take some pretty big names there. And this is, I mean, we're talking about 2 teams that are 3-2 that are on the precipice of qualifying here from winning. I mean, they've had a great stage so far. This time, Blue with the hero rifle for Zeldris. I would make good use of it early. Oh, the flash. What are we just going to drift to each other? Zeldris has found himself 3. Okay. One of the heavenly virtues. Apparently he's shooting people in the head. We've got 2 players left to work with for core, and they're split across the map. Spike obviously down there towards Ramen, and Zeldris has the line.
And I suppose that's why they signed him. I suppose, well, actually, I don't believe the Blue Otters are an organization. I struggle to believe they probably gave Zeldris any type of contract, but I could be wrong.
Maybe a sticky note and a crayon. It's still signing.
Yeah, handed him a napkin with a pencil when the team
Signed
went out to
for the
Arby's.
delivery of the jersey. The DoorDash. Bob goes down there. Nerve did go the long way around, find their way up towards heaven. Zeke happy to play off their own fault line here, but didn't even hit. Really Snarly falling to the Sheriff. Okay, yeah, we are drifting each other back and forth. A game that really just borders on the bizarro. Core now finally have had that economy broken, though, and just be the hero rifle to play around, which apparently worked out just fine for Blue just now.
I'm going to stake a bold claim and perhaps even add this to my theoretical mental parlay, which is that the Core will not be winning this eco round. This is where the Blue Otters will be stabilizing. Their economy is going to get out of control. I can see it in the future.
And there was no hero rifle, pardon me. Snarly did buy it initially, but then sold it. Shot next going to be forced away by that poison orb. All right, so Sol, as they fall off rope here, able to find Nerva. Terrible start to the round for Core, who are just trying to use pace as a replacement for armament.
Bomb buddy out.
Now, going to be able to get across behind that Bomb Buddy now. Tino and Darkest looking to push this to overwhelm. Spacing was good. Darkest is able to take the kill and subsequently the Vandal.
Does he want to try to push further? I mean, may as well, but yeah, Zeldris is... I'm waiting to see if he's going to spot him out, and eventually does.
Okay, there's that special delivery.
And GG.
Yeah, you are not getting in. Darkest has done well with the recovered rifle. That now too will be taken away from them, and that's the round. Zeldris with 5 HP is able to end things. Blue Water definitely looking pretty solid here. I don't know what there was a disagreement about a prediction on the desk, right? I think, who was the Blue Water fan?
Who is the Blue Otter? It was Sierra was the Blue Otter.
There was some smack talk going on.
I was also the Blue Otter.
You are, yeah. So you definitely did not pred Core here, and I had some regrets after looking at the lineups.
These guys have Bob and Zeldris.
Yeah.
No disrespect to the players on Core. They have some quality players, but these guys have Bob and Zeldris, bro.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, I'm in agreement. Here we go. Tino gets so onto this B site. Satchel into Showstopper. And they're still picking up the pieces of Zosol. Now, as Core try and set up here. They got some B-man control. Oh, okay. And a Cosmic Divide to play behind. Clone there. I mean, I don't know how many Yoris with op-out are going to look to run under the site like that, but Timo just making sure. Appreciate the thoroughness.
Zeldris flash out, has the Cosmic Divide, finds the timing, traded though.
Okay, we have a Steel Garden in play now. A little bit scary for the defenders here, but they're able to pick themselves back up and go back to work. Shondex for 2. Okay, just add a third to the list. Starly, here in the corner. It is winnable, but Zeke just got it to half. Now can play off Shondex for this. Oh, it's beautiful, Starly. What a clutch. And basically every single round in this game is ending in the most unlikely manner possible.
It is as chaotic as can be, with players making cool individual plays happen. And that's what you love to see, to be honest. When it's just chaotic, but it's just a slop fest, I don't need that. But when it's chaotic and people are making 3Ks happen out of nowhere, I love that for me.
Right. So the difference between this and a slop fest is the kill distribution of individuals.
Yes.
You were saying. Right.
Yes. Absolutely. If it's a slop fest, it better be a highlight reel.
We are having some moments from individuals. That could be interpreted so many different ways, and that's intentional. Very scrappy Valorant, very muddy, as it were. Got our Viper's Pit here in the middle part of the map, and QOR might look to just drift across, make use of the fact that that does obscure vision, and head in the sewer location. I'm not quite sure QOR where to go here, but I think the pick over on the A side, beautifully opened up by Timotino, someone who was highlighted by our desk briefly earlier on. This draws the Omen away and a TP onto A for Zostal, something that QOR are pretty mindful of and are considering drifting back as a result.
For a moment there, it looked like Shondex maybe wanted to try and do something cheeky. All going to be on Zeldris, though, with a Bucky on his lonesome.
Akro's there. No information we gained off of that. Okay, Rolling Thunder's gonna miss. Zeldris is playing close with a Bucky. 1. Okay. We had to get on out of there. Zeldris is very, very low. Some damage, but barely putting a scratch on Timotino in the grand scheme of things. Here's your plan. And you know, honestly, if they'd just taken a hero rifle and a bunch of pistols into this round, I would have felt better about their chances based on how this game's gone. But still, Timotino is down. That's the duelist that opened things up. Nerf, though, holding onto an op here with the longer angle to play from. Defuse, though, I don't know if this is really planted for B main at all. Zeke gets it to half. Is there any heaven pressure? Yes, but it's come pretty late in the day. Darkest is there now. An angle that's just not being watched for whatsoever, so we have a 1 versus 1. It is planted for heaven as far as the attackers are concerned, and Darkest can follow up on that fault line. All right, we are beating each other black and blue, apparently.
That was a perfectly timed little late wrap, though, from Darkest. Making his way up through mid into heaven. Cleans up the last 2. It was well done. The plant spot was a little bit awkward for the B main players, so he was required to come up big.
This from Zeldris is unfortunate. If they just wait a moment, they probably actually have 2 kills there.
You do hate to see that. Because, listen, you feel like you need to hunt down the first guy and close the distance, and then you're just in this awkward little middle ground position you don't know what to do. It's tough. Oh, Blue Waters are on an eco round, so the favorite 60-40 favorites heading into this one.
Yeah, pistols and hero rifle, no worries. Getting so much of that B main control, and also a ton of mid control, which eventually Blue can't afford to hold for the whole round. They don't have the weapons or the setup to play around it. But this has also allowed Zeldris to push deep on that A side of the map. I mean, he's good for a kill there if they go back in that direction and Zeldris hears them.
Dropping spikes.
And they will be able to hear what's going on in mid if there's no care being taken by QOR to obscure their movements.
They want to set up a little crossfire towards mid. Blue Waters are happy to chill over towards this B side. Note Zeldris is in the attacker's spawn, so he knows if they will be going A.
And eventually those 2 players in heaven can go over towards the B side. They will be needed, of course. Shondex, the one to watch. They are in drop here with the Guardian. That's been stripped from their hands. But Bolt with the Sheriff, it's good for it.
30 seconds.
Darkest ready to throw down, and Zostal just gets sprayed by Nerf. Good timing for that. A rifle, though, to be recovered on the side. And Zeldris, oh, buddy, such a long flank might work against them here. Darkest forced to play from inside the smoke. Zeke has managed to encroach pretty closely now. Fault line that Nerf disrespect steps ahead of, and there it is, the collat to end it. Zeke and Zeldris line up. Darkest, more than happy to knock him down.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're getting the highlight reel moments. Little collat for no good reason. Little for no good goddamn reason, but we got it at the very end. I love that. I really do. Darkest is going kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. At 12-6 right now. And against all odds, QOR were able to win an anti-eco, Mitch. The toughest of rounds to win.
It took them a 4K with the Outlaw, the ultimate anti-eco weapon, to do it. Won't take anything away from it.
They had to invest into the anti-eco specifically. Harder than the gun round.
Zeldris is walk into a room that was heavily occupied by QOR players. I love this pressure through mid, but there are a couple of gaps in it. So now we have an awkward 1v1 about 40 seconds into the round.
Time to jump.
Zeldris gate crashed all the way back across the map.
I appreciate that Zeldris reposition. He's really given us ample time to waffle away until there's about 15 seconds on the clock.
I mean, if I had managed to see what just happened in the first 40 seconds, we'd have more to talk about. But that was an absolute clusterstorm.
Pretty cool play, though. I respect it. The send it down mid, out B main, crunch everybody in ramen. There's so much util, they didn't even know where to look. They couldn't see players because they were being covered up by aftershocks.
I mean, again, if you're in like Heaven or Mail in your breach, you can just send so much of that util into ramen, have your team play off.
30 seconds left.
Of course, here, Zeldris is trying to hedge his bets as well as he can, be in a somewhat central location in the map. And he might even just... No. Won't catch a timing on Nerve as they cross. Nerve, obviously, with 4 stars potentially at their disposal, can set up a pretty annoying post plant. And Zeldris just kind of has to guess here. A few seconds and they'll realize that Nerve has probably tucked themselves backside. He didn't see them cross.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't see the cross, so knows the Nerve is back there.
Down, mate. Okay, cleanly done. Another one for the highlight reel for Zeldris there. In one of the strangest rounds of VALORANT we've seen, early crunch results in a 1v1 that sort of stretches out. Blue Water even up the game.
Casual 4K from Zeldris. I respect that too. On top of respecting the 4-man push into B main, I especially respect Zeldris being the last one in to get the free kills and then being able to teleport away. That's what matters the most.
Here's how it goes down. Yeah, look at this. Fault line paranoia both catching on.
This little spray down at the end. It's really well done.
I mean, the way we cut that replay makes it look like Zeldris gate crashes out into that 1v1, but about 40 seconds elapses between the ramen fight and that clutch. So we have an even game. These two teams are basically breaking chairs over each other's heads.
Yes, can't really describe it any other way.
And it's like they're taking turns climbing up onto the rope.
This is the Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens unsanctioned match at Elimination Chamber.
All right, A side under control for QOR. Obviously, they lose that previous round. No one's economy ever really gets rolling on this half at all. So even Blue aren't that well equipped. Rifles, yeah, Guardian, Bulldog here and there. Somewhat util light, but here's that Steel Garden. Now, a bit of an equalizer. QOR with better weaponry for a few seconds, and Blue need to wait it out. Eventually, they've got to make something happen here. They have decent retake util with these initiators, but, well, you know, sometimes you just get hooed on by sheriffs. Okay, wipe it up.
Gun here.
Bro, again?
Last round in the half.
I'm sorry. You know, usually I'm better than to descend into toilet humor in a game of VALORANT like this, but sometimes you can't tell mud and effluent apart, and this is one of those games.
I mean, how many... We need a desk tally of how many eco rounds have been won. Is that like 4 now?
Yeah,
I think
that could be on the that could be on the conservative side.
There are many.
Oh, buddy. I mean, it's just the most. Look, don't get me wrong. My second season here at VCL. Really glad to be here, of course. But that was the most challenges round I think I've seen.
I mean, we might be in for another challenges round. There's a whole lot of sheriffs once again, but the anti-eco coming to fruition.
Okay.
My
Better
God, they've
weapons
done
here.
it. Well, listen, they're not out of the woods yet. Their players are very weak.
Okay, so
There's
there are some
potential.
weapons dropped in B in there, but yeah, none of them are any good for someone like Zeke. They're all, yeah, pretty weak ones. So now Core can really just cut noise, slow the game down, and maybe force one of these Blue Otters players to just split. I like the idea of them sticking together here. They realize that the weaponry they have is their best chance, and like holding passive angles with a stinger isn't always the best play. Though Zeke is doing that from heaven. So I respect it immensely.
As long as he can take a long-range duel against Darkest or Timotino, he's going to
really
cook.
about setting up. I think it's really about setting up Shondex here. This util.
Oh my
Stop
word.
Immediately cease this absolute nonsense. 25 seconds left. Zeke marked here, decayed down by the looks of things. So wants to take a breather.
No.
Nerve is almost dead. Both these players can die. But Zeke is again marked, so just needs to shrug this off. Still no plant.
No.
Still no plant. They don't. No! Oh, this makes loose. 10 seconds left! Can you stop? That doesn't make any sense!
No! Not again!
Switching sides.
Not again!
Is this intentional? Is this scripted gameplay? We are 6 apiece after the half. This is the show where everything's made up and the points don't matter. What did Ryan Stiles and Colin Mockery put on hats and put on silly cartoon voices?
Oh, not the 4 versus 2, man. Not the 4 versus 2.
What a wild game. Again, the kind of game that you have some assumptions when you watch a Valorant round, right? Like you use economy to try and guess who's going to win the round, positioning, ultimates, all that sort of stuff. This is the kind of game where like your conditioning as a viewer is getting completely broken up, and you almost enter into a state of suggestibility. It's like when someone goes to shake your hand and pulls their hand back and hypnotizes you. It doesn't make any sense.
Much like Zeldris' death in that situation.
Locating targets.
Which additionally did not make a whole lot of sense, but you know, he tried. That's what you call proactivity.
Both these teams have had a lot of practice of pistol rounds this game so far. Having to find ways to win in them. At least to here, it is an even playing field somewhat, with the exception, you'll grant, of the one player on the side of Blue Otter. Off to A we go. Looking for, guys, looking for a stick, a perfect end from the juggle. Looking to really stick this landing here. The site is going to be inhabited by the Vice, and there's actually a swing back here. Logan is about to get busy. Bob, Shondex, Zeke, all 3 of them. Logan's happy to take the shot and fall off this. They know they have the player advantage.
30 seconds
A
left.
little bit dangerous there, but the salvo is avoided. Core now, they're all kind of corralled here into alley.
Dark is taking his time. Might get caught by the paranoia, just falls back. He's actually getting chased down.
Oh, I get the idea, right? Push. If you think you have that player disabled enough. Zeke here has the dodge away, of course, from that upshot. Fault line's going to come through. Bob, though, has heaven control still. Zeke can just hide here and let them move that into Bob's sideline. That is perfectly played. 2v2 now. It's close, but Zeke was marked up. Bob has found her 3rd kill. And has the util to interrupt the defuse? There's no time. And Nerve knows it. Couldn't even get the spike to half. Look for the challenge. It's a pistol round winner. Bob, she takes 4 kills. Another 2vx scenario.
I just gets another orb as well. That's cool. Little consolation too. Gets a 4th kill on the board. Yeah, that's Blue Water just having some really good players. I've noticed they have some very good, talented Valorant players that are coming up in these situations. I mean, what can you even say about that? A Darkest initially goes crazy, alone, wins out that little mini 1v2, and then from there, Bob kills everyone else. You know, maybe Bob and Darkest should be on a team together. You could have Zostal IGL.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe I could get SAD Esports to sign them. That'd be a quality roster.
Like we talked about, sign or just put them in their Twitter bio.
Maybe Twitter bio and, you know, maybe a Taco Bell gift card.
Okay, you know what? That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
No, that's what I'm getting paid, and I'm fine with it, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Liga Ace. Smile.
Doritos Locos Tacos? Come on, bro. Nothing hits like those at 3
really
a.m.
I really should have negotiated the Taco Bell rider, bro. You're kind of clearing me. What's going on? Okay. Okay, that is huge. Look at what those X's are, folks. Towards the back, they try and double face this core, but they get absolutely ruined by Bob's util. She sets up a perfect combo of it. She had a 4K last round. Man, that was gorgeous.
I would like to see that again. Where did that combo even come through?
I would like to see
distracted. I was distracted by thoughts of
intrusive
tasty,
food thoughts?
cheesy taco. Crunchy Dorito-based tacos. I didn't even know what was happening with the missile. I just looked up and noticed that Bob got a kill. And it's not one away from Armageddon, by the way, because Bob already has 7 kills in this half.
Yeah, talk about really taking the reins here on this attack side. Blue Water, it's one of the cleanest rounds that we've seen all game. Of course, though, anti-eco round, so into the bonus. Core have like 3 players on half armor and a Bulldog, so they obviously made some spend earlier on that didn't really pan out for them, but there's Darkest catches Zeke. Like the re-peek there. Zeldris, of course, is always able to get crashed here into the back corner of the site. The spike has to be recovered. There's a window here because of that Armageddon in heaven. And it's going to buy the space for Blue to actually set up a little bit here. Okay, I wasn't sure where they were trying to plant from. Maybe for heaven. I don't know why they would, because they don't have any presence there, but I was thinking they might attempt a late wrap here. We got any smokes? No. Those still waiting on those to come back up. So, they go for the plant instead. 17 seconds before another dark cover will be available. And now we tuck on the site.
They're trying to fight together. No one going for a late wrap.
Okay, so still in that corner. Timotin is able to trade it out. That's all you can really do in situations like this. The satchel's good. A little bit of distraction. Zeldra's here. Very solo, very alone, very dead.
Yeah, that is very apt way to describe the life that man lived for the final seconds of the round. Unfortunate, but Core played that very well. I will say, I do appreciate earlier in that round, there was a moment where the dark cover from Zosal had come down into heaven. They went for like a double, kind of triple face. Darkest found that one initial kill right here, and then they all just fall back. They draw out the Armageddon. They don't try to overplay the situation. And then they go for the full 5-on-4 retake. That was some very smooth gameplay.
There's also a great use of the Razorvine there, just as the spike carrier is killed by Darkest. So really nice pick up there by Snarly. Just creates so much time for the defenders to get set up. Okay, I like that Zostap. We'll TP upside. Nerf forced to move out of the way as that special delivery was coming in. Snarly has the good weapon for it, but Shondex works his poison orb beautifully. Nerf here back at the site. Had to win that fight, but now a little bit low. And Bob, well, okay, fair enough. I think Nerf gets a heck of a lot more than you expect them to in that situation, and is given a lifeline for Core.
I mean, if Zosal, okay, just teleports to get the spike to safety, that's reasonable. I was going to say, if they could get the spike, they could teleport over to B, which would have been mad.
Oh, the timing. Shondex turns away at the wrong time. Showstopper. Zostap. Sorry.
You gotta try.
What are you gonna do?
No,
what are you gonna do?
I mean, there's just... There really isn't a thing that you can do, is there? Except for swing and immediately hit the headshot.
I know, but you're always
simply don't miss.
You're conditioned to expect the player to do something kind of crazy, right? To take the race by surprise, but honestly, more often than not, you are very dead in that sort of one situation. So it's not as if we expected more of it. I just think from that, we just got the perfect perspective on that kill. Sometimes you just swing into the showstopper.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Max out splash damage.
Right.
All right. Zelda's quick off the fault line, getting presence up in heaven, so Blue Water can try to move quickly off the back of this dimensional drift and the space that they've gotten with it. They are on an eco round, though it's not eco-y enough to get a win, I don't think.
No, and exactly. Yeah,
not enough pistols, too many Guardians.
Classics only, honestly. So Nerve is by Ali, so it's really hard for Zeldris to actually get in off that dimensional drift. It's a player that's holding like a longer sight line. Is there going to be a wall swing here? I don't know. I mean, this Cosmic Divide doesn't necessarily hurt the attackers too much. I think they're happy to sort of close the gap a little bit here. Shondex and Zostal getting there with the Guardians. Oh, buddy, it's ugly. Shondex v Nerve. Time a little short. But hey, that was a dirty little swing there from Nerve. Very back and forth game. Really hard to call. But that's such an important round win for Core, whose money was looking a little suspect.
Yeah, that'll keep them in the game for now. That was almost disastrous. Goes back to the prior point. Not enough pistols. If they were so close, if they only had a couple more sheriffs instead of the Stinger or a guard, that probably would have been a round win, but pretty good effort regardless. They're going to take the time out getting onto the full buy with the Rolling Thunder for Zeke. Rolling Thunder for Darkest as well, matter of fact.
Yeah, so we've seen Core in the past like be really quite happy to back off and play a retake. I mean, you have the Rolling Thunder, the Steel Garden, and Nightfall all to also like that whole comp like is great for it really. Cosmic Divide, like we just saw in that round prior, right, sets you up as defenders to really close the net before any gunfighting has to happen. So you might see a more passive approach to the map if Core don't get any of those early kills and can't get any sort of early reads. Nerves look pretty good this game. Multi-kill rounds. Timatino as well on the entry has been great. Someone who got touched on by the desk is saying like this is a prospect that is worth looking out for, but for me it's kind of Darkest has been a standout player.
I think Darkest has been so underrated for so long at this point. I mean years at this point. Darkest has been just low-key excellent on kind of like middle table at best teams in Challengers and really deserves a chance on one of the top tier teams at some point. I would really like to see someone give him a shot. Like, he's been on respectable teams for sure, but I would like to see him in that situation at some point. Anyhow, here's the Rolling Thunder. Entry coming in from Blue Water.
Okay, Zelsis and Zostal just get ahead of the choke there pretty easily. And Rolling Thunder follow-up is good, but here it comes from the defense side. But Darkest swings out to the open, has very limited information on what's on the other side of that dark cover, and can't win it out. Logan is virtually forced into a panic spray down there, realizing the round had gotten away from them.
That is straight out of the timeout. Blue Water taking the pace of the game to 100 miles an hour, just slamming the site with the Rolling Thunder into the teleport entry from Zeldris, who's at a cool 22 kills. Both duelists are really showing out at the moment, actually. Top of the board, 20 plus for either side. We're only 18 rounds in so far.
Only. I feel like I've aged 40 years trying to keep up with what's been going on in this game. And my hairline was already trying to get out of dodge, bro. I don't want to see like my reflection in the player and the caster cam after this. Here we go though, round number 19. Phone sent first now, just any potential razor vines being cleared out. Bunch of janitors out here. Blue Water. They did not clear it, so that razor vine will be deployed. And unfortunately, that means that guided salvo doesn't really achieve the intended purpose.
Shondex trying to slowly creep towards heaven. So many angles to clear that it's dangerous to just walk through there without the wall, and that's exactly what they're waiting for.
There.
All right, we talked about Core liking to play for retakes, probably liking it a little bit less when they don't have any good weapons.
I like how Blue Water are approaching taking heaven. It's just one little step at a time from the wall into the dark cover, getting a little bit of space here and there. That being said, though, they've only made noise on this side of the map, and thus the entirety of the defenders are here. And there are 30 seconds left, and we're headed towards another eco.
They're going to push this. They are pinging out that A side hard. This is Core getting exactly what they wanted. They have full stacked the A side, and Blue Water are about to bring their business straight to their doorstep. Have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior Zostal? Apparently not. They're going to TP on out. It's going to be a nade kill on Zeldris. And it's too late for Blue Water. They've got to run into this. It is the firing squad of pistols waiting for them. And Sean next has to go absolutely tropical. Pick up the spike. No, thank you. It is a Sheriff kill and a thrifty for core. I mean, you don't have any info gathering util ready on your team. You don't have a way of spotting this out. Like you could, I don't know. It's very, very hard. You could use Zeldris, I guess, to get in there. Gate crash out. He didn't have dimensional drift. Blue just walked into the biggest trap.
I do actually need the desk now to find out how many eco rounds there've been. I do need to know this now. I'm calling on Roy to investigate at the moment.
Dryad said she doesn't have enough fingers to count it. So, last I checked, she's got all the digits. So that's pretty scary. Timotino here, trying to hit that backside, of course. So Stole will be out of range of those paint shells for the most part. They've got regen shields. Tank some of that damage. Okay, Zeldris trying to mog Timotino from a different dimension.
Oh my
Here
god,
comes
what the hell?
Dex. Timothy's in an awkward spot now. Zeldris emerges. Classic, as you do. Like I said, we had too many rifles in the past for Blue. That was the problem. Get the classics back out there.
Planted.
These fast big site execs from them have been really good. Just overwhelming with the dimensional drift. That little jiggle peep from Shandex was actually nasty, though. That was some filthy work in B main.
Now, Snarly just has to hold on to this weapon because, again, you've seen how this game has gone, folks. I mean, I don't feel like either of these teams has really won more than 3 at most rounds in a row. The money on Blue Otters is hanging in the balance. The fact that they can take a round win here with 4 guns in hand is really important because we're starting to get to the point now where you really need to try and get some clean round wins back to back. And God, if you can win a round here or there just based on economy, it's going to take a huge amount of stress off you. Core haters in shambles.
Well, not yet. I feel like no haters of all various sides here shouldn't be in shambles yet. But it hangs, their shambles status hangs in the balance here on the next couple rounds. And we've got an opportunity for a core eco here coming up. They've got a couple hero rifles, but I'm seeing, well, are they going to buy into this?
Can you?
You know, they could try to force this.
I reckon
like,
they try and
hey,
play for
Logan,
aggressive B main control with these stingers and try and get an alt orb maybe for their Vice. Steel Garden retake, anybody?
Or Timotino was one-off showstopper as well, and he didn't have any cash. So, you know, he's in there with his trash weapon, then he gets the rocket, that kind of vibe. They have options to put together a really mid buy here if they want to force, if they want, or they can just play an eco round, probably win, and then have a full buy on the next.
Yeah, just a
Those are their
bone-hurtingly
options.
acceptable buy.
Oh, and it's so mid.
It is extremely mid.
This is as mid as it gets.
Okay.
But they have ults, and they could get a third ult with Timotino, but it doesn't look like they're playing to that as the immediate win con. He's just chilling in mid alone.
Technical pause as the remnants of my grey matter needs to be... Yeah, my grey matter needs to be mopped up off the floor after just leaking out of my left ear. Now, all I'm good at doing is there's a spirit level. You look at what side of my mouth the drill comes out of. You know if we're on even footing. I've been completely fried.
Oh my god. For some reason, there's some heat seeping out of the vent above me. And I swear I didn't turn the heat on.
Oh, you didn't notice that we'd all been teleported to the 7th circle of Valor in Hell?
That's
Actually, I think that one's cold, honestly. I think that's the cold one.
You think so?
Oh, who knows?
Good lord, man.
Okay. Yeah, so looking over this, of course, you know, Blue Water do have some of these key initiator ultimates that they're on the verge of as well. So that makes the next couple of rounds even more volatile, even more pivotal. But as you can see, I mentioned before, like no more than sort of 3 round wins in a row for either of these teams has put the economy in a weird spot, such that, you know, for Blue Water, they're probably okay with a round loss here, the exception of Zeke, but we have Stinger, we have Sheriff, regen shields for Darkest. There's definitely a question in my mind of how they're going to look to get value out of the Stinger Sheriff. Sometimes apparently it's just enough to stand out in the open looking at people, but it's just the way that this game has gone. Zeldris has been able to get a lot of value, and of course, just gate crashing arbitrarily into the back of B every round. It hasn't been a terrible foundation for a strategy. A player with some lag issues, folks. That's why we're sitting on this tech pause.
At this point, my brain is having some lag issues, but I don't get a tech pause. So let's hurry it up. Hurry it up, guys. Get back in the game.
I feel like I've been lobotomized by a 2B pencil in the last half an hour. Just the classroom variety procedure. You know, right, 1 second I'm creating a little poster, doing my little 4th grade project on what the heck Sierra Leone is. Next, I'm here in this Valorant game.
At least, you know what I will say, though? I appreciate that it's been a very fun game so far. After a 3-mapper OT, if game 2 was a 3-mapper, but like, if it was just kind of boring, that'd be tough. But I'm glad we're in the land of silliness in this game. We needed that.
That is fair because, I mean, the previous series, right, we had like 3 maps, but none of them were really close until the end. So it's great to see 2 teams that will play this level of audacity, won't respect it too much. We are going to head to a break, folks. When we come back, that player, I'm sure, will have their lag issues sorted out. We'll head into round 21. I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Send it to a break. Send it to a break.
See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We're coming to you live from the absolute fever dream that is this Blue Otters versus QOR matchup with both teams on the precipice qualifying for our Stage 1 playoffs. Both teams who lack self-preservation instincts. This has been evidenced by this ridiculously aggressive 20 rounds of play so far, Wyatt, and I sure hope that that's not about to change.
I have a feeling it won't. I have a feeling we're going to get right back to where we left off. An eco round win for QOR. Oh, never mind. There was another rifle. Never mind. I think Blue Otters are favored once again.
Already going to make the way towards B, so a potential gate crash into the back of the site, followed up with a... Oh, I like that. Okay. Gate crash cleared. No fault line that came in time anyway for Zeke. So with that option not working, we go to re-clear mid, and we notice that Timatino is pushed up a little bit. El now pulled back a little bit in towards Mail. Shondex is exploring pretty passively with that wall and will spot Nerve out. Snarly turned anti-flash there as well and drop. Dangerous for the Viper player here, and Shondex clearly doesn't like what they see.
It has been slow from the Blue Otter, taking their time towards B main. Soldiers just posted up on the jump peak angle, and in the mid-round, Timatino says, let me walk into mid and see what happens. Let me go die in mid and see what happens when the Armageddon comes in. Good counter roll. Chaos, madness, stupidity. It's a mental game here, Mitch.
Okay, what are we to make of this here? QOR, still, of course, a chance to come back in. Cosmic Divide here for Nerve, and you feel like it's unlikely we'd see that be utilized in 2v3. So now we have a double face up towards Heaven. I think Drop was just checked there by Snarly. Deep mindful of main, and there's Bob. She just finds a late lurk opportunity. Snarly revealed here. Blue Water, that is a twist of the knife, because now QOR are running on fumes.
That was a really good counter Armageddon that came out from Bob in the mid-round. Like, the actual perfect timing to force Timatino and Darkest. I mean, Timatino didn't need to be forced out. He was ready to leap out with the showstopper regardless, but that was really well played to get Darkest out then as well. That was so awkward.
Yeah, no choice.
Nicely played.
Man, yeah, pretty fantastic timing off that. Very awkward for QOR. Now again, ultimates, yes, but not really weapons, so you have to wonder if QOR just let this one go, in a sense, or try and win one of the many thrifties that we've seen this game. Blue, though, have slowed down the pace last couple of rounds, with the gate crash being unsuccessful or being cleared. Now, a rolling thunder come out for the attack side. There is a catch to be made here. Timatino does fall, tries to satchel away, but cannot escape. Darkest also right behind him had pushed up into B main, so the gambit here for QOR does not pay off. Now, questions being asked to Shondex. What is there over at A? Have you seen anything? Do we have an in?
Poison's off.
Just able to creep up to ramp right now. Honestly, feels a little dangerous here if you're Shondex. You just have to clear everything on your own. The rest of the team, though, they should be able to make light work of this site if they do end up going for the execute, despite two players being there.
Oh, Shondex is going to evade detection entirely here. They sneak into that Heaven side and can start to wrap around now. So this is bad to worse for QOR. Not that this is a round they were favored in anyway.
No.
All right, Sheriffs go to work. Apparently, Shondex now becomes a really important part of this whole formula. They have to wrap, and as soon as they arrive, the player that would have been tasked with taking out had fallen. So in the dying seconds, it's going to be up to Snarly once again with just the Sheriff.
Just the Sheriff.
1v3.
Yeah. Two players are one-shottable by it, though.
Great point. Zeke and Zostal low. It's Shondex who's gone back to Ali. So would be out of position with that to happen, but no, Zostal puts Snarly out of their misery and takes us to map point for Blue Water.
Took all 5 players pinching into the site with a flank through spawn to deal with 2 Sheriff-wielding defenders. That is really a beautiful summarization of this game in its entirety. The challenge of killing players with Sheriffs has been just insurmountable, truly.
in fairness, that is like a pretty slow walk up, and the timing, I think, with the gate crash isn't quite there. It's like a little staggered. So Blue honestly look more cohesive when they are playing really fast and loose.
Yeah, definitely. They've been putting together some good rounds here to get into about as firm as a lead you can get when QOR are already at, what, 9-10 rounds as of late. But they've looked good here at the tail end for sure.
All right, here we go. Round 23. QOR with some big ultimates, honestly. Big ace around on that. They're in with a real shot. Dostal wisely just triggers that shield wall and backs off of it, so it's going to be a little while before Blue can re-explore into heaven. Their Viper wall is going to help them at least get a staging ground. That's why Blue can play through from, you know, rope room with such impunity. They can really overload this heaven position, Wyatt.
Here.
Darkus is on a nice angle here, but I mean, unlikely he'll actually be able to get a kill. Wants to get more proactive, but that will just result in him losing over half of his HP. There's 2 anchors to try and nullify this hit.
Yeah, just no information. And just have to go for something dangerous. Snarly waiting for them at the bottom of a drop. Now down to 3 Blue Water. Shondex drops in. Able to find a kill with that shorty. And now it gets a little bit more interesting. Viper's picked to try and take the map here for Blue Water. And Zostal's going to push out. The Nightfall, though, okay. Got to spot them out. Big information now. Logan knows that Zostal is inside the pit. Brings them down, but the Viper is still alive. Shondex is still healthy. And the dimensional drift from Zeldris reveals Timotino starting to approach the side. They might look to pop out inside this pit. There's Shondex. Pit going to come down. Zeldris out in the open. Exposed. A little bit low. Outnumbered, in fact. 7 bullets in the chamber. Defuse, taking its sweet time. But QOR have enough to get the full defuse here and stay alive in the game.
A great double swing at the end to lock it up. Timotino playing very well at the end there. Good retake effort from QOR to stay in this. The money is excellent, though, for Blue Water. They're going to have a full buy, and for QOR, it's going to be a little awkward. Not ideal to finish out this second half. They're going to call their timeout. They have fair ultimates to play with, and they're nearing a rolling thunder. So they're disadvantaged in the weapons, but advantaged in the ult game to try and take this to OT.
I mean, it only cost them the Nightfall that last round. And it's obviously a great result here if you're thinking about QOR and their ability to retake these sites. Steel Garden is pretty big in that regard. Look back here over some of these previous rounds. Timotino trying for the operator in this kind of round. They try to control that sort of mid part. This was a very messy passage of play. The big Armageddon that forced the defenders out of mailroom into mid. Got them absolutely clamped. This is where Nerf was looking to try and clutch out with the Sheriff. And it wasn't to be.
This position is so good for countering a hit where most of the players are coming through heaven. Snarly just playing at flowers there.
In we go. Now still map point, for Blue Water. Still got the good weapons. No real ultimates to leverage here. They can't call upon them. And again, we've seen this like slower, more syncopated push towards taking B control. Kind of fall flat on a couple of rounds, but there's a bit of a stack here for QOR. 2 players grouped up here in B main. Clone eats the Prowler. Blue say, okay.
They had a little play set up. You can see the season grenade in hand for the Fade and Raze respectively. But then just adjust to the Prowler to get the information. Util to force anyone out of B main. So Blue Water can gain that space. And of note, that was obviously the salvo and the fault line. So the util that's going to be recycled. They can get control of that space in the extremity, then use it again later to actually hit the site.
Yeah, I mean, Blue clear that close corner on the left as they push out. So they don't have to worry about that. Awkwardly, there's a stinger for Darkest in heaven. They're hoping that there's some push from mid, but Darkest is going to be pretty hard-pressed to be relevant if we actually get a full B main commitment. It looks like Shondex is not really happy with what they've been able to do at A. So they will move into mid, and that might be the challenge to go for that late wrap towards heaven side. And if QOR look to play retake and don't intervene too heavily here with this push, and there might be some value to be gotten off this stinger. Darkest has the drop on Shondex and sees the barrel first. Are we looking at overtime, folks? Here's the fault line. Now that Tejo Util is going to start to come in, but none of that really bothers Timatino. They're going to play out in the open. They're here to get Crash come in. That is a hefty duel, but Zeldris wins it out. Zostal TP's forward, and now Blue have the positioning. Behind this Cosmic Divide, they've got a chance to get a plant down. Logan, though, wants to try and fight through it. It's not to be. It's nervous snarling now. Fought the game, trying to stay in it. Confident to make use of the Astral Wall now. It's expired. So that B main position from Zeldris is once again relevant, and Nerve is very low. Spotted out early. Here's the Steel Garden. Bob gonna fall. It's an opportunity now for Core to come in for a defuse. Mystique has the shorty in the smoke. One shot, not enough as Zeldris comes in to end the map. A close one, a chaotic one. A Blue Water prevail.
Zeldris really put on a clinic, and it's funny, after that tech pause, the game actually went back to sensible, reasonable plays. It was just up until that late tech pause, crazy and chaotic, but a lot of individual highlights throughout the entire thing. There's a hell of a lot of talent in this server. Zeldris was the standout one, though. That Yoru play was really fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look, it took a player like Zeldris to actually harness the utter chaos that we were seeing in this game. And honestly, why it wasn't too complex, right? A lot of the time, having great B pressure. This is why Yoru is so good, to circumvent that choke, to TP into backside behind a fault line or something like that. Zeldris was able to make so many important opportunities there for Blue Water to push in and start to control that site. It looked close. That Steel Garden there made me feel like the round could have gone either way. But our first map in the series is done. It is going to be Blue Water taking away Split. Pearl, though, was Core's map pick, and that's coming up next, so don't go too far. More from now, last series of the day, with two teams looking for Stage 1 players qualification right here, so don't miss it.
I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a different aspect. It's like picking up any new player, different personalities, different backgrounds, like different amounts of experience. So I'd say it's a challenge in its own aspect. Especially like with Timotino, he's less experienced, hasn't played challengers before, but he's like proven me a lot. He's made me proud. So I'd say just like teaching them what our system is, because every team has different systems. It's like, what is the system for Core? So that's like been the biggest thing. We've been like preaching that, like, yo, we do things like this way here. Like maybe you did it on this team, but like this is how we do it here. Like we're gonna do stuff like this, right? So just teaching them like our way, like the Core way. I guess like consistency is like a big one, I'd say. And that's still a big challenge for every single team, including this one. We're still trying to find like our footing, our consistency. But I would just say like the mood's always high, no matter what. We lose a couple rounds and it's like, all right, whatever, like next round mentality. We like to have that like short-term memory loss. Like who cares? We get 1v5 next round, doesn't matter. We get, I don't know, something happens, op collateral and a clutch, like it doesn't matter. We're always going to the next round. We're always in high spirits, and we just try to focus on winning that next round. I would say consistent improvement. We're gonna work hard every single day, day in, day out. We had our first match already. We won map 1. We ended up getting reverse sweeped. Tough loss, but there's so much to learn from these matches, right? You can learn a lot from scrims, but match reps are like so much different, and you just learn so much more, like how people react to certain situations. So I'd say throughout every single match this season, you're going to see improvement, and we are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. So maybe week 1, maybe week 2 won't look so good, but by the end of the season, like we'll look good. We're like low experience as a team. We just started practicing like a few weeks ago as a 5. Compared to some other teams who've been together for months, potentially even like last season. So we're still working together. We're still trying to find our footing, but just consistent improvement.
I feel like that very first map of the series had everything we could have wanted. We had, we had some crazy shots. We had some crazy util, crazy players. We got thrifties. We got the cinema. And we didn't get an overtime. We just get a natural, clean end to the game. It was some good stuff. Roy, I know when we're talking about the chaos, you were even tasked with a little bit of homework. Crazy stuff going on to that map. But like a worthy homework considering everything we saw. Blame Wyatt on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, per Wyatt's request for me specifically to be his quant, I've concluded that there was actually 6 thrifties, Wyatt. And actually, 3 of them were for core, 3 of them were for Blue Otter, and I'll even add one more number in there for you, Wyatt. That's 25% of the round resolutions were thrifties in a 24-round game. So there's all that.
My favorite thing is that he wasn't even in the channel to actually hear all of that because he got banished into the other Discord channel. So he doesn't even know how well you slayed that assignment. But honestly, crazy stuff coming out from a crazy game here, Dan. Looking at this, we knew that this was going to be a close series. And at any point in time, I did not know which way this was going to go.
It was an insane back and forth, especially in that first half. The amount of thrifties that, I mean, we just talked about, but also just the individual plays that like half the time it was like, what is going on? Until it closes out towards the end. I think Wyatt said it after it was a tech pause and things got back to normal. I think a normal game of Valorant to close it out. There was a possibility of us going to overtime, but I feel like if we didn't go this map of overtime, it's coming. Don't worry, it's coming soon.
Yeah, I think there's one thing I do want to point out though, aside from like, the brawls and the team fights that were happening consistently in this map, but there were some levels of like meta adaptations that Blue Otter was utilizing very well. And that's specifically the way they were using Yoru to constantly bypass the Vice utility, and they're really punishing Snarly on those sight holds.
I mean, even just looking at like the amount that they had to give respect over to Zeldris, who you have the utility, you have the fact that he's capable of backing that up. And then some of the set plays too that Blue Otter had utilizing that, even looking at like that more B crunch and really being able to put that pressure on. So Core having to be a little bit careful of that. But looking at the performance coming out from this players, I mean, Dan, there was a lot going on.
Yeah, and it turned out to be the easiest and most obvious highlights for the players, right? So we talked about Challengers and how he was going to perform today. We talked about Timotino as well, these 2 duelists, and that is, I mean, those are the 2 players that got and end up being at the top of each team. You see that 13-11, extremely close, and the reason why it was so close is, once again, these the experience versus a newer player. What was it that we were calling Timotino at the beginning? The classic duelist?
No, that's Zeldris.
Oh, it was Zeldris. Yeah. So playing exactly that way, 28 and 18, just going insane. And I think this is what we can expect for the rest of the series. These 2 players going against each other constantly.
I mean, going into the series too, I mean, my predictions was on Blue Otter, and I said too that I was never gonna not pick the team that had Zeldris and Bob. But I want to add on to that because I should say that I'm not going to not bet on the team that has Zeldris, Bob, Zolsel, Shondix, and Zeke, because across the board, everyone was able to step up. And on the other end, I mean, Timotino Roy was someone that we talked about a lot, but Darkus is somebody that there is a lot of consistency from. So that was really, really cool to see. But we'll talk about the top frags because, Roy is kind of a little deserved.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think the most interesting part is the fact that they're playing 2 different duelists, and the fact that they both had such high level of impact and just being set up so well by their teammates speaks volumes in terms of them being able to capitalize offset support, but also the fact that there's so many chaotic situations that they had to maneuver that literally came down to split-second decisions. And the fact that they both maneuvered it in their own kind of unique, special way it was really interesting to see.
And I mean, Timotino definitely put up a wonderful fight in the series that was so close. But talking a little bit more about Zeldris, because Dan, looking at Zeldris, like even from the get-go in the series, while everyone else was still in like single-digit kills on both sides, like Zeldris had like 16 kills. Some of these plays, like he was cooking.
Yeah, he was going insane. But again, this is not surprising at all. This Challengers has been doing it for quite some time. That's why we were hyping him up as one of the top 5 duelists that we have in Challengers right now. And I really don't know how he does it because, as Roy was saying, they were playing different duelists, one playing the Raze, the other and playing the Yoru. And getting away with the kind of kills that Challengers gets away with on the Yoru, it's just not easy to do. You look at all their Yoru players, especially when they're pretty much playing by themselves. And, I mean, they often get taken down so fast. But for Challengers, this is just something natural.
I always always love seeing good Yoru players because it just looks like impossible for the other team to be dealing with. And when you have that Roy, that classic duelist, just that good stuff duelist coming out here, I mean, it's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, bro is actually the default duelist archetype. Like, there's really just no way around it. It's so funny. But now I think the shout to the Yoru thing is a pretty interesting one, because Yoru can be a very chaotic duelist, right? Because you're teleporting into enemy territory, and it's sometimes hard to figure out where to allocate your crosshair, right? Because you're TPing in, there's so many angles that are open, and that's when like the support system that we talk so highly of comes in, right? Reducing the amount of positions to look at, making his job a lot easier. But Zeldris just looked very controlled, very composed the entire time. And even under the most stressful situations, it looked like he was in complete control, very calm, very cool, very collected.
I mean, it's definitely a core that was up for that fight, though. And I'm looking to see that fight go forward in the series as we start looking towards the second map in the series. The first map of the series, you know, going to split. This one was Blue Water's pick. So all is well in the world because Dan, core, now we're going to their territory.
And we're going to Pearl. This is interesting because we talked about how Split was not very good in general for this side of core. Before last time they played this map, it was a 13-5. So now we see it got a little closer against a team that has been consistently good on the side of Blue Otter, has been consistently good on the map of Split. So I also want to see the improvements on this map of Pearl, their map pick, and also playing once again to talk about the qualification for playoffs. So it has to be good. I think we're all expecting this to go 3 maps. I just want to see how dominant core can be now that they're a little bit more warm up and they were able to look better on Split.
I'm excited yet again, not to just keep bringing up the duelist all the time, but I'm excited to see the duelist face off once again here, considering that if we see, you know, the trends continuing here, Roy, we'll see the Jet most likely for Timotino going up against the Yoru mostly, but you know, maybe we could see a swap there considering we haven't seen a more recent composition from them since Zeldris has been in. But heading into the agent select, I'm curious if we get to see that run back of the Euro, considering how successful it was, and it's what they've played before.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see this because the last time some of these teams played Pro was actually quite a little while ago. Obviously Blue Otter being the one that played it more recently, but I think there is I was gonna say there's a potential they would swap up the duel, especially with how popular Neon's getting, but no, they're gonna keep the Jets. It's gonna be Battle of the Jets here, the different meta, the Tejo coming in versus the old and established KO. It's going to be a good one, I think.
I thought we were going to see a compositional change here for the side of core because they continue to play with this Killjoy that is not the greatest, especially when you're playing against a Tejo on the side of Bob, who we already mentioned. She's only been playing this Tejo, knows exactly where you're going to be setting up the utility for Killjoy, and that is going to be something annoying to deal with for core.
Yeah, one last thing before going into this match. Roy, I know that you had something super important to say over to our friend Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, since we're all just hiring quants on the spot here, I figured I would go ahead and just hire Wyatt to just let me know how many sheriff kills are going to be happening in the second map since he loves Thrifty so much.
Thank you. Very cool. I love that. So, yeah, Wyatt, I just want to say thank you again, not giving me and Dan any homework. Have fun with your own assignment. But it's time to head over to the second map of the series. See if Core can take this into a map 3. It's Pearl. It's Huber and Wyatt. Have fun, boys.
I opened Notepad. I've got Notepad open. I'm ready to write it down.
That's brutal. I mean, you spent all week working for Doge, only to be told to keep track of even more wasteful spending in the game of Valorant, Wyatt.
Oh, my cat just bit my leg. What was that? There's a cat biting my leg, bro. Oh my god. Okay. He's ran off. He just hit a devious lick. He just ran over, crazy. Bit me and ran away.
Literally sideswiped you. I think he's trying to send you a message, bro. He's trying to say you stop being...
I know he's hungry as hell. Yeah. Bro, listen, I know he wants his beef and liver pate fancy feast, but that's got to wait. I have to cast about. How do you think I pay for that fancy feast? It's with this. It's with this.
Well, listen, after 3 maps of this game, which I'm sure we're going to get in the end, that cat's going to be ravenous. But Core, bro, they're on some boomer type beat here with this Pearl composition, right?
No, they really are. I think they thought the update where Tejo missiles don't break lockdown and take it to 5 HP, I think they think that we're on that patch. Yeah, they think they got it messed up. That patch isn't in the game.
Look, I guess you get, you know, really good early warning systems, but also like, as you come across to a site like this, remember, like, you can get out of range of a lot of that util. So I'm curious to see how Snarly like tries to get optimum value. Shooting people in the face is a very reasonable way to do that. Snarly does open the account for the round. There's Darkest. Just a good old throwdown, folks. However, with Logan, the last player left, having to play out there from Link, will be Blue Otters walking up on the A side, planting it down.
Some very clean shots from the Ghosts over on Blue Otters. Also crazy that we're watching a game of Pearl with no fades. No fades?
Dude, no Yorus. No Yorus.
Nothing? I mean, QOR, they are playing the 2023 Pearl composition. Yeah. But even still, they were playing Fade then. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, surely we were seeing, even like late last year, we were in Berlin for GCC. Like, they were playing the more modernized comp on this map. I want to say,
it's just an honest throwback.
Okay.
Just an honest throwback against the Vice, which has proved to be fantastic on this map.
It was like she was made for it in terms of how her util lines up in some of these areas. But yeah, I mean, the Jet still preference here for Blue, even though Zeldris, we've seen them play the Aura. Very reasonable inclusion here, but a little tweak. And having the Sova instead of the Fade as well is a bit new. Well, not new. Quite the opposite, actually. Bob will be forced off this. Buying a Marshall of all weapons here in round number 2. A very slow, stately affair, but that A side is open for the taking.
QOR trying to rotate here as fast as they can. Ghost nets the first kill. Few sheriffs for QOR. I'm paying attention to see if they get any kills on account of the homework assignment that I've been given.
Being told to, that's it. Really putting Wyatt to work. Right? Okay, so dash across over towards Dugout there. Nerve does get caught. Zeldris has to assume the Jet of Timotino has crossed. Snarly steps up. Will be sent back. That regen shield giving Zeldris a little bit more durability, but he'll die pretty quickly here under any sort of level of scrutiny. Ah, yes, the Marshal. Going to work here. Double time. Snarly, with just a sliver of health left, is dealt with by Zeldris.
That's one sheriff kill, but aside from that, not a whole lot of damage dealt over to the Blue Otters side.
Okay.
And they didn't invest a crazy amount into that either. They've just got the Guardians, which are nice for the long range on this map. Though I have a personal thing where I just hate the Guardian on anti-ecos. I really hate it. I feel like it's those situations where you have the Guardian, but then you're running into just multiple players getting up in your face, jumping around with classics.
Feels like it's as good as the Sheriff, really.
Yeah, I'd rather have my little stinger in that situation, you know?
Yep. This works out, though. Again, we just had a couple of rounds. That second round was a stack from QOR, so we don't read into that too much at all. This time, Blue are a little bit more insistent about pressuring this B side of the map, but the KJ util is more distributed around A, so... And more of a slower play here in Plaza. Note that Blue really aren't pushing. They're even outdroning to clear art, so very meticulous about that part of the map and definitely selling some presence. Spike is left way back.
By the way, because QOR bought so much on the second round, well, it might not even matter because Timotino just peeks and gets an insta-kill onto the Astra. No smokes for the hit on the long-range map. You love to play the Valorant game when that's the case. Really fun.
I mean, they have heavy armor against the Outlaw. I don't know what to tell you. They take a hit from Zeldris. Timotino survives it and is able to get one back. Very clean from Darkest. Clinical control there of Link.
The thing, though, he's the only one with the heavy armor, by the way. He bought the Outlaw because everyone else bought Sheriffs on the last round. So everyone else has light. He just happened to run into the only heavy armor guy.
30 seconds left.
Alrighty. 2 players up here for Blue. Again, a little awkward. This is their bonus. Just so we're all up to speed. Zeldris has to try and pry QOR out of this site like a couple of pearls. It's going to be Darkest finding the third of the round here. Bob doesn't have any reason to really drag this out any further. And no use for a weapon like this into the next round. So if she's able to get a kill, she'd be happy. Looks like that is not to be the case. Darkest ends a nice little 4K round. QOR announce their entrance into the map with a flourish.
When I first started watching Darkus a couple years ago and was becoming really impressed by his play, it was actually a lot of KO at the time. It was really prevalent in the meta and with the map pool. And it always felt like one where he was able to get that right balance of taking a lot of engagements, but additionally having that supportive utility at times. And of course, that is just what KO does offer to any player, but he was really maximizing that aspect of the kit.
Okay, now we get some fighting for A main here. So Teho useful to pave the way. Zeldris also tailwinding forward of it. So Blue Water have that part of the map. They actually have no art presence, no link presence at all. Perhaps we see that later on, but right now, they're kind of all in on this part of the map.
So Sol elsewhere over on B is just containing, as is Shandex towards mid. Fight for A main, fall back. And then it looks like they probably just want to work into, either the B hit or a B split with someone late, maybe trying to go through mid to link. But nope, Shandex, who was over there, just going to group up. They have to deal with Timatino again. This is where he found the first blood on the last round.
This time, a couple more one-shot weapons on the other side. Backing away, little shoulder check there. Unclear what they actually managed to see. The Armageddon's going to clear them out. Of course, though, they have to use a whole charge of Tailwind to get out of hole. So some side control now. Timatino in an awkward spot where they've got to try and fight on the move with this Guardian. Certainly uncomfortable. We have the post plant now and the retreat back up towards B long.
Core players stacked up towards the link, ready to try and get out off the drone tag. Here they come. Timatino gets that first.
They got that hold control. Nerve still, though, playing up from upper. At some point, though, Core need to push up. And they're doing it right now. Shondex waiting for them in halls. Ends up being a 2-for-2 still. And Bobby's on a pretty late flank. But, well, we got the util. There we go. Not needed. As Zik is able to get the job done. And Blue Otters just drag the post plant out long enough to put that real-time pressure down.
Yeah, Bob was playing from Haven, so she could still launch the guided salvos while the null command was going off over on the site. And yeah, just literally does not matter. Blue Waters have a lot of annoying post-plant util with this comp. That is one thing where the Sova adds a little bit more on top that, the Fade doesn't really have. The C's certainly can be, but you have all that additional Sova util that's very frustrating in that situation, or in those situations rather. And Timatino loves standing on objects over on the B side, scoped in. That's just his thing, bro.
Your tone is so accusatory, isn't it?
No, normally the duelist just loves it. No, I mean, it's just, he's always on objects.
Wow, this player has a real tendency to breathe once every 5 to 8 seconds. It's just bizarre.
I'm just noticing it.
Are they even thinking about it, or is it just autonomous behavior? Who knows? What? The sun is coming up in the morning. Why? Inexplicable. It goes down in the evening and it gets dark. Don't get it, really. Just things that I notice. This guy, man.
Bro, my rate is not high enough to be dealing with this, man. It's crazy. It's insane. I gotta have a word with Ryan, man.
Yeah, let him know. I'm sure they're really, really interested in having that conversation with you. In the meantime, Core, not interested in trying to challenge this map. Someone told me to say this in the chat, so as this spike will go off, I must declare Uwu.
Well done. Well done selling out to the chat to get their approval.
Just working on the rate. You want to go to right? I go to the people. We're not the same.
Oh my God. Boo.
That said, though, that's a round, of course, Core have to back up and save here. You can see the money's in a really odd spot. And also, ultimate-wise, there's nothing that really, is going to shift things heavily in their favor. They're starting off these rounds, right, with Timatino, taking that, early angle towards B long. And some of them have worked out, right? This is a couple rounds ago. We got that nice little darkest round. I think they take a 3K, just really controlling Link. But a couple of these, post plants have been really hard to break, on this, fallback of the B side of the map. Timatino was forced out that round by an Armageddon. They had to go play through mid. And you see what the end result of that round was.
That Hunter's Fury, pretty annoying when you're playing in Link, I'll tell you that. It is quite tough to avoid.
Yeah. And we're throwing back here to this was the pistol round. Not just about this, folks. It was Blue Water just pushing up on that site. No particular chronological order to these plays. This was that second round, the anti-eco. The Marshall actually went to work.
Are you just in the Twitch chat right now, communicating with the people?
I mean, I was for a time.
Because I just...
Sorry, what part of me saying ooh on a Valorant cast makes you think that I'm not taking outside direction of some sort?
No,
I mean, come up with that stuff?
I didn't know you were in there conversing. I just didn't know you were in there multitasking like that.
I've got that. I mean, you're on the parlays, bro. I'm handy with the people.
I mean, listen, if RJ Barrett does get a 5th assist, well, then now we're talking. No, kidding. Zeldris. Look at, oh my god, bro, not the eco again.
Okay.
Not the eco again.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. Timatino's still in a really awkward spot, but takes that kill, and I guess the backup, that presence here from Link, there's a cosmic divide in play that in theory is supposed to cut off Link, supposed to cut off Tower. It should have just been the Halls player. But it looks like QOR just pushed through that.
Yeah, that was some really nice proactivity from them. Just foregoing fear and not really giving a damn that their weapons were poor. They just know that they want to fight together when players are trying to get past that wall. That was nicely done. They have enough cash to even get an AWP into this next round as well. Just set up good crossfires here. Look at this flood. It's so nice.
That was beautifully done, especially in a potentially oppressive situation. Great retake from QOR. That's a really important round to take. It gives them a staging ground here. To try and bring the game back. Timatino buys the op in this round, takes it over to the B side, but there's no action there. It feels like Blue Water realized the jet could be an issue. Instead, they want to play up close, but Logan wants to bully onto the site. This is working beautifully, and this isn't even QOR anchoring so much as just taking their opportunities. Blue still haven't had a plant yet. The spike is actually in an awkward spot. Hunter's Fury now as well. I don't think Blue have an option.
That even tags onto Shondex.
Okay, what's the plan supposed to be? Yeah, that turret, hey, might be the best use of Killjoy's kit specifically we've actually seen in this game. Not saying much, but definitely notable there. And QOR able to win 2 rounds in a row here with Zostal with nothing but a Spectre. Not the kind of thing we even care much about saving, really, but they're out of there.
At least they have the regen shield. Back up to 37.
That's, you know, that's true.
Right?
Yeah. The regen shield goes a long way in situations like that. Nuts!
QOR had all 5 players over on the A side about 20 seconds into that round, by the way. They just had the quickest of rotations to just fight and dismantle the Blue Otter. Is it Blue Otter or Blue Otters?
Blue Otters, right? Am
I
crazy?
keep thinking back and forth, but why would it be
No, Blue Otter.
Why would it be
Straight up just Blue Otter.
Yeah, and that's why I'm confused because why is
it's
it
like
just
a
one
Voltron
Blue Otter?
It's like a Voltron of small water-faring mammals. I thought it would be a collective, but okay.
And that's why I keep getting confused when I'm about to say their team name out loud. No matter which way I say it, I feel like I'm getting it wrong every time. But now I know for sure.
Yeah, Blue Otter. It is. Ooh, okay. The Sheriffs? Timatino finally gets an operator into play now. They took it over here last round and just didn't get any action. This time, though, they are going to be busy. Obs pushed right up against that Nebula. Shondex is on the side! Oh, Timatino's under a lot of pressure now. Here's that steel guard, but Bladestorm works around it. Shondex still eventually able to bring the jet down, and we have a 2 versus 2 and some time for Blue Water to make a play, but there needs to be a plant. There needs to be some good post-plant positioning, and it has to happen within the window of this util. That's so much to ask.
They've recovered 2 weapons. Operator for Zeldris. What angle is he going to try to hold here? It's tough. It has to pick between lower heaven. The Shockdart is going to get a free kill.
They got the plant. Zeldris now forced to clutch. You wouldn't be a 3D printed duelist without winning rounds like this. It's always a character from like a really cheap shonen. Like 7 Deadly Sins is not the most deep show. I'm gonna be honest with you, Zeldris. Could have done better. Never able to take him down there. Nice little shock dart play from QOR. And in fairness, this is a sheriff round for Blue Water, so I'm not being too hard on him for it, but QOR have gotten into this game again.
I mean, you're getting mad at me for being antagonistic, and here you are, 1v2 clutch, just going in on this.
Oh, it's not the play, it's not the gameplay. Not an issue with that.
For his anime choices.
Yeah, it's very
1v2. Make sure to let him know he has bad taste in anime.
I mean, listen, that situation. I mean, you're 1v2 with an op in a post-part, in fairness, but it's very hard to win. Look, 7 Deadly Sins it's kind of like Babby's first shonen. You know what I mean? At least their profile picture, I think, is Killua from Hunter x Hunter. So, like, that's kind of based.
That's a gamer standard. That's truly the gamer standard.
It's always the same. When it's game day, they tweet game day, and it's the picture of Killua walking into a crater with his hair all like flying up. It's like, okay, now it's getting real.
Do people still post that one? That one was
I remember like young Arsena being a big fan of that one.
No, I mean, every time before you were going to play the Pulse Invitational lower bracket final in the Ignition series, you had to post that GIF that it was game day. That was very 2020 and 2021 Valorant.
That's right. Oh, man. So we have an even game here all of a sudden. It's pretty clear to see both teams are really hoping to be very impactful with these first kills with the op. They both brought Jet into a map where we see much more of that Yoru flavor these days. And Timatino kind of exemplifying that playstyle. This time, though, they've actually taken the op over towards A main. So trying to mix it up. Blue, though, a full default setup here with the spike left back behind them. So they're hoping to dig some action here out of B, but they're probably expecting the Jet to be here.
Sosol's trying to press up pretty far forward to play off of the stealth drone, which isn't going to get shut down. The radius of the 0 point not far enough, so that's some valuable information towards Hall's gain for the attackers.
Okay, once again, though, I'd be afraid of Darkest if I was Blue. They are ready to flash themselves out here onto the side. Zeldris gets in, though. Cloudburst gives them the cover. Logan playing close. Zeldris around the corner, wins it out. Nerve is down. Looks like a recon bolt was thrown out there, and Logan's able to peter in and get a very solid kill. This is nice, but Darkest actually gets pushed on there by Zostal. Player advantage here for Blue. And now, of course, all the usual smokes, they cover up tower, the one way that Timatino can't dream of fighting through. He's going to have to wait by tunnel.
Drone reclears into Link. That's going to give a good position here to Zostal to play a bit of a crossfire, perhaps.
Oh, there's no Teho? Value?
Wait, I think the lockdown is up top. Zeke thinks it's in heaven.
He doesn't know. Oh, I love this. Spotted out by Zeldris, and he tries to blow it up. Taken down. There's the lockdown, comes off, but Zeke is playing off the site, not caught inside the detention field.
Standing ahead.
This is a problem.
There they are.
Recon thrown out. Both players allow themselves to be pinged. Timatino's ready for it, though. Because I don't mind being lit. I have you in my sights.
I'm getting motion sickness. Thank you for defusing and getting away from that. That was a pretty sick retake. And the lockdown. Oh, the lockdown.
The lockdown.
Razzle dazzle. Like normally it would be in heaven there. And Zeke, yeah, that's tough. That's tough. None the wiser.
That was awesome. Honestly, like the position of the lockdown there forces to swing into 3 players. Zeke doesn't have the ability to clear it. All of that, I mean, it's obviously you don't expect the lockdown to be placed out in the open. And look, you're guessing at the approximate location of it. This is what I talked about with sort of how you want to break conditioning early and often in Valorant. Zeldris on this attack side, and look, defense side is normally where we see the Jet pick up the op and start to lock down that B side of the map, but Zeldris has struggled a little bit despite getting into halls with relative frequency. There's an argument to be made. This is why Yoru is so preferred on this map, because they can get deep into halls. They can also gate crash across the map and sort of apply pressure elsewhere pretty easily. Blue Water are not really looking to make use of art here either. They are attacking the extremities against a team that has been holding an operator for like 3 or 4 rounds now.
And Timatino has been finding a hell of a lot of value with it. Core looking pretty good. Pretty good as we go into the tech pause. What do you think caused the tech pause? Do you want to add that to add that to your parlay?
Oh, yeah. Tech pauses are over under 2 in this game.
What do you think the cause is? I'm going with I'll go with lag again. Oh,
okay. Lag is pretty good.
We got ping issues. That's lag adjacent, right? That has to be. I mean, that's basically that's what that is. That's what that is. All right, 1 minute or less. So I've been told.
Well, in chat's being asked, when do rankers play next? Rankers are how do the kids put it? Bing chilling. They don't play until playoffs because they've got their 4 wins and they did it in record time. 4 wins, 0 losses through the Swiss stage. So playoffs don't kick off until March the 10th. And you'll see rankers in those upper quarterfinals with top seed.
1 week away. Some say by then they won't be called rankers anymore, Mitch.
Oh, that's based. Okay.
Some say they may be sponsored by a team.
They are that good, honestly.
Maybe the Houston Outlaws, perhaps.
Yes, great to see the Beasley Media Group get back into esports. Like that wasn't a... You're trying to... I see you tried to do that. You tried to trigger me. All right. Oh, I'm familiar with your game now. Look, rankers 113 round wins to 62 round losses, 8-1 in maps. So they are, far and away one of our top teams here. And these two are looking to join them in our playoffs. 1 win for either of them in the series. We'll get them there.
This is a good position from Timotino. Dodges out on the flash, and it looks like he'll have an opportunity to get a first kill into the round. And might go down depending on how aggro he's trying to get, and perhaps a little bit too aggro.
Yeah, that one was not ideal. In fairness, look at how far they had pushed up. And Blue were perfectly set up for that. 4 players stacked up for a push. Frankly, I haven't seen that play really from QOR this whole game. So I don't know how they read that, but pretty brilliant if you ask me. Now that they got that A-side control, Logan goes down. This is getting a little bit dicey here for QOR, but they have that arc controller part of the map, like I mentioned earlier. Why Blue have not really been looking to control. But this should set them up with a pretty comfortable post plant. Cosmic Divide in play, cutting off both Secret and Flowers. So QOR really have to take some risks to get onto the side, but they have that art position coming through from Link now. Zostal under a lot of pressure. Snarly popping off on the KJ. More of those valued lockdowns to come, I'm sure. Oh, Bob. Ooh, okay. Util's turned off here for Bob. Being suppressed means they can't stop this defuse, even if they hadn't. The stall util, and they did. A massive 0 point comes out, catches onto the Tejo, and shuts the contingency for Blue Water down.
Blue Water were in such a good position to win that until they let someone slip through the Cosmic Divide and shoot one of their art players in the back. They had 2 of them that essentially had Snarly trapped at the little drop from Link to art. But then one of them got shot in the back. Then Snarly gets an actual 1v1, honest duel, wins it. And then from there, it just cascades into a round win. That was looking so good for Blue Water. Pretty tragic.
All right, well, here we go again. This time towards the B side of the map. Oh, there's an Outlaw in play here. And that was beautifully done. Bob did not have that heavy armor. Still, that is an Outlaw dropped in a position that in a post plant can potentially be recovered. There is a hero rifle for Zeldris. Smoke in the face of Nerve. Awkward. Oh, no. Okay, still 1 for Zeldris, so there were 2 players in Hall. Still 1 of them left. I'm sure Blue Otter is aware of this, but Zeke only has the Sheriff to work with. Hey, we like upgrades here. And it looks like Nerve is going to play safe. Actually, give up that Hall's position and allow Zeke to get in and shoot them in the back of the head. Still no plant. But there's no shock darts here, no util to interrupt a potential plant. This Owl drone also very timely forces Timotino off an angle. With 45 seconds left, you can try and sneak off the side or get into Link. I love this! The shorty descends! And Timotino is not able to connect the shot. That's thrifty here for Blue Water.
I love everything about that play, except for the missing the shots. If that didn't happen, that would have been really sick. That was a really cool maneuver to try and get in like that, isolate the planter. An NT, but We're back to Eco City. And Blue Water on an attempt to tie up this half before we head into the second with them on defense.
Okay, we've had a really competitive game. This is unfortunate. Now, Nerve is not quite able to strike before Zeldris finds one. Again, just pushing up onto the side here. Hey, nice little angle variation there for Timotino, one that only the Jet can really muster. There's one reason why you take care of the goal. Easy kill on Zostall. Blade Stall for Zeldris. God, the audacity on this guy. I just love the lack of self-preservation that we see from this Jet play. And there goes Darkest. Another Nebula comes up and the Shock Dark claims Timotino. All right, fine. Tied game at half.
God.
Fine. Totally fine by me.
And that is Core going for their standard flood back in fast as hell that they had done all defense, which got them a lot of round wins, but there, man, Blue Water were set up for it. Taking all of those fights as a team, and Zeldris looking so sick on that entry. This is a hell of a close game. Both teams are really firing on all cylinders. The individual play looking clean, man.
Thoroughly enjoying it. You know, we're getting to see like the Killjoy versus the Vice and see like there's some viability to bringing the Jet back in, and even like the Killjoy, like if Stanley's done fantastic, you know, on that agent, despite obviously some of the challenges that KJ faces at the moment. On defense here, a chance for Zeldris to really put his mark on the game, though.
Zeldris is pushing up A main on the opposite side of the map. They're taking that extremity. So Zostall just jiggle peeks for info and got a lot of information that came with the sacrifice of 112 health.
Shield wall triggered in theory. What? Okay, Shock Dart there right into the, look at the corner of the B side.
So many Shock Dart kills in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often we see the Sovas just do so much. I mean, we went into the Sovas on this map, right? Normally it's the Fade. Kind of like that throwback a little bit to the previous era of Pearl. So Core are cutting noise entirely. They're hoping someone pushes off the B side, someone leaves it to go elsewhere. Such a big map. There are 4 lanes on Pearl, remember that. And so Blue do have to split themselves relatively thin for a 2-bomb site map. Now the fast push coming back into this. I like the little cancel call there for a time. But Shondex able to stand their ground. That's the Jet down. And also, Darkest got pinged out by that recon.
30 seconds left.
Shondex eventually down. Another Shocky.
Oh my God.
Another Shocky for Zeke. So much of that action here in this round. We got a 3v2. Logan with the plant. Zeldris takes the timing, wins it out. Nerve swings out into the open. Not a great sign here for Core, but they can still win it. Logan backs off here. Zeldris wants to take the fight and gets wall banged down. Both players take hits. Zeldris wins it out. What an important round to take. Blue Otter get the pistol and get to 7.
That little Shock Dart play back hole was so nerdy and so cool. Like there was the Shock Dart all the way to the far left of holes, and then the missiles pushing the player into the next Shock Dart. So Zeke knew exactly what the timing was to throw the Shock Dart out where the player would be running straight into it. That was very cool to just get a free kill back there. Shondex played this really well despite being hit by the 0 point, by the way.
Oh yeah, they were suppressed. Lovely moment from Zeldris. That one could generally go either way. Really close game so far. But Blue Water have earned themselves the right here to bring some more powerful weapons into the game. And we know Zeldris. We saw this last year when Ascent was in every bloody series. They would get a scope weapon as soon as they could. Zostall has full A main control. But that's nerdy stuff there from Zeke. They give away their position though, and Snarly takes a chance.
Did get some damage onto Darkest with that spam, I believe. Okay. I want some up off that information. Oh my God, the util. This is so aggro. Y'all can play safe. You have better weapons. Get out. I mean, you can chill.
That is a Blue Water round I echo for. You don't forget. I will never forget Bob pushing off the A side on split with a Marshall trying to no-scope people in round 2. But there's precedent for this ridiculous behavior. That was dirty from Logan. 3 on the round. I'll take an Outlaw. Thank you very much. And I'm going to take the bomb B side, I think.
There is a silly, strange world where Logan wins this because they have an Outlaw and a Hunter's Fury. But do we live in it, Mitch? Is it this world?
That would be... Oh, that would be absurd here. on the anti-eco for Core to stop Blue completely running away with this game. Zostal and Bob obviously grouped up here. Logan down to 9. It's dicey. It's scary. 4 kills, and now the salvos come in. Logan, you thought they had a spot. There was a little bit of a gap in that Venn diagram, and yet they put a toe too deep. Taken down by Bob's util. And Blue, frankly, get off easy.
There have been so many util kills in this game, man. Between the Sovas and the missiles.
Should have told our quants to track those, honestly.
Yeah, for real. I already forgot I needed to track the sheriff kills. Hopefully there's still only been 1. Oh, wait, 2, 3,
you are cooked.
4.
You're cooked. Logan got 3 that round.
There's 4 in the game. There's been 4 in the game.
You try to tell me after there's only been 4 after that many rounds? No,
yeah,
mate.
there was 1 on round 2 and then 3 on round 14, but that's it. There are surely no kills between those round 2 and 14 with the sheriff.
No, you're pulling my leg, mate. Okay, 0 point here on the site would shut down any of this Astra util to further stall, so that's a pretty effective connection. Blue Water, though, are still able to hide behind this nebula, so that was up already. And they realize, okay, because Blue Water didn't fight for that sort of A-main control, they will give that over to Core. Mind you, a very close round. Blue Water's money isn't exactly in the best spot, so this is a very dodgy bonus round for them.
Yeah, they're on an effective eco as their bonus. Stealth drone re-clears towards Art. Does get the spot on Timotino.
Right. Is that slow Art clear? Blue pretty adamant that this is going to be an A play, and of course they are, because Zeldris has pushed all the way up this B side of the map.
Yeah, and with the stealth drone
safely.
With the stealth drone getting that spot as well, they don't feel like there's any real reason to move. And if the core squad goes Link, there's going to be a wall there. And
30
well,
seconds
what do you know? They're going Link, and the wall's been activated.
And there's not a lot for Zeldris to see here from this long position, and they're going to be pinched. That's the problem. There's nowhere to hide for them now. And they had better be sharp on this. Oh, buddy. Yep, you knew it was coming, Zeldris. Nice call there for Core. Still, they're going to have to defend against this. There is a Guardian in play, but the whole site covered here by the attackers. And they fall back to safe post-plant positions with Nerve left in reserve. Hiding inside halls.
Yeah, wait, what? That recon didn't actually spot him there?
Yep, I think they got on the corner somehow, Wyatt. And this should be a pretty systematic deconstruction. Blue Water's corporeal forms. Bob finds the one. And that will be that. Core get themselves around here. And again, it wasn't a great bonus for Blue Water. They can buy up in the next, though. And Zeldris looks like they're saving for an op.
Could have been a fair amount of damage done. There was a couple weak players. The Outlaw did connect onto Timotino. Snarly was forced down to half HP from Zeldris as well. But ultimately didn't result in much. About as clean as Core could have hoped for. Having to deal with that Outlaw over at long. Set up to get their economy in a decent place here.
Ooh,
at least going to have another buy after this, yeah.
I don't think Blue Water can really fight this. 0 point gets thrown down early, and Core actually don't hit that as fast as we maybe expect.
No, they slow down any ideas of pressure towards A main. It's just Nerve trying to contain that area of the map while their Sova drone over towards B long gets the space that they're trying to gain.
Okay, Zeldris got forced off this angle by the L drone initially. I think Core's protocol for dealing with the jet at B long is probably a little better than what we saw from Blue Water, who got picked off a lot by Timotino. They do, of course, have plenty of smokes to work with, and that's great exploration there by Zeke over towards the Art side of the map, and Zeldris' patience kind of betrays him. Now, we're going to have an ult command fast hit over towards this B side of the map. Armageddon in play to hopefully slow the attackers down, but many of Core have already gotten here. Zeldris on the corner, down to Timotino. That's the operator now going loose. All of Blue Water stuck inside, Link behind this grenade, and oh, buddy, it's about to get ugly. Zeke and Zostal. The ladder release coming through from tunnel. Zeke challenges the smoke and finds a timing. That's huge. Will they get away with this? It doesn't look like it. Blue Water shut out. And they deal with the jet over at B, first and foremost, making it so Zeldris can't get any value.
Core doing a great job in the post plants, getting forward, fighting some of these positions together. Nice crossfires by getting deep into halls. Nicely dealt with the remaining Blue Water players there at the end. And even without that, it's just the players getting caught alone. No one can help Zeldris in that situation. And Darkest is just so good on this KO, finding the 2 towards Link after forcing them back with the nade. He's playing really well, getting the high impact kills.
What a game this has been. Obviously, this is Core, who are fighting to take us to a 3rd map. Fighting to just shore up their qualification for playoffs now, as opposed to having to do it at a really dicey 3-3. Well, Blue Hero really stacked up on this part of the map. This is the kind of thing that can obviously be spotted out by an owl drone, but it's only Darkest on this part of the map. If they can sell anything, you can expect this to basically be an open and shut round, which is what I would say about any team that wasn't Blue Otter with a bunch of sheriffs. 0 Point doesn't spot anything, so no one. This might actually lure Core into the trap. Leaving no one in halls could be big. There goes Zeke. Smoke comes down here. Blue might group up and try and play through this, but that fragment's going to make it hard. They're going to do it anyway. Darkest overwhelmed. There's a chance to recover a rifle here, and all of Core get the heck out. Rifle should go over. Hunter's Fury, though, was something they might have looked to rely on, and Zeke was the player that fell.
And now they have Snarly to try and cut off the rotates in spawn. Should be able to easily get 1, if not 2, if not more.
Just 1. Rifle
that's not
recovered
the
now.
best, yeah. Really not the best 1-for-1 giving them a rifle.
Zeldris, though, walks that corner. Straight walks it. Shot next with a rifle. Okay, Operator there. Timotino will end the round. Operator going to the attack side. Jet. Blue Water try and stack a sight. Almost managed to get away with it. Decent economic damage, really. But now, I need to see this Jet Operator on defense do some work.
We have seen, not very often, but there were a couple rounds where Timotino picked up the attack operator as a duelist, did it on split, and was able to find a really good first blood kill then. So we'll see if they can do the same. We'll see how they try to slow the pace of the game down around him, allow him space to work the map, try and find that opener for them. Or if they'll just end up running into Zeldris and we'll get the op-v-op duel.
Really deep recon there. The Blue Water have that A-main control now, and in theory, should be able to leave the Astra behind. Yeah, this is the interaction we're, I think, watching closely. Why? Zeldris gets one this time. Goes low in that exchange, but really narrows down the possibilities for where Core might be coming from.
Yeah, Snarly's just too scared to swing that wide because of the position that Bob was just in. Could have just gotten easily punished by her, so feels that they have to play it more passively, wait for the rest of the team to group up and play off Timotino's op. He gets on a good angle.
A recon here. A little uncomfortable. Timotino trying to walk the corner. Here's Bob. She's in the game now. Zostal wins out a very important fight against Nerve, and we're going to stay tit for tat in terms of our rounds, folks. Talk about 2 evenly matched teams. Logan has to be careful not to move, but God, to stand still is a death sentence, as evidenced by Zostal swooping in to end the round.
And at no point in this series has it ever felt, for even an instance, that one team was in control. It's been the definition of back and forth. Like, even when there's been a string of rounds going one way or the other, they have all come down to like 1v1s, 1v2s, just like the closest situations. That was must win though for Blue Water. Their economy was fully on the line for that round 18, and now they can get back in the game. Still have that off on Zeldris.
Still sitting on that Hunter's Fury as well for Zeke. And to tip the scales in a round like this could be important because, yeah, like you mentioned, the money, of course, not great. Never really got it stable. And Zeke is so annoying. God, playing this part of the map. Refusing to really give an opportunity for a first kill to be taken by Core. And then Bob sort of being here to swing off a bit. Oh, ugly stuff. A really wide swing there for Bob. Able to take 2, and ultimately smoke clears, and Blue Water have the advantage after that exchange. And a spike down in Art is a big problem for Core.
2 rounds in a row now where Bob has picked up multi-kills, just anchoring Art. Crucial impact from her in that position to again put Core at this disadvantageous situation. And Blue Water even want to push out of A main with 2 players at the moment. Wrapping all the way around.
Retreat.
Not a bad way to make the best of this situation. Hunter's Fury
You watch it 30
in
seconds left.
reserve for Zeke.
This
Cause
is
a divide.
They
That
are
could be either side.
convinced that they're working B.
Yeah, that cosmic divide doesn't
Absolutely
actually give
convinced.
anything away. That is really well placed by Nerve. It's reasonable to expect that to cut off halls as well.
How do Blue Otter approach this now? Zeke is just alone. No players are grouped up together. This could unravel if the 1v1s don't go the way of Blue Otter.
Wait, there's the timing here though. Zeke gets through Art. Darkus gets off that position. The timings aren't really lining up here, and Sean Nex is going to see Nerve. Well, it gets unraveled, and it's really just the threads of fate that undo Core. Darkus has to go big here, try and disrupt with the fragment. Okay, we didn't get it at half. But as you can hear, plenty of time left in the round for Blue to get ahead.
That situation really could have gotten scary for Blue Otter on account of none of the three players were grouped up together. But what was working in their favor was the unlikelihood of having multiple players pushed out of A main earlier in the round, which is why Nerf is just like, the hell, why am I getting shot in the side from a main flank right now? All of his attention was focused forward, and for good reason. But yeah, again, this is just great anchoring from Bob here. What more can you say? It's just the players fighting together, and she is the one connecting shots coming up for them.
Okay, still a buy here for Core. Yeah, Zeldris actually had to pull the Blade Storm in that last fight. That's how much value Blue put on that round. Still, you've got everything else for the others. A fast hit though behind an Alchemist wouldn't go astray, and looks like that's going to be the play. If there is enough link control here for Core, they will descend upon that B side. Can they get ahead of this? No. Here's that Alchemist. So your Astra is out of the fight for the time being in terms of being able to pop any util whatsoever. Awkward now, the pinch coming onto the side. Logan finds one, but Zostal's gonna fight. No abilities, no problem. They get in there with a Vandal and take some key kills. Guardian claims him, but Zeldris finds the trader now. Link control goes to Blue Otter. And of course now, primary weapons jammed up for the attackers. This is a scary moment for Core. Logan's forced to push forward into Zeldris' sights. And Core may have lost their grip on this game.
Zosol really comes up fighting on the site there, and it honestly just made me have some flashbacks thinking about their play on the SAD Esports team last year with Bob and Darkest, where that was their first time IGLing for a team in Challengers, the best team that they had played on up until that point. And individually is where it seemed like they were having the most struggles, hanging with the rest of the players in the server at the time. But I felt like today on the prior map and here, there have been more moments of important individual kills coming from them. Like, despite being at the bottom of the board, anchoring there was huge. There have been those moments when required.
Here, of course, this is a pretty important fight here. A full three-player swing with that Nebula really cutting things off for Core. And half of them to trade officially into that part of the map. And here, this is the 2v3. That inflection point of a round. I love this from Zostal. They do end up going down as they push into link, but it's traded instantly by Zeldris. And then there's a Steel Garden, which feels like one of the more impactful uses of that Vice ultimate that we've seen.
Absolutely. I mean, if you just compare on this map the Steel Garden to KJ's Molly, I mean, that's not even a comparison. It just clears.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to see how Vice has become the preferred option in terms of Sentinels here. But as I say that, there's a lockdown. One that is obviously an endangered species in the Tejo era.
Or my Razorvine, rather. I keep saying Steel Garden, but Razorvine.
And
filaments. Yes,
oh,
the filaments.
Oh, they've got to go for a bit of a schmeek play there, Wyatt. I get it, but geez. That's how you're going to break open the round. It does not pay off. Now a minute left. Core have the option to bounce back, but look at how far up Link Zeldris has gotten. We'll be able to hear any running through Plaza. Blue are actually trying to preempt this and rotate off the side early. I can understand why, but well, they're going to find out probably sooner or later that that is not necessary. And this does leave Zeke a little exposed.
Yeah, he is the one aspect of this defense that is just a little bit out of place. You can see that by the minimap, but they find the timing to back up now. Crucial. And they've got the recon in hands too, so when the hit comes in, could throw that up. Maybe get a spam kill when the smokes go down.
They come, but get rid of a player out on the side. It's Darkest. So it's also pressed, also caught inside. And Nano Swarm. First time we mentioned that word this match. Now I'm going to go for a plant, but Blue Water are poised. They are circling. They are vultures, and they are ready to devour. Boom! In a second, the round goes up in smoke for core. Blue get to match point.
So they're still just able to get back to the site and play together for that flood perfectly. It was that Zeke reposition and having the right util to get back in together. The Nebula's down with the recon going down as well. Bob comes in to help. Blue Water are looking pretty clean again. Sort of similar towards the end of Split. It seemed like everything came together as the game was coming to an end, is when they really strung rounds together, had some of their best play. I feel like we're seeing that again now on Pearl. As things have gotten close towards the end, they step up.
Okay. Big ultimates here that could really change the way this game flows. Timo obviously made use of the Blade Storm in the previous round and did not get any result. Aldrone here, Zelda sees it, has to respect it, stays posted up. Tailwind though, going to get them out when they start to get contact. Another shot, God, the audacity! 3 posts up on the angle for Zeldris, and Bob is going to be there to follow it up. Here comes the Armageddon that is going to force Core out into a very awkward position, and Zeldris puts a cap on it. That is going to be Blue Otter making their way into playoffs, and once again, the Core haters have been justified.
And first of all, you gotta give massive credit to Zeldris in that series. Also, you gotta feel like Blue Water just comp diff them on Pearl there. Their comp is just straight up better. Aside from that, though, this is just such a cool roster at the moment. Having Bob and Zeldris together, kind of leading the charge for this team and certainly leading them with the fragging. Like, that is a sick duo to have, and it's really made Blue Water one of the most exciting teams to keep your eye on from this point forward in Challengers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is quality roster. I think they've really been able to level up and just some star power really shining on this team. Whereas we've talked about Core in the past. I think Roy referenced it, like the no star player approach to them, which is all well and good. They gave us a really good game. I really would suggest that round that Timotino heads over towards that A site with the Blade Storm, trying to just brute force a solution there for Core is where they kind of lose their grip on the game. It's tough to see it go this way, but they're not eliminated from playoff contention. It does get a little bit harder here at 3-3, but remember, if your losses come against those more quality teams, then that serves you better when it comes to breaking tiebreakers and such. So not the end of the world, but definitely it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for this team. A lot to talk about today. That game, I really felt like we had another map in us, Wyatt. Felt like they could have gone a little bit longer, but we're done for the time being. We're going to take a break. A fever dream, that series was. We're going to look back over it with our desk in a moment. So don't go too far, guys. This has been your VCL NA. Only one of the last game days here as teams are trying to make those playoffs.
Just becoming happier again, and like just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like Like, is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process. And then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Well, we are definitely in for some fun Valorant, but unfortunately not for a map 3, or fortunately, depending on who you're rooting for in this series, as Blue ordered to take the second map down in Pearl and send themselves a playoff 2-0. I mean, Dan, going into this, okay. I wasn't going to bring it up right away, but I see the smile on your face, so I'm going to. You and Roy had some big words, and I just got to say, you were wrong. That's it.
And you know what? It's fine. I accept that this time, but only this time, I lost the prediction. Only this time, never before and never again. So it's all good. It's all good.
I would also like the public to know for officially that I don't think I've gotten a single prediction right. So if I predict your team, just know that you're most likely going to lose your match. I apologize to all future teams. Let's just say it is what it is. I'm sorry.
That just reminds me of Pancakes like getting on you for not rooting for them, and then yeah, you don't want Roy predicting for your team, but
yeah, you guys should be thanking me now. I'm not predicting your team.
Genuinely. But talking about this series, I mean, my reasoning for going with Blue Otter is I would not bet up against Zeldris and Bob, and there are two people that really got to showcase that. But it was not just them that was able to. It wasn't just the Bob and Zeldris show. Across the board here, Dan, we did get to see everyone kind of step up, and it was really nice to see this from the team too. I mean, this team, it gets a little chaotic sometimes, it gets a little wacky, but they're able to still pull it through.
Yeah, and I think you bring up one of the biggest points why they were able to win, right? Challengers and Bob have been incredibly good. We talked about Bob and how she's been only playing the Tejo, absolutely nothing else, and that sets up for some amazing plays for the team. And on top of that, Challengers being one of the best duelists that we have, just everything worked out so well. But I think what was really the difference maker was the differences in compositions here on this map of Pearl, where you're seeing a side that's playing the Killjoy. It just seems very outdated. You're not able to get some momentum towards the end, and things kind of slip through the fingers of Core. And yeah, they're not eliminated. They have one more match to play, but you wanted to make it to playoffs today.
It would have been nice. It would have been easier for them to just clean it up today instead of having to fight it out tomorrow. But with how they played in the series, even though it was still a 0-2 loss for them, definitely, Roy, I think they should be holding their heads held high going into tomorrow, because yeah, it was still a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, the series came down to the absolute wire. I do have like some looming question marks, specifically with the first map and the amount of thrifties that we've seen. I feel like there should not be that many of thrifties happening in a single match. But aside from that, though, I think overall they had a very clear game plan. Both teams had, you know, some idea of how they wanted to approach the maps. Obviously, the level of like how refined Blue Otter was, specifically with the Tejo, with the Sova on the Pearl map, was beautiful to watch. I absolutely loved it. I think they played it very well. They had very clear ideas of how they wanted to get maximum value from that utility, and it seemed like they were doing it very well.
I mean, even a call out that the casters made during with this utility paired up with this Tejo was a couple of these little plays, even looking at the B site, being able to completely clear out walls, and just it seemed impossible to go up against at some point. So really, really well done there. And it's a Blue Otter. If they're going to be performing like this, I'm excited to see how they square off against the teams that have already claimed their spot in the playoffs. But and just looking across the board at the performances, like obviously we've highlighted and we've talked about Zeldris and Bob a lot, but talking about a couple of other people and even like the people on core on the other end, Logan had a hell of a show. Both of the Sovas did actually, and a lot of really big util kills coming out too.
It was a great map, especially for the side of Blue Otter. I think everybody had their moments. Of course, we talked about Bob, we talked about Soldiers, but like as you're saying, I think everybody had the specific understanding on how they were supposed to play this map, especially as the standard composition that you see on the other side for core. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't really matter as much because you have a Logan that is fragging out, you have a Snarly as well that is getting some nice timings on the Lurk and managing to get a few kills. But when it comes to it, it just seems like Blue Otter were just one step ahead of what they needed to do to especially win the last couple of rounds, right? Because at some point I think it was 8-8, and then it was when they got ahead and closed it out.
Well, I mean, it was a great series, so I'm excited to have none other than Star Duelist Zeldris on the line to chat a little bit more in our post-match interview. I want to start off with an apology because I was like, Zeldris was doing so good. I want to talk to him. I forgot that Jen had spoken to you after your last victory, so thank you for interviewing twice. But the team now officially in playoffs. Great 2-0 series. How do you feel?
I feel good. Honestly, super confident. We played well today, and we meet our expectations, so I'm super happy.
This series, even though it was just a 2-map series, it had all of us on the edge of our seats. This was just kind of so back and forth. And this first map especially was just so chaotic. There was 6 thrifties overall. I want to know then, going into that, knowing that there was just this chaos, how you as a team even adapt to those situations.
Any timeouts from both teams. I guess we just really talked it out and kind of figured out the gaps that they had and, took advantage of it. So it's kind of as simple as that.
I like in all the chaos that it's just like the simplest answer to be able to close out. And going into the second map too, something that we kind of thought would cause a little bit of difficulties with core was this Killjoy, especially to Bob's playing a lot of Tejo for this team. Do you think that it was just like more so this composition difference that was like the difference maker for you guys, or something else coming on the map to close it out?
I would say the comp difference is definitely plays a little bit of a factor because obviously we know Tejo is way better against Killjoy. So I think that, and just, the game was really back and forth, but I think in the end we, found the reads and we kind of capitalized off of them. So that's what led us to winning.
That's fair. That's fair. And last but not least, you're going up against your old squad, old teammates, Snarly and Nerve there. So I want to know thoughts about that.
I love those guys. There'll always be, players in my heart, but at the end of the day, we're both competing, so gotta win.
They still have an opportunity to try and make it to playoffs, but today, Blue Otter were the one to claim the spot. Zeldris, I'll let you get some rest. Congratulations yet again. Have a good night, okay?
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Back over to the desk for us. I wanted to ask Roy about like the thoughts of like the desk and the analysts and all that, saying that he is like the default duelist, like he is. But I was like, I don't know like how I can convey this in a way that it doesn't sound like bad when like it's intended to be a good thing, right? Like it's a compliment.
Yeah, when we say that, we're just like referencing like what Riot had in mind when they were like developing and like making these like characters, right? Like essentially you have these characters that are very movement heavy. Like they want to see them be going in, making space, having this like super flashy like play style, and that's what we're referring to. We're not calling him like no personality, no like nothing of show, right? We're just more so referencing the fact that they're playing the characters almost like how they were designed, so they're like the default duelist archetype. And in my head, it's a positive thing. Maybe it comes off as a negative thing when we're talking about it, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing, I swear.
Yeah, it's only positive stuff coming out from the desk here and the casters about Zeldris, and about this team, because Blue Otter, with that, taking a look over at the bracket, that is officially their 4th win here in a split one of Challengers, which means that they have gotten their playoff spot. There is still one more day this week, though, Dan, and 3 matches tomorrow 2 that we'll be covering here on the main broadcast, 1 on the side stream. 3 more teams that are looking to get those final spots.
It's I love, can I say, I actually do love this format because I think the fact that we didn't even know if we were going to have a 3rd match until we saw YFP lose today, I think it's amazing. It just makes things really even. You don't know until the very, very end. And I feel like predictions for tomorrow, I'm going to be stressed out a little bit.
I'm stressed out for these teams and the resolutions. Like, to be noting that these 6 teams, that it's not in the same line for them facing off against each other. We'll get the official confirmation later on how it's all falling apart. But to think that YFP, to think that M80, there's the possibility that they're not making it to playoffs, Rory, is crazy.
Yeah, right? I mean, yeah, you're absolutely correct. The fact that they're just fighting for their lives right here in this round 7 is absolutely insane. But honestly, I also want to give a shout out to Winthrop University. That's personally not a team that I had making it this far and doing this well throughout the season, but they've actually shown up. They're performing equally as well as QOR, as M80, as YFP. So shout out to Winthrop University.
Yeah, and it's the final opportunity for these teams that maybe we didn't expect the most of going into the split to really show us that improvement that they've had and that they're definitely worthy of being one of those teams to make it to playoffs and try and contend for those ascension points. Because, of course, that is the most important piece at the end of all of this, looking at ascension. But one more day of Valorant Challengers this week, and that's unfortunately it for us all today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Y'all for crushing it. Production for crushing it. We'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.
Till they can hide behind, gets cleared, still Garden, distracted, almost crosshair placement broken as Chaotic drops in again, yet another opener. There's 3 rounds in a row and you've got to be winning these. Trust in Plug, send their duels on a collision course with YFP and they are not ready for it. It's a gate crash out there for Penny, but not before they took a kill. Mike is low. The site, though, does belong to Trust in Plug. Physics going looking and Mike spots him out. Penny just takes the swing. My goodness. The use of those salvos. Nobody stood in them right now, and Mikey's going to have to get busy. Flash through the smoke out. We come, Sacred. Finds 4 in the round. Uphill battle. Very paranoia timing there. Now this aftershock is going to make it even harder. Armageddon denying anybody from getting to the side, and Thief has all of the options played out before him. 2 players asking to get hammered. Make it 4. Beautifully done by Thief. Late backstab, up and to make use of the Astral Wall now. It's expired. So the B-main position from Zeldris is once again relevant and Nerve is very low. Spotted out early. Here's the Steel Garden. Bob gonna fall. It's an opportunity now for QOR to come in for a defuse. Mystique has the shorty in the smoke. 1 shot. Not enough as Zeldris comes. Alprone here. Zeldris sees it. Has to respect it. Stays posted up. Tailwind though. Gonna get them out when they start to get contact. Another shot. God, the audacity. 3 posts up on the angle for Zeldris, and Bob is going to be there to follow it up. Here comes the Armageddon that is going to force QOR out into a very awkward position, and Zeldris, so they can hide behind, gets clear.